Confluence. She and I have an
This is
understanding.
what we're dealing with.
Yeah, great video.
Everyone's
Yeah,
coming over
technically,
here.
we didn't technically really make much progress since the
Everybody
video.
coming over here.
And by that, I mean we made no progress.
All right.
Because everyone have a good
We're gonna do
night.
that.
Thanks for stopping by. See you tomorrow at probably 6:30
Hope you have a great night.
I will be
p.m.
highly
Central
offended.
Standard Time.
I will be highly offended if any of you do not come over and continue the after party. Because we gonna write.
Rating you guys over. You guys go to lunch.
Show thing,
I
Indian Jesus.
Thank you for having me,
brought
Joe.
this for you.
Confluence, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for having me on, man. It was. I'm glad.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
come
good to see
over
you.
with you,
Should come back.
Jesus. I'll rub
I know,
your
it
shoulders
was-
too if you want me to.
My shit just
If you don't
fell.
make
But
your
it's
name, I
not
will
good to see you, Wasteland. It was not. But God bless everybody.
Same
Go
with
to
you.
IJ.
I'm just gonna ask you
Go in peace.
backstream. So backstream behind, you know.
Oh,
Well,
I already ended it. So everyone should be sent over.
All right.
thank you. All right, where we at? Let's go. Nobody's here. Nobody's here. Whoa, I feel like a loser, a loser, a loser. I feel like a loser. I feel like a goofy motherfucker. Goofy motherfucker. Why is nobody here? Where we at? No. Oh, I am losing it. Link in chat. I'll put the link in the description as well. We got vibe music and everything. Who else we got? We got Focus Big Man. We can go now. Link to a stream that said video unavailable. Well, that's what Confluence. You okay? What the fuck is happening? You okay? Okay, come on, breathe, Bubbly. Come on, breathe. You okay? Good? Jesus fuck! Motherfucker almost died! The real ones know. Shout out to Wasted Games. See, I'm actually in the fucking chat for you guys. Here, come on up. I don't got shit to say without you. Y'all. I do have more alcohol to drink, but ooh-ah! I love Confluence. Again, the link is pinned. Come on through. I just need you to come up backstage. If I don't know, especially if I don't know you, make sure that you're not gonna fuck shit up. I know Kelly Green in the building. What up?
What's up, dog? Good to see you.
Yeah, man.
I
Well,
try to hang in there. I didn't want to interject too much in there.
no, you did great. And this is exactly last night. I was covering the one of the horseradish debates, where like you see me. It's the one where I got to go through Discord to do the debates, and a bunch of you in the chat really enjoy that platform. And I was saying that's a really good platform. Like if you're interested in this stuff, but you know you're not really like. You don't feel comfortable, like, really getting in there. Horseradish is a great platform to kind of dip your toes in and shit like that. Actually, come on up. You got to jump in more. There you go. Apologize less.
Thanks, bro. Thank you.
Oh, great. We got Wasteland. Just give me, we'll do the Confluence thingy. Give me one of these. Now that I wouldn't care. Okay. Yep. You're good. I was gonna say I normally wouldn't care, but like now I don't know who everybody is. What's good?
Well, I mean, you should know who I am. I go in Confluence's stream all the time.
I know, but you never came up, so anybody could use that name. And yeah, I'm a scaredy cat. All right, Confluence has some balls to do the fucking open panel with no cam up. Usually, I'm like, no, you have to be on cam the whole
Oh, he
time.
does. He does do the cam up where you like do the hand thing and then.
Yeah,
you know.
no. Usually, no. You have to be cammed up on thing. But we
I like
got
being
it. We
cammed
got
up. Man, I can't stand not being cammed up when I'm going to make a discussion or something because I can get my emotions across. It's almost like anything from online dating to like talking to people in real life. I crave real life interaction, and when I don't get that, or if I can't give that, it seems like it's vacant of me being able to get like a point across. Because if somebody can see my face, they can see if I'm genuine. They can see like my emotions and stuff like that. And I'd rather them read me rather than not be able to read me. I like when people can read me my entire thing. I don't like hiding behind a well, and not that you are, homie, but I'm just saying, like, if I'm behind a blank screen, it makes me feel a little more vacant on my abilities, honestly. Like
I'm also
my abilities to be on camera as a power.
I'm also very expressive.
I
with,
kind
like,
of play up a character when I go on Confluence's panels.
Heck yeah.
Hey, the characters are well.
Yeah.
I get.
I think granted, I am like, you know, very queer and stuff like that. But, like, I kind of overplay it and shit like that.
You mean that in the woke way, or
Like, I mean, I make it more of like a joking thing. Like, you know, I go up there and I'll be like, yeah, I was with like 10 dudes today, you know, kissing all of them on the mat out there.
Didn't him just say it was gay? No.
So let's keep it riding with the
amateur.
the religious shit. So obviously Kelly is a Catholic. Wasteland, where are you religious?
I believe in Gnosticism.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Essentially, the God of the Bible is, you know, evil and created the material realm and trapped humans and trapped divine spirits in mortal human bodies in order to torture us and stuff like that. You know.
Interesting. So where I am, I'm a non-believer, and shout out to Glowing Dog. I'm a non-believer. I haven't believed. I grew up Christian. I was born in the Catholic Church, and I was confirmed in the Methodist Church. But then I went to college, and you know what college does. But for better or worse, I stuck with the non-belief. So, do you have any experience with being a believer in your past, or is this something that came from somewhere else?
I used to be a Southern Baptist when I was younger. For a long, I was very religious and very into Christianity, and I was very devoted
I was able to
Southern Baptism.
Baptist.
Yeah.
Just kidding, sorry.
I was very, very devoted to Christianity. So.
Okay. So you got a Christian background though. That's interesting. So you.
Yeah.
So then, I think one of the most interesting conversations to have with people like you and me who have a deep past in the church is the discussion of spirituality. I think Christians are so lacking in the ability to understand having a spiritual life outside of the Bible. How do you feel about that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So I think that a lot of Christians feel like the Bible and Christianity is the only way to have any type of spirituality, and I don't believe that's the case. I feel like I have a very rich spiritual life. But what do you think?
A lot of them do.
Yeah, but what about you?
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Are you asking Kelly or?
No, I'm asking you, Wasteland.
Well, I mean, I have a very rich. I don't know how to put it, outside of the Gnostic texts, So I've taken interest in a lot of other aspects of different religions, magic and stuff like that. So outside of religion, I'm very a very spiritual person.
So okay, so I feel like I know generally what that means, but I can imagine someone like Kelly and you're just average Christian, and you're like, I'm not into Christianity, but I'm spiritual. What is something about your life that is spiritual?
Well, I have a woman who's trying to teach me, so she believes in hoodoo. She's trying to she believes in hoodoo magic, but specifically she's a,
Run!
Celtic pagan. But she's been teaching me a little bit of magic and stuff like that, so that's kind of, you know. I still do venerate Christ. And, yeah.
So are you believe magic in the traditional sense? Magic exists?
Yeah. I do.
What kind of thing? I mean, as a non-believer, I don't believe in Christianity for the same reasons I wouldn't believe in magic. So what kind of things have you seen or done, or what type of thing makes magic viable to you?
Well, I've seen it works. I mean, I mean, I've seen it work in person. I've seen, you know, like, specifically, she cursed someone, and then some very bad shit happened to them. I've seen a group of witches, and they, you know, they were doing some kind of ritual or something, and then the next day, Charlie Kirk dies, and they were, like, cursing him. So, I've seen it in practice, and I've seen enough to know that it works.
Hey,
a lot of it is superstition and, you know, nonsense, but a little bit of it does work.
Hey man, I just tell you, watch out for the designs that aren't quite congruent, dog. There's designs and everything. The scientists there's this quantum deal that they just found out that there's these basic designs in the quantum realm, and they're shapes, they're identifiable shapes. And I would say it goes more to say these things like curses, bro. Like, those are incongruent shapes. Those are not good. I would watch out.
But that comes from...
I mean, I believe in spirits, too. I mean,
it'll kill and destroy your city, bro.
Right, but
people
Kelly,
think I'm crazy for believing in ghosts.
Being involved and complicit in it is, I would say, like, if you believe in it, like, you just did what you thought, like, what you believe in by participating.
Well, I mean, I've not practiced it. I mean, I've had some tarot readings done. I believe in tarot.
Hang on real quick for me. Fuck it. Whatever. Fuck it. Fuck it.
You're just
The end of my channel is the end of my channel. What the fuck up?
That's fair. No, I don't even have a camera like plugged in. So if you asked me to verify, I would have been like, I get it, I understand.
It would be a lot of work to fucking do the name and the picture and the whatever. But yeah, so that's essentially where we're at. Talking about if you are to believe in certain things that don't align with Christianity, but also don't have a direct thing like what Wasteland is talking about, doesn't have anything that directly debunks that. How do you find like your basis? Because like for me, empiricism is my basis. Can we prove it with science? Yeah. That's my basis.
I heard it. A friend of mine. He's not religious, or neither am I really, or at all. But in terms of like that spiritual aspect, right? He defined it as God is the sum total of our ignorance, and I thought that was kind of clever because I was like, you know, there's the whole God of the gaps thing, right? Or if you're talking about magic, or you're talking about all these things, it's like if there is an inadequate explanation, it may as well be God. And like that, I was like, that's kind of how I approach things in the sense that like, I'm not saying that it is, but if I lack a better explanation, functionally it's kind of the same thing. Like, I feel like that's almost interchangeable, right? So I view it more as like, I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, we're all space dust and the universe is all like that stuff has never been super humbling to me.
That's me.
Which that's totally fair. That works for you. But for me, it's more like I think just being able to accept that there are things that about the universe and about just existence that I don't understand and that I will never understand. To me, that's kind of the extent of what I'm looking at when I think of like something spiritual. I can at least recognize that there is something more. Like, I don't know if this is, I think it has to be metaphysical, but yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I dig that.
What up, Bill?
Finite and infinite things, like I would agree. Like, even as a Christian, like there's things that I won't understand too. Like, if we're finite beings, how do we understand something that may be eternal? Especially
Yeah.
if we believe in it. Like, you can't necessarily grasp it on this. Like, I guess there probably be like different levels.
Well,
of
let me
grasp.
throw that back on you, Kelly. You seem to be the most direct believer in a specific ideology in terms of being Christianity, or excuse me, Catholicism.
Mhm.
How do you answer that question?
Can you redirect me on the exact question? I was thinking a lot of things with that. Like I said, the eternity thing, and
Well, I mean, what gives you?
with his
what
belief,
gives
the Gnosticism.
Yeah, let's just say what gives you the faith to be a Catholic. Let's just start broad, and we can go in there.
Well, as far as give me 2 seconds. Okay, so as far as being a Catholic over like other Christian, or just in general, like my entire beliefs, probably like you saying, like believing in a thing, or over. Okay, I'll give you this. As far as my beliefs, I see a story. For one, I think all of us, we read stories. All the stuff we're giving tonight and all the discussion we have is conjecture from other human beings, and we're looking for an answer. One of the biggest things that I can say that does trace back, and it seems to have nice writing and evidence toward it and everything else, is the story of Jesus Christ, which seems to be the appearance from God that is God, that like gives us some kind of evidence 2,000 years ago, is maintained longer than a lot of things. I
Go
believe
piss,
like,
King.
there's a lot of evidence for it. I don't know. It just seems like both that with faith. I can get into faith. Faith is like trippy to me. You know, I feel like that gets that more.
Well, but even if you go, like, that's totally fair. I totally understand. Like, even if I personally don't believe that I have faith in XYZ isn't enough, I do believe from like the aspect of humanity that is how humans work. So I'm totally fine to have that conversation and then get into, okay, why do you have faith in XYZ? But my first point is, what is it exactly?
You're not taking this shit, are you?
The toilet's over here. I'm about to take a
Oh,
piss.
okay, fair
That's
enough.
it. I gotta take
Go
a piss.
piss, King.
In the bathroom.
He's not peeing. He's peeing sitting down. I don't know.
Yeah,
if I-
Don't act like you ain't been in the fucking after party while I had the phone right over to my fucking face while I fucking piss. All right. The
Hell
question
yeah.
is, what is it that gives you the faith that you already have? Why is what you have faith in worth believing in?
I hope we can hear him piss on stream.
I believe in hope.
God! Oh, it feels so good! Oh!
Make sure you just press one out for me. I appreciate you. Love you long time. Is this logo?
I'm rather enjoying this.
The logo. Just hold this up and venerate Indian Jesus. Is that blasphemous? I'm holding the Indian. I don't know, because I looked on YouTube and it doesn't look like the scale of my camera visible on here is the same. So I don't know.
Also, it might
I was
be
trying to drink beer on stream earlier.
I
so
rather
don't-
enjoyed this Indian Jesus.
flipped for you.
I think I enjoyed this a little too much.
I'm not expecting this to get monetized, so we as long as we don't TOS or
Oh,
something,
shit.
I don't give a shit.
See,
That being said,
stream-
super chat for the puppy.
yeah, let's hear.
Hey, leave a super chat if you want him to take his shirt off.
Oh, is that too broad of a question? Because I can narrow it down. My concern comes from the notion that Christians in general, whether you're Catholic or otherwise, seem to put too much faith in that which you think, or that which you that in which you have faith in, versus and conflate that with what you believe. And so I understand that there are ways to we all have faith in things. We all believe things that cannot be proven. I believe that this fucking dog loves me. I don't know. I mean, I assume, but for all I know, he just likes that I give him food. I'm the only motherfucker that's ever given him food in the last 15 years. So I have faith that he loves me, and I can operate on that. Where do we get the justification to believe the bigger stuff.
Well, I mean, everyone in my house feeds my dog, but she always sticks by me.
That's good to know.
Yeah, she always.
No,
she
we
always-
got
I am.
we got Christians, bro. What is this?
Well, if I could, Kelly, if that was to Kelly, I can let you answer. I have like a real because the thing of faith. If we're getting into it, because I've discussed this with people before, and like there's this thing. Well, it's like everybody. I call it like faith with a small f. It's like if you go out, you're outside and you turn the key in your car. There is some level of faith that you think that your car is going to start, and that's based on prior experiences. It's based on what you know, that there's gas in the tank and that the car has started every time you turn the key before. And like there are these tiny kind of things that we operate on faith. But when people think of faith, they're not thinking on those terms, right? They're thinking of the stuff that is not based on necessarily that type of like educated guess, or that you can point to external things in the real world to like justify that why you have faith in something. So just to kind of expand on what Indian Jesus is saying, I guess there seems like there's a little bit more of a leap when religious people discuss faith, and I guess what that kind of means to you, because the way I've heard it described a lot is like it's a personal experience, right? It's not something that you can really quantify or put into words, and that. But yeah, I won't speak for you. But like, what does faith kind of mean to you?
Before we do that, hold your tongue, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking
Step out for a little
We do
bit.
that.
I may be back.
Fucking Billy!
All right. I'm gonna step out for a little bit. I may come back later.
All right, later, man.
Use that same name and you'll be good. Good question though. Can we get a? I'm what was the question? I apologize.
I guess just kind of, well, it's a very broad question, kind of like what does faith mean to you? But I guess like
Okay, that works.
yeah, maybe as a starting point, maybe that's a good.
So, well, given that we are called that the title is the Confluence After Party, we'll go clockwise, stankwise. And oh wait, that means I gotta go. All right, so Kelly, you're first, and then Testicle, and then conflagration, the tabernacle. Kelly, what does faith mean to you, sir?
Part of it's having. It's. I think it. I want to give it more generality rather than like a direct thing. Like it's something to do with free will. It has something to do with free will and the fact that I have free will and that I have the ability to choose. And something with that recognition points to it being given to me, I guess. Maybe I'm kind of like coming off the top with like a little bit different way of going at it. But it's like, again, I was talking about free will earlier, so I might go back on that because those are some kind of like core beliefs that seem to be kind of like a confusion or a debate amongst people, like whether or not we have free will. And it kind of goes back to a theological center that free will comes from either like God or it's a mechanical type of situation. So like I have free will and it points to creation. I see the math and the design around me and I see a creator. The best creator that I can come up with is the one I know is the monotheistic God that sent his only son to die for our sins and creates more peace. And the beliefs that I have creates peace through things that I never would have thought would have peace. And I haven't always been like 100% on my faith. Like, but yeah, that's like the kind of logic that goes through my mind.
He's like, I don't know, and fucking spits game. All right, Testicle Johnson, what is faith?
Yeah, so I touched on kind of, I think people operate on certain levels of faith in their day-to-day lives, like a small F type of faith, and I think that type of faith is somewhat grounded. It's based on prior experiences and like different things where it's almost like a predictive thing, where it's like you don't necessarily, it's an inductive thing, like you don't have guaranteed results, but you have a pretty good guess that something is going to be repeated. In a broader religious sense, I take more issue with it because I like, you know, faith is, again, I think it is a very personal thing, but I sometimes think, and I ask people, if you were born in like, I don't know, Jordan, or you were born in like a Muslim majority country, right? Like 99% Muslim, 90% Muslim, whatever it is. what are the odds that you would still be like Catholic or like a Christian more broadly, right? And so I have seen, I guess, like various quote unquote holy people or people who have a lot of faith in their particular set of beliefs. And as far as I can tell as an outsider looking in, they believe it with the same amount of conviction as someone else. And so the only sort of logical conclusion I can reach is, well, both of them can't be right. But if I were to ask both of them, they have the deeply held convictions in their beliefs and in what ultimately would amount to faith. So for me, it's kind of like they all can't be equal, therefore none of them can be true. But that's, again, very broad strokes. But yeah, I don't know. That's just like a general thoughts on it. I think faith it's like uses a dirty word. I don't think it should be. I think, again, everyone like operates on faith to some degree, just not in like the grander sense that it's usually being used in.
Fair enough. All right, tabernacle, faith. Definition is faith.
Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me.
Yep.
So I would say that faith is a belief in an idea without the need or want for empirical proof to bolster your belief in the idea.
Ooh, I like that.
That's it.
Yeah, I like
Actually,
that.
probably the cleanest definition. That's like, that's like textbook.
I was going to say the exact same thing, but you added a belief in something without justification. You added or reason, or what was the other word you used?
Is it want or need for empirical proof?
Yeah, so the want for empirical proof. That's a big thing. At the end of the day, I don't think that really changes what it is that we would consider is faith or not. But I mean, yeah, absolutely. Just accepting a claim that has not been verified is what I believe is faith. And so then you have none. Jason said you have none faith or none. What is none? What? I think so. Then the next step is, do you have faith? So I know Kelly Green is a faithful person. We'll go to Tabernacle first. Are you a faithful person?
Yeah, in order to be an atheist, you have to have faith.
Oh right, I forgot this.
I'm going to come back to that. Come back to that. So Tabernacle said you have to have faith to be an atheist. Fair enough. Tesco Johnson.
Sorry, what was the question, real quick?
I don't even remember. What the fuck were you talking
I don't know what that spawned.
You want me? Okay, fuck it. Fuck it. Open panel. So, Tabernacle, explain what you mean by you have to have faith to be an atheist.
Yeah, so there's a point at which you can't prove whether or not God exists, and that's why a lot of people go around calling themselves agnostic atheists or agnostics, because they're like, well, I can't prove this or I can't prove that. So in order to be an atheist, you say, well, so what? I have faith.
So can I ask you for what do you when someone says I am an atheist, what does that mean to you?
That means that they're making the positive assertion that God does not exist.
And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, this is why I maintain that I am what the fuck do I even say? An agnostic non-theist. Because I don't need that baggage. Because that is not what that means. As Glow and Dark is saying here, atheist. Theist means belief in a god or gods. Without. And so you are an atheist if you have no belief in a god or gods. So it is not an affirmative belief that there are no gods. You can be an agnostic atheist.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that definition of atheist. I think it's a watered down definition of atheist. I make the positive assertion that God does not exist.
But do you have a justification as to why, like, other than I don't like that definition?
No, I have faith that it's true.
Okay, so stupid as God.
That's funny.
I mean, fair enough. But then, so okay, fine. Then I can. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's a fucking a good argument. But realistically, you do understand the position of being a non-theist.
Yeah, oh yeah, I used to live that way too, where my mental patterns follow that same tract of logic, and I kind of got over it after I fucking hated every atheist I ever met in my entire life.
So what?
Damn, shots fired. Also, to just
Hey,
a
so
section.
do I know maybe two
I gotta
atheists.
sign up some intelligent atheist dudes that are fucking wild, especially some of the main talkers, but and again, I'm a Catholic, but I'd say some of the dudes logically are like fucking wild, dude. It's hard to keep up with, especially me. I don't claim to be an expert on it.
Okay, so then do we understand at least in principle that whether we're talking about, you know, let's say that you as Christians are looking to shit on the people who are actively against God. You understand that even if you're not willing to play that game on the semantic playground, that an atheist doesn't actually necessarily deny the existence of God. Do you agree?
Yes. Well, if I could, yeah, I'll jump on that because I know we've had this actual exact discussion with Anson, yourself, and Confluence, all those guys. But there is like a soft atheism, and then there's a hard atheism. So soft atheism would just be saying, I don't believe in a God. It's a personal belief. You're not making an assertion. You're just stating for yourself that, you know, due to lack of evidence or whatever the reason may be, I personally do not believe in God. Then there is the hard atheism, which is saying that God does not exist. Those are two fundamentally different claims. It's a negative claim, but you still do have something of a burden of proof because it's, you know, it's almost impossible to prove a negative, but you are asserting that there is no God, and that is a, you know, it's still technically a negative claim because it's framed as a negative, but you're making an affirmative in that you have to provide evidence.
I don't know how y'all feel about a creator, like just a creator. Let's say like y'all think there could be a creator, just on a cool little easy concept, not too deep. You don't.
It depends on what you mean by creator and created.
Do you think like let's say like let's do something coherent to science? Science calls it a Big Bang and the creator thing. And again, maybe it's just your feelings. It doesn't have to be super deep. I'm saying just like, how do you feel about those things? Like, does it like spark you to go, damn, it is interesting that maybe there's this creator thing or maybe a mechanical thing? How does that make you feel? Like just kind of general thoughts, both of you. And much too. Shit, I want to hear you too, not to leave you out.
Yeah, we'll go Tabernacle and then Testicle.
Yeah, so I can't entertain the idea of a being that is a creator without entertaining the idea that the creator was also created by a more spectacular being. Because logic would say that if the existence were created and it had to have been created by this being, then what created that being, right? And so I would be like, if that were true, and I were to entertain the idea that a creator was in existence, then I would want to worship his creator.
Oh, damn.
I don't. Yeah, and you know that's interesting because, like I said, I don't necessarily think that like that has to go on into infinite. That'd be like a fractal type of view on it, which I can kind of understand your view of how it might go on. But again, with that whole concept, it doesn't. There's no like definite like thing with the beginning of, if we're talking about the beginning of time. I mean, do you think it does entail that it has to go on forever, or there can't be with that concept like just the beginning of like something from a thing that always was? You say that the thing that if there's infinity, if it's infinite, if it always was, or if there's a mechanic, compare, like I said, an infinite creator, well, maybe not an infinite, but a creator compared to a mechanical deal, you're saying that you think that it has to go on infinitely no matter what. There can't be like a thing that always was.
Yeah, well, you can worship the thing that wasn't created that existed that always was, which is kind of what I do, which is I worship the intangible and tangible existence that is all of existence. So the object that is everything.
Yeah, so you're saying you're not going to call it something, you're trying to get to whatever the point is. I'm just saying that it exists, like that's what I worship.
Yeah, no, there is an object that is everything, and that is if I were to worship something, what I would worship.
Interesting. If I could chime in, well, so I kind of take a bit of a cosmological view, and it kind of boils down to like the first cause, which is I cannot conceptualize something from nothing, and like I know those words are abstract, and I think when you get into metaphysics, they're potentially abstract. But just because I cannot make that leap, that something could come from nothing, as like a baseline, my intuition tells me that something must have created stuff, and I don't put it as like a loving God. I don't put it as like
fair. So let's just physically go. If you're to say, we're worried about an infinite regress, then that negates the existence of a God.
Well, I'll kind of land the plane. I'll put it together. So
let's just do
like, yeah. Well, I'm not trying to do a special pleading, but this is how I describe it, because I refer to it as a creator, and it's a far cry from any sort of loving Christian or like religious idea of a God. I think maybe God isn't even aware that it created us. Maybe we were an accident.
More mechanical.
100, yeah, exactly. Like maybe everything is true from the Big Bang onwards. I just believe that like something must have put the stuff there, but I'm not making any claims as to what this thing is or what it's.
Sentient. You're like, I don't know if it's sentient. I don't know if it's.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe, yeah, exactly. Yeah. We could be like, we could be a fart cloud to something. Like I don't know.
I mean, it would be a fractal. It would be provingly a fractal cloud, judging by the geometry, especially by quantum science.
And the last thing I'll say on this,
it's not just a fart cloud. It would be a geometrical, consistent.
Sure. Yeah. The very last thing I'll say on this, and it's a little bit of a source of frustration sometimes, because something that theists will often hit atheists with is like, how do you believe in something from nothing, right? But then on the other side, the theist will say, well, there's this thing that exists outside of space and time and has always existed, and it's the uncaused cause, and so I find both of those equally absurd, and I can't fully like grasp either one of them. I think there is some sort of special pleading that's required on both sides, on both extremes. If you're trying to say something came from nothing, there's something that's there that you need to substantiate, and just because you don't have an answer doesn't mean that there isn't one. And then on the other side, to say that like there's some infinite being that was never created and just always existed, and it also exists outside of space and time, like that's a massive claim that requires extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. So anyway, that's all I got.
Don't you think that all causes are uncaused though? Because if you look at it from a non-linear time perspective, like everything simply just is, right? And we're hampered by our linear perception, and so we can't actually view things as they are because of the way that we're required to perceive reality.
Yes, that's at the heart. That's exactly what Ensign just said. Is the exact issue is that we cannot perceive things any other way, and because I am forced to perceive things in this cause and effect / linear way, that's kind of what leads me to my conclusions. It's almost like I cannot conceptualize outside.
We don't get to say, well, I don't really understand X, so therefore I'm going to assign this explanation to X. The only reasonable way to determine that whatever it is, the only reasonable way to determine X is not the case is to understand X and say and be able to disprove that. And so a frustration with me personally, as someone who has great respect for Christianity, for the practice of Christianity, all that stuff, the tenets of Christianity, that I don't believe in the tenets that of the physical, like the resurrection and blah, blah, blah. I don't think that miracles exist. And so it would be amazing if there was a lane where people like me to be able to be like, all right, you guys got a lot of shit right, but can we hold off on the true claims until we can prove the true claims? Would that not be infinitely better for society?
I don't think that most people can live without the certainty. Like it's a required thing to be certain about, like why things are the way they are, because it causes too much discomfort for most
it's uncomfortable.
people.
It's uncomfortable to say I don't know. Yeah.
So lying to people is the best.
I think they're lying
absolutely.
to themselves.
Yeah.
I personally don't think it's beneficial to, like, a noble lie. I personally don't take that view. I see the utility in certain beliefs. Like I see both sides of it, but ultimately I think it's kind of like ripping off a Band-Aid. Like I don't want to do that to people. I think people need to be okay with their discomfort and their uncertainty. I think that shows some level of growth to be able to say.
I feel like faith, a religious faith, is the antithesis to that. I feel like
it's a dogma or like dogmatic thinking.
If we need people to be able to understand, hey, this is a pattern, but maybe this isn't a foundational aspect of reality. I feel like religion does the opposite of that.
Well, I think that atheism also does the opposite of that. If you basically think that your way is the one true way, right? And that's the way of thinking that Christians have, where they think that their way is the one true way. And so I think it's more of like a prideful knowledge issue than anything else.
I would the only thing I would push back on, and I know that we just fundamentally disagree on this, but like for most, I think there are militant atheists. There are the people who are just kind of like assholes, like the fucking.
I used to be that guy.
My brother is kind of that guy, right? Like he's like, hey, you're just kind of an asshole. You want to kind of ruin Santa Claus for people. I'm one of those people where it's like I'm okay with people sort of having their beliefs and their like these things that surround it. I don't think that the average atheist wants to like break people of their God. So I don't see it as rigid in that sense of like you believing or not believing really doesn't affect me. So like most of the time I see it as a very passive thing. It's a very personal thing. Like I don't believe because of this X, Y, and Z. Some people are dicks about it. Some people aren't. But I guess that's why I don't see it as like a religion. But I know that we could go back and forth on that for a long time.
So then, I think the real question comes down to if we were to determine that I was almost there. I lost it. If we were to determine that people are taking this understanding of religion, and we'll just use Catholicism for if we understand people are thinking of Catholicism as this is reality, how then can a reasonable person then be like, well, actually, I don't think so, without being offensive?
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I don't think you can.
I don't understand how.
I'm not worried about, and also, you know what, on that subject, I'm kind of like a Matt Walsh on it. I don't give a fuck if it offends people. Now, I'll talk to people nice. I'll hear people out. I'm definitely willing to hear people out. But it's not like a niceness thing. It's kind of like denying Joe Biden communion when he completely wants to go against life and promote the massive killing of babies. And the Catholic Church says if you take communion, your soul's on the line. They deny him that. It's like, it's not a fucking hateful, judgy thing. It's just, it is how it fucking is. I'm not being mean about it. It's like when I believe something, I will probably be adamant about it. And I will probably stand on that in order to it's if you don't, you're probably not very firm in your beliefs. Now, again, you don't have to have a chip on your shoulder and be a dick about it. But it's like, if you believe something, you're probably going to be very, very instilled in it and very fucking opposed to the other views. It's going to be embedded in you if you have solid beliefs. If not, it's just like, again, a relative belief probably that you hold.
So let's go on what Neil Dickey, shout out to Neil Dickey, welcome to the party. Let's go on what he's saying, the most verifiable historical figure in all of human history. I do understand that
That's
there
not
is
just not true.
there's a lot of
Muhammad's life is better documented than Jesus. Like, if you want me to be a little incendiary, like,
Yeah, man. What was this one dude saying the other day? There's like all these historical documents of like
yeah, sorry, I cut you off there.
different.
Yeah, hold on. Somebody. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. The most verifiable historical figure in all of human history is Jesus Christ. If somebody's got to go off, who is it?
So with that, there is a lot of there. I think I was watching something my buddy showed me. It was like a case for Jesus or something. This scientist, this atheist, went to go disprove Jesus, and it drew him closer in his faith. Is the summary of it. Now, I think they were showing in maybe a couple clips I watched how many people, and again, I'd like to verify this, which I think I looked up a couple of them, but it's like when you look up like Beethoven or like fucking any other historical figure, Jesus is like instilled in history, and there is so many intersections that scientists will confirm. Like, yep, like that happened. He was there. Like that's the guy. Like so, it's amazing in itself. Regardless of if you want to go in deep on the proof of, the triune God becoming man, it's that this guy was documented. He was a carpenter. He preached certain things, and he corrected a lot of things that the Jews said. He said he came back to correct them, and yeah, he's documented very well.
Yeah, I think that he is documented, but I think that, like with most history, the narrative used to weave his tale together has been modified to serve specific purposes. And so like it may very well be that he existed, but the version that we have of our understanding of who he was may be totally opposite in like the details of his story. Like I think it would be easier to make a case that he wasn't really like the son of God or any of the things that he was written about in his books. He was more of a heretical Jewish rabbi who was basically put down for basically having this heresy that was causing all kinds of problems in the culture. Right. And so like he was just a radical and he got put down for it. And then he was treated like a martyr and elevated to this godhood status by people who followed his teachings after he died. I mean, that's basically all he was.
This is a good question from Neil here. Said, how do we verify any other historical figure? And I'll contextualize this in the sense that, how do we verify a historical figure that is different or similar to how we verify the legitimacy of Jesus Christ? Because I've stopped using the word atheist to describe myself, just because I feel like it is the same thing as feminist. Like if you're a woman who wants equality, that don't really help me.
I feel like you're agnostic in the definition.
But that being said, I do believe that the person of Jesus Christ existed, but I think this is a good question. How do we verify? How do we verify Jesus versus any other historical figure?
Well, so the reason I said originally to be a little bit edgy, but I think it's also true, is that there's more historical evidence for Muhammad, and the Quran was written in one language. Like if you trace Jesus in one of these languages, I think so Jesus spoke Arabic.
Hold on. Wait, what was that? What was that?
No, it's fine. I get it.
I was saying, how Muhammad married a 6-year-old and consummated the marriage at 9, or how the Al-Zubt road fucking
I'm not talking about
probably fucked him a bunch of large black.
Sure, maybe I'm not talking about.
I mean, I'm just saying, like they documented a pedophile.
I get it. You don't like Islam. I'm not talking about like the belief structure. I'm just saying that Muhammad as a person, I think, is better documented than Jesus. And my argument for that is really simple. Jesus spoke Aramaic. He was written about in Hebrew and Greek, and then it was translated to Latin. And then ultimately, at some point, I guess in the Middle Ages or something, it was translated to English. So I agree with Indian Jesus in the sense that I think there probably was some historical figure named Jesus. But in terms of like the parables and like his life stories, like the Bible was written over the course of like 1,000 years, and it's like 40 books that they put together. Like all of these, there's nothing else in history that we would consider to be credible if it had that sort of like lineage of like to verify a fact. So,
To be clear too, though, the Bible includes the New and Old Testament, which the Old Testament was written by the Jews. Those were Jewish writings, and then when Jesus came around, the New Testament.
Jews can't be trusted.
I know people don't like to hear this, but Jesus was Jewish, so yeah.
They took. He says, "I come to correct things." Like it was like not an eye for an eye, you know.
Yeah.
So it was like,
But okay, but I understand the Old Covenant and the New Covenant, but it's like I don't get this like asterisk on the Old Testament. It's like, okay, it's still part of the Bible. So like, what's the value of it then?
Okay, thank you.
to show you how it went.
Hold on, because I've had numerous discussions, specifically with Kelly Green, about religion, Christianity, and all this stuff, and I've appealed to things in the Old Testament, and he was very quick to be like, "Oh, well, that's the Old Testament," as if that's not part of Christianty. That's not something that we as Christians even appeal to or agree. Maybe there's an aspect of, okay, we don't appeal to that as much, but never in my 21 years of being a Christian, whether it was Catholic or Methodist, did we ever say that the Old Testament is just nothing.
That's not. Let me clarify on that if I can.
So okay, so we're gonna go to Kelly, clarify, and then you guys on the bottom. Everybody has something. Anybody has something to say?
Quick historical reference.
Understanding that you said Old Testament don't matter for shit. That's my understanding.
I didn't say it don't. Okay, and it's not that. It's that there's certain things. Let's take an eye for an eye. Jesus corrected that. He says to forgive people. His message when he was on the cross. Forgive these people because they don't know what they're doing. So there was things that you can take, but at the time, historical reference, what they did, they said we take the Jewish writings. They believed in a monotheistic God. Now, when Jesus came around, they had to take writings that the people knew at the time and show them this is the lineage, just like the Magi. The Magi were like scientists. They saw the stars. They were almost like astrologists. They saw the stars. They were not, I don't know if they were Jews or what. They were just the Magi. They came and saw Jesus. This stuff has a connection from one part of history where it got divided. Jesus was the incarnate Son of God, born of a virgin, and they had to explain that in some way. They took Jewish writings. There was a lot of them. And the Old Testament is a compilation, and people can judge this all they want, a bunch of men after Peter, and when the Catholic Church became a formality, as there was the priest and the bishops and the cardinals, and then there was the Vatican.
Does the Old Testament count, or does it not count?
It does count.
Does it matter or does it not matter?
There is some stuff that is innately true. There is some stuff that was corrected by Jesus.
I'm going to
correct this, and you don't.
Respectfully, I'm going to cut you off. I'm going to throw it to the bottom row. Whoever wants to take it. Because I will say this. I have said things in the after party where nobody else was fucking watching, just you and me and maybe a couple other people. Nobody could see, and I would say something, but that's the Old Testament, as if that means that I say that I say a thing and you say it doesn't count.
I guess I should have explained that.
Fair enough. There's nuance there, but I'm going to throw it to the bottom row. Tabernacle and Testicle. What do you guys say about the Old Testament? And we got section 230 joining the party.
Yeah, the theists need a tag team, so it's good. We got another Christian on board. I'll just say real quick. I think the Old Testament. I think a lot of the quote unquote objectionable things that people generally pull from come from the Old Testament, and I think that I can even get behind it, but it's kind of like pick a lane where it's like, okay, I understand there's the New Covenant. Again, I know Jesus, corrected a lot of things, if you want to phrase it like that. I'm totally fine with that, but then I more so ask then what parts of the Old Testament are valuable, because it feels a little bit like cherry picking, where it's like, okay, there's some historical context and things in there that seem valuable, but then what parts are you taking and which parts are you tossing out, right?
You compare it to Jesus. You compare it to Jesus Christ's words, and that was
Well-
the clarification. How
well,
Jesus spoke was written on the hearts of men. The words of God are written on the hearts of men. These
Well,
things
why not
were
just have the New
by men.
Testament? But why not like why even include the Old Testament?
Yeah,
If
I
that's-
can.
Can I
Wait, let's bring section 2. Hold on. Let's bring
Yes,
can I
sir.
jump in on that a
30 in,
little?
and then I want to go, and then I want to throw it back to Kelly. So section,
Right.
and me, and then Kelly.
Sure. I got 2 things to add on this, and hopefully it helps clarify. The entire Bible is like a reference guide. It's a study guide. It's not the whole thing to being a Christian. And I would pull this from, the Orthodox faith uses it as such, but that's one of the reasons why they appeal to their priests so much, is because the tradition and the standards and stuff that have been passed down alongside of the Bible also come into play, and it helps you determine which parts are still used nowadays. So, the Old Testament is a lot of storytelling. It's a lot of explaining how things were back then, giving an account of the events. And yes, it did have some prescription to it, but that's not all it is. So if you look at it as like everything they say in there, you take it super literal and it's a prescription, you're going to be wrong. And if you think about it this way, when a game gets coded, it has the original code, and that is the game. Yes, that's true. But what happens when the game gets a patch and it gets updated? Well, the code that still remains from the old code is still valid. That is still the game. But the patched information is the revisions, the things that we need to change and do differently now. And that is the New Testament. The covenant of Jesus changed a lot of things, like that you're not supposed to make any more sacrifices, like lambs and kids. You don't do that anymore because Jesus is the last sacrifice. You see what I'm saying? So like there were revisions to the way people move in the world and follow the faith after Jesus, and that's why we have the New Testament. It doesn't invalidate the Old Testament, it changes it. It kind of like overwrites some parts, but not in a disrespectful way. Does that make more sense to look at it that way?
Yeah, and I'm gonna piggyback on what Section 230 is saying. It's basically the same thing. Like, the Book of Mormon does the same exact thing to the Christian Bible. Where it's basically like it's not replacing it necessarily. It's just there's God's new revelation to the new world, right? And so the Christian Bible is just sort of outdated now, and the Book of Mormon's come in and let people know, through God's new revelation, through Joseph Smith, the prophet, that the Mormons have the right idea.
That is hilarious, but no.
Well,
No.
I'm actually a Scientologist, so.
The funny thing about Mormons, they just built a temple in Springfield. They come around here a lot, but I was looking up, and it seems that they believe that instead of like Jesus being the incarnate Son of God, born of a virgin, they believe he was a man that elevated himself to be God.
Yeah,
I think that's what I was reading something that it seemed that might be the explanation.
20% more. Give me 20% more. So I think I don't know for you hear me on volume. Give me 20% more. I think we are kind of circling, but again, I'm not getting a clear answer on like. I think you guys would say yes, the Old Testament matters when it comes to contextualizing the New Testament.
More of a historical recount rather than a subscription.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, I think we all agree with that. Fair. So we all agree. The Old Testament contextual value, but
at the very least.
I'm going to say, John said it doesn't. All right, I mean, come on up, brother. Come on up. Hold on, I'll give you the link. If you disagree, everybody else here agrees. I don't know. I'm the fucking atheist or the non.
And it was developed within the Catholic.
Let's say. Go ahead.
I said it was developed within the Catholic Church to explain what was going on. So we're like, hey, we got to get some writings here from the time. Somewhere in the first couple 100 years they compiled these things. I don't know exactly when. I can't be quoting all that, but they contextualized this stuff with the Old Testament. They said, hey, there's some stuff, because they were showing, they were like, the whole thing in the Bible was that it was a progression up into a mix of people shooting for God and going, hey, we're trying to get there, and also a bunch of people fucking doing horrendous shit. And then they were like, we're sacrificing people. They did horrible shit, and they probably did it in the name of God, going for that. And it was the clarification. It was really what probably, if it's true, it was what everybody would probably be looking for. Like, hey, we want to know from the heavens what the fuck's going on. And my understanding is
getting farther and farther and farther away from my fucking question. Do I need to fucking put a Confluence fucking weapon?
You put
Does the base question, does the Old Testament matter? So
I already said yeah.
My question is, when we come to principles that are conflated between we should kill people, we should you're allowed to keep people as slaves as long as when you beat them they're only fucked up for a few days. All of that bullshit in the Old Testament, which, you know, Jesus also spoke on, but I'll put that aside. Is that irrelevant to the New Testament, or is it recontextualized? And if it is recontextualized, how am I, as a secular person, supposed to read the Old Testament and understand it with the recontextualization of the New Testament? What is wrong about the Old Testament in your perspective as someone who follows the New Testament? That's what I'm asking.
An eye for an eye. One of the biggest things is an eye for an eye. If you're asking my problem with the Old Testament when it comes to contextualizing,
you believe in that, or you don't believe in that?
I don't believe in eye for an eye. However,
okay,
I do
what
believe.
Gives you the justification as a Christian? What gives you the justification as a Christian to look in the Old Testament and says eye for an eye? Maybe not direct fucking. Whoa, Morty! You're old as fuck. Please do not jump around like that. You hurt your fucking bones. What gives you, Kelly, the justification to say, you see this block? That's his fucking face on my face. Anyway, Kelly, what gives you the justification to say it says eye for an eye in the Old Testament, but we as Christians don't believe that because
the new covenant.
Jesus got nailed to a cross, and he said, he looked down at those people and he said, forgive them, Father, for they don't know what they're doing. He said, they're doing something bad to me. They nailed me to a fucking cross and I'm bleeding everywhere. And I carried this cross up all the way up to this place. Heavy. That cross was historically, if you judge it, it's fucking huge. And he would have been exhausted. They nailed him to a cross, and he still said, forgive him. He was the ultimate example of forgiveness and love.
So
he said,
I'm gonna, Kelly, can I paraphrase that, because that doesn't really make any sense?
Thank you.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, it's just
tobacco. I'm just smoking a cigarette that I rolled on my own. It's just tobacco, I swear.
So the old covenant was one where, like, the Jews had to go out and they had to make sacrifices and follow specific rules that were mandated down through several generations by God directly through emissaries like Moses and other people. But the new covenant under Jesus was one where he made the sacrifice, so there was no longer sacrifices to be made externally.
He was
right. Yeah, you're okay. I'm trying to say this in a way that an atheist will understand it. Okay. Yeah, and so basically, there's like a new set of laws that were handed down, kind of like the prior generations, which is why the Old Testament is important, because it goes through the different iterations of God's law that were handed down to specific men, and then finally God came down and handed it down himself in the form of Jesus.
Tabernacle, hold on, let me read this and then go right back into what you're saying. Behave. So Christians need the Old Testament because it was prophesied that his people would reject him and the Gentiles would worship him and spread the word of God throughout the world. Tabernacle.
Yeah, no, I pretty much wrapped it up there. It's just like the prior forms were God speaking to specific people, And then the final form of the covenant with God was God coming down in the form of a human himself and delivering it directly. And that's why the Old Testament's important, because it gives the context of the prior methods that God talked to his people, and then the final revision of basically like washing away the sins of the original sin that was started in the Old Testament, which was why God came to the earth, is to give people a pathway to heaven without which they didn't have before, right? That's why all the Jews are going to hell.
I don't know if does it.
Well, they don't believe in hell, so they'll be fine.
Again, I guess. I mean, again, I kind of see where you're gonna. Hey, dude, I dig that. I dig that explanation, because I think I don't know, that was clear and concise. That's a pretty clear and concise deal. And again, it seems like you have very differing views on like actually believing it. Again, I forget what you said you necessarily sit at.
I'm an atheist.
Yeah, so I mean, shit. I dig the outlook on it, man. That was a pretty clear and concise kind of like step up to it. Like, I believe that. I mean, again, a good raw like machine code thing out of it. Huh? No, I dig that though. For real. I'm not like being facetious or anything.
Yeah, I like being able to steel man people that I argue with.
Yeah.
So my question. So Behave said the Old Testament matters. The New Testament is completion of the prophecies in the Old Testament. How in the fuck do we know that the people who wrote the New Testament weren't just like, oh, the Old Testament said that we need to do X, Y, and Z. So let's make sure that part 2 of our fucking sequel says X, Y, and Z.
Could have been, man.
Well,
that's one of those things. Could have been. Could have been a long time.
I only found out, I think it was through Big Soda, a guy from Confluences, but I heard of this like Ethiopian Bible, and I was like, because I was like, I want like, what's the most complete version of the Bible? And there's some like Ethiopian version of it that has like books. And when I think about, because I understand the Bible is a collection of like books, right? And so it is interesting that like somebody, I'm guessing somebody from a church authority figure, had sort of like the final edit, of like, or when I say the final, like the one that we use today. Obviously there's different versions of the Bible, but the Ethiopian one seems very interesting because it has a bunch of books that I guess are not canon, right? But they are still considered to be like biblical texts, like from that period. So I'm kind of interested in reading that stuff.
They're canon for the Oriental Coptics, right? So there's different versions of
older
original. There's
Sorry,
different versions of original apostolic Christianity. It's not just the Orthodox and the Catholics. You've got the Coptics also, and that's all that is. And I agree. The Ethiopian Bible is pretty cool, and they have really good saints too. There was one, I think it's Moses the Black. He's a former murderer who found God, and he went from like killing people to like being like one of the original like biblical desert scholars. Like they're
was apostles and shit.
But
that sounds sick.
Oh, yeah.
I dig it.
Not that
bad.
I mean, it comes down to a lot of different things, and I think the crux of it is that we have to respect that some people have faith in some shit, and that's okay, because other people have some faith in shit. But if you don't have faith in X, Y, and Z, if you're not willing to put yourself out on a ledge and say, okay, this thing or that thing or XYZ thing is what I believe, that has to be understood as not a weaker position. Maybe it doesn't need to be presented as a stronger position, but you fucking Christians need to understand that is intellectually honest. It's intellectually honest to say, I don't know what it is. And you can go as down the rabbit hole as you want with a tag and all this fucking cosmological bullshit. You have not met the threshold to say, no, scientific inquiry does not reach the level of what I find to be the truth in religious in the religious context. You have not fucking done that yet. and that's okay.
No, I like faith. Faith is awesome. I don't know what to call it. I really don't. I mean, I honestly couldn't like. I could try to get there for you, but that's one thing about like when they call it faith. Maybe it's like a fucking form of communication. Who knows? Maybe I tapped in.
So then I'm gonna shift the conversation a little bit. So now we've all seemed to agree. We all seem to
cover your eye, Illuminati.
we all seem to have slightly different perspectives on religion, but politics is something that none of us can avoid. Politics is something we are all involved in, whether we want to or not. And I think it seems like everybody on this panel would agree that there are, whether or not we want to buy into the uniparty dichotomy, where there's two sides of the same party or not, or however you understand that, there's clearly a left and a right. There's clearly a Republican, Democrat, however you determine that. There's two sides. And there being two sides, even if the uniparty exists, that it matters that you are not with the lesser of two sides on that level. Whether you believe that Republicans are the lesser of two sides, whether you believe that Democrats are the lesser of two sides, does anybody disagree that it is important that politically you choose a side? Let's just say when it comes to the general election, we can get more down into the specifics if we want to. But let's say with the general election, let's put it the other way. Does anybody believe it doesn't fucking matter if you like Kamala or Trump?
Yeah, I'm in the it doesn't fucking matter camp.
Yeah, I'm Canadian, so technically it's even more so.
Oh shit, we got a spy!
Yeah.
Okay,
fucking spy!
Yeah, I think being Canadian doesn't hurt, but
I appreciate that. Thank you for being
you're gonna get in trouble like Tucker Carlson fucking talking to Iran. You're talking to a fucking Canadian French spy.
I like that. Let's switch. That's a good point.
You see how Tucker Carlson
got Snake-wise, what do you think of Tucker Carlson as of the last 6 months?
Tucker Carlson.
How is your specific question? How has your opinion changed of Tucker Carlson in the last 6 months? Clockwise, Snake-wise. Kelly Green, you're up first. Then Tabernacle, then Section, then Johnson.
He moved to some weird places. I think he moved to Qatar, got a place. He also was played repeatedly on Iranian air, radio or television while the internet was out. And then now the government is going after him for fucking talking to Iran. And dude, he was on prior to the internet after the internet went out, he was talking to the Iranian somebody that the government's now pissed about. And I'm thinking,
yeah, he might get charged.
He'd say some shit that's like, fuck yeah, Tucker Carlson, I appreciate you. And I'm like, damn, Tucker Carlson, what are you doing, dog? You a fucking mole? Looking like he's a fucking plant or something. I mean, you gotta be careful if you got a fucking lot of pull. If you're talking to the government, a foreign government during wartime, I'll just shut the fuck up and let it be. You already got enough pull to get air views. I don't know, man. He can go on YouTube and probably smash numbers. I don't know why he would want to talk to Iran while the internet's out. That seemed like a dumbass move.
Fair enough. Big shout out to Kate too. Keep on trucking for the big $5 making you holla. Getting Morty is streets. He's like, that's it. Yeah, motherfucker. That's it. But fair enough. Yeah, well, okay, I'm gonna go last. So, fucking Tabernacle, Tabernacle, you're up.
Yeah, so I'm a kind of the opposite path. I've liked Tucker for the last several years, and then him getting fired from Fox News and then starting his own thing. I was all about that. And I really think that he's more situating himself in what's considered to be an old right, like a Republican Party during the opposition to FDR, that era. That's more in line with what his ideology is. The right before it was hijacked by the neocons, and I'm all about that, to be honest with you, because neocons are just commies. So, and as for like all that Qatar shit, that's just Trump being butthurt because his buddy isn't on his team anymore. And so he's like ginning up shit to ruin his life because Trump's a fucking dickhead. So fuck Trump.
Why do you think they were playing?
Wait. We are the Confluence after party, so we're going with Confluence's structure. No crosstalk. We're going to section, then Testicle Johnson, and then me, and then we'll be open. So section. I don't remember what we were talking about. So
Tucker Carlson.
Tucker
Yeah.
Carlson.
So I would say my position on him didn't really change. The whole Fox News thing, I don't think that should have happened to him. The whole like cancel culture bullshit is stupid on either end. I will say though that it's been well known that he's been receiving money from the Middle East for a long time, and it's speculated, like Kelly said, that he was in communication with Iranian officials, potentially leaking information. It's also well known that his father was either CIA or FBI. I'm not sure which branch. So that's pretty sus in and of itself. It's not. It may just be coincidence, but I don't think so. So that being said, it's very likely that he's going to be in some deep shit unless he can somehow prove that he didn't give away any pertinent information. But the thing is, they intercepted his calls, not by spying on his phone, but by spying on the Iranians when he called them. And so that's pretty bad. That's a bad look, no matter how it is. Even if he didn't say anything, but that's a bad look, because we knew shit was popping off over there. And so if they're monitoring the Iranian channels and suddenly Tucker calls them more than once, people are going to say, why the hell are you talking to them when we're in the middle of a conflict with them? That's not saying that he's guilty, because, innocent until proven guilty, but it's definitely a bad look. But, I mean, I've never really been a big supporter of his to begin with. He's always had a lot of hot takes. He carries a lot of water for people and sweeps for people. And I'm kind of against all of them, like both sides of that argument and fight. So whenever I see someone carrying water and sweeping for them instead of getting the actual information out instead, it always hits me sideways.
Fair enough. Testicle, what you got?
I mean, I agree with bits and pieces of what Kelly and Section said. I think Tucker Carlson, well, first off, the whole Fox News thing, it wasn't a cancel culture thing. Like, they lost a lawsuit, and then there were also some, I think, text messages of Tucker Carlson talking shit about Fox executives. So it might have been partially like Fox lost the lawsuit, and they had to make like money cuts because Tucker Carlson was pretty highly paid. And then in turn with the leaked text messages, maybe like he was just a liability, or somebody high up thought he was an asshole. So it wasn't like a public pressure campaign to get him fired. But all of that aside, I thought his softball interview with Putin was just absolutely insane. He made like essentially a propaganda video where he was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe these shopping carts they take a coin and then you bring the cart back and you get your coin." Like that was just bizarre. And he's like walking through the subway and like it was strange. And then he was doing a little bit almost like a TMZ thing. Like one of the funniest fucking interviews post Fox is where he interviews the guy who said that he slept with Obama, like this crackhead or like ex-crackhead guy. And it's one of the funniest things. It's just this guy with zero evidence, zero proof, just fucking spouting this shit. And he's like, "Yeah, I met Obama in a hotel room and we fucked." And it was just like, it's unhinged. And also the guy he has a history. Like he is like a serial liar. He has going back to like the 80s or 90s. This guy has like been caught lying and just. So anyway, that whole saga was weird. I thought maybe he was going to be more like a Piers Morgan kind of guy for a while. I think that he genuinely believes a lot of the stuff that he says. I don't get like the grifter vibes, like I would maybe say to like Candace or somebody else. But I also kind of agree at the end there with Section and Kelly, like the Middle East or the Iran ties and all these other things, like it seems like he's fucked. That's a really bad look. And I haven't done a super deep dive in it yet, but like, yeah, like he has a bit of a reputation for kind of being a little bit soft on like hardline regimes, and this might just be like an extension of that. But I don't have like super strong feelings towards him one way or the other, to be fair, but that's just like a very vibes take. But that's about
I
it.
almost feel like he might have fucked up, dog. He might have just like been a dumbass going.
I think
got
he's
a
a
lot of
useful idiot,
power.
maybe. It could
It's
be.
kind of like
you know?
Alex Jones going. I think the whole thing was.
It's still my turn.
Oh, yeah,
It's
sorry.
still my turn. But no, I was going to essentially say a lot of what you guys said. I do think that he seems to be in a position of being used by a lot of different people. And I personally don't feel bad. It's just a question. It's really a question of like where, like we know there's levels to this game, right? We know there's levels, but the question is where are the levels? Like PBD, Patrick Bet-David. What level is he? We know he's in the game. Is he on the lowest level? Is he on some mid-tier level? Is he on some like, oh, he gets good guess, he's out here, but there's another level? Or is it? I think that is a fundamental question about where, like the question of is there level? That's not a thing. There obviously is levels to this game. People have different levels of access. There was just a whole thing. This might have been on TikTok. I don't know. You guys suck, so I can't share shit with you on TikTok because you think you're cool by not having TikTok or whatever. So TikTok is amazing, and there was just talk about how there was a connection between Erica Kirk and Janie Vance and the the beginning of a web, like the Vance Kirk website, and the timing of that and all the other stuff. I wish I could recall it off the top of my head. I can't right now. Point being, they fucking controlling this shit. It's not like this is up to chance. Now, I don't think that's enough to say, oh, well, it doesn't matter if you vote or if you're in politics. I do think that stuff has a relevant factor, but I just think there's a little bit of naivete in terms of how much people understand reality as being scripted versus unscripted. I'll leave it there.
I had a conversation with somebody somewhat recently, and they were talking about kind of like the lawfare, which is kind of a buzzword that's been thrown around, where it's like people are going after all these people, and this isn't like singling out section, but he mentioned the word cancel culture, but like a lot of that stuff, I think that type of shit absolutely does happen. I think sometimes stuff is trumped up, and sometimes, like, no pun intended, I think like there are political motivations to go after people, there are social reasons to go after people, but I think what gets lost in the sauce is that sometimes there are legitimate reasons that like people actually have done fucked up things and fucked up, and it seems like everything is just getting thrown in together now, where it's just like, well, they just don't like him, or this, like, it's just like everything now has to be politically motivated, or there's always this out where it's like, oh, this is clearly like, some sort of lawfare, or there's some political motivation behind this, but that's not always the case. So like, I don't know, like, if you can't trust anything in the system, then the system is just not worth believing in, right? So I feel like you have to take somebody's word for something eventually.
Yeah, I don't know. Y'all were saying a bunch of shit about Tucker, and so I'm gonna fucking defend my boy because y'all were hanging his ass out to dry. So
I think he hung. Yeah, he did it to himself.
I think
didn't
y'all
tell him
are.
to call Iran.
Yeah,
It was his dad.
I think y'all are missing the whole point here. Is that this expedition.
Iranians. All right, let me lay out. Sorry. All right, I'm gonna use my opportunity to be a drunkard, and I'm gonna drink and then lay out my thing, and you tell me what is wrong about what I'm saying. This motherfucker, because I meant to say this during my time, but what day is it? Wednesday. So it's Wednesday already. Monday stream. Monday stream. I covered Tucker on Piers Morgan, and I went in like, bro, like Tucker's our boy, right? And like halfway through, I was like, oh shit, this motherfucker might be caught. This motherfucker might be got. He got. So why? He has changed. Can we? Can we admit that there has been a change? And B, can we establish that change potentially could be some interaction with Iran?
Okay, so I want to know why it's a problem for a journalist to have interactions with a country that A, we don't have a declaration of war with, and B, there's no authorized use of military force against. So technically,
Because-
they're not an enemy. It's just our fucking president, who's a fucking retard, decided to use our military against this defenseless nation and attack them for no reason.
That's such a fucking shallow way to
Defenseless
say it. That
Why
was
do you-
such a that's
You know
such
you're
a
full of
big
shit on
ass
that
way
one.
to say
Hold
it.
on.
Defenseless.
Why do you think the text between Carl Tuckerson,
Tucker
Carlson,
Carlson.
why do you think the text between Tucker Carlson and whoever the fuck he was talking to were of note to the DO? I don't even know if it was the DOJ, but whoever to the federal government. Why do you think it was of note?
You know how they found him? They were monitoring the enemy's text and found his text.
Hold
They were
on.
monitoring his shit.
I'm the fireball fucker over here. Tabernacle, do you think, my question is, why do you think that motherfucker who's rich as fuck, doing his own show, doing his own goddamn thing, don't need to worry about jack shit. He's like, well, I was just talking to people in Iran. I don't think that's illegal. Why do you think, what is your explanation as to why Tucker Carlson felt, well, I need to make this video explaining it?
Why is the CIA trying to ruin his life? It's
Nope,
because he's
not-
anti-war and he's got a lot of
Why do you feel
traction.
that Tucker Carlson felt, hey, I need to get out ahead of it.
Because that's how you control narrative. He understands how narrative works, and he also understands that the system is going to paint a narrative of him, and idiots like Kelly here are going to believe whatever the system tells him because he's a fucking NPC retard.
Oh yeah, well because Tucker Carlson was played on Iran's like over the air
So what?
television when their
So what?
internet was off repeatedly.
So
And
what?
also, they monitored Tucker Carlson's messages.
Yeah, I got it.
through
They
the enemy.
spy on
They
citizens.
monitor his
So what?
phone line. They said, "Hey, these are our enemy." And Tucker Carlson is a smart guy. They got Alex Jones for saying shit was fake. He's a
He's
smart
not
guy.
the only.
You
There are
know-
other American
you know
journalists in Iran.
Iran.
There are
He's not-
American.
I'm going to make a shortcut. I'm going to make a shortcut. Here we go, real quick. Testicle and section, because you two are not cammed up. Can you say yes or no? Do you believe that Tucker Carlson's texts were looked at for no legitimate reason? Yes or no?
Okay, when you say no legitimate reason,
Yes or no?
I would say
I'm specifically being vague.
right. Okay, so for I think they were looked at for a specific reason.
Okay, section. Do you think there's a specific reason why the federal government decided to look at Tucker Carlson's text with people from Iran? Is that relevant, or you just say?
So personally, I think that they had some kind of reason to do it, though they could just be lying. I mean, they've done it before with Trump, so
They didn't look
it
at
could go
his
either way.
text.
But
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
look at his
Okay.
text.
Fair enough. Hold on.
it's very unlikely that they would go after him for like him posting fucking pictures of his food to somebody in Iran or something. Like there had to be
Look at-
something they're worth looking
Look up
at.
how they found it. They
Okay.
found it.
Kelly, if you can't hold your fucking tits, you can't hold your fucking tits. I'm going to Tabernacle next. Tabernacle. Why do you like shut ya? Fruitcake at I was so close to TOSing myself. The more I get drunk, Tabernacle, why do you think? Now this is a different question than what I was asking in the non-cameras. Why do you think the federal government decided it was relevant to look at Tucker Carlson's text message such that he felt the need to respond? Tabernacle? Yeah, that's to you. So again, question is Tabernacle.
Okay, Tabernacle. Yeah, not Testy. I thought you said
Why,
Testy.
why do you think that the federal government decided that it was worth their time to look at Tucker Carlson's text
Oh, yeah, yeah.
with apparently people who
Yeah.
were Iranian
So the same reason. So if you don't recall, when he did his interview with Vladimir Putin, they did the same shit, and they tried to like claim he was doing all kinds of illegal shit for being a journalist in that situation. And all they're trying to do is destroy somebody who is running a narrative that's against the establishment. That's what the establishment does, right? They're just trying to fuck somebody over that has power and influence, and it is basically going against the Jew narrative, right? Because he's anti-Jew. So, you know, that's all it is. The Jews are running everything that got us into this war. I mean, that's what the guy who quit today, who quit the Trump administration, said today, is that the Jews got us into this war, and that's all it is. He's just on the wrong side of Team Blue Star.
Okay, so you're not specifically saying they were looking because he did anything wrong. You're saying they were looking because he was talking about relevant issues with the relevant people. Is that clear? Is that correct?
Yeah, he was doing his job as a journalist, and they're like, hey, we can find a way to smear his ass.
Fair.
Can I
Okay,
add one thing?
Kelly, now it's to you. Why do you think the federal government was looking at text messages that happened to come from Tucker Carlson because they were monitoring Iranian?
Well, that's exactly the thing. You just said they're monitoring Iranian communication. And the thing that I understand, and maybe I'm wrong, what I understand though, and I'm pretty damn sure it's right, they were monitoring the enemy, and his texts come up. It's not that they tapped into Tucker Carlson to monitor him. They said, what the fuck is Tucker Carlson's text coming through for? And that was the big contention I had, was it's not that they invaded him or were watching him. There was maybe no reason. It's so abstract because they were watching him.
I'm sorry, hold the fuck up. Oh my god, I just muted. Oh my god, I just muted myself. Shout out to Keith. Fucking K2. I just muted myself and I was like, bah, 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 bah. I need to ran up to the computer. Ah, you stupid fucking dog. Oh, I fucking love this motherfucker. Kelly Green, I apologize deeply. I'm going to give you the floor. Whatever it is that you have to say. Please.
No, that's fine. Bro, I'm down for the ride, too. I don't care. But at the same time, like I said, when you asked the question, you said, why were they monitoring his text? And I don't believe they were monitoring his text. By the information that I've found, that they were monitoring the enemy's text. They were monitoring these terrorist motherfuckers, and he was in communication with them. They said, why is Tucker Carlson texting these motherfuckers? And they delved into him deeper because of that. It wasn't because they had watched him and decided to dive into his information, is that they had discovered his information through monitoring the enemy.
Right,
Yeah,
incidentally collected. It got swept up with everything else.
Completely, especially the discussion. Is that they weren't watching Tucker Carlson for some kind of reason or weird spy thing. His thing comes up in it. So
Yeah, just
if I'm wrong, correct me.
No, I agree. I agree with you, and the reason that, so I've looked into this a little bit. So there's something called FISA 702, which is basically that it's from the Patriot Act, which has been renamed the USA Freedom Act, ironically. But basically, the government, any phone calls, emails, anything that is going from America to another country, the government can search warrantlessly. They don't need a warrant to tap into those communications. So they could easily say this is an Iranian IP, this is an Iranian phone number, whatever it is, and they could they're probably monitoring every single communication from the US to Iran. Like, that just kind of makes sense. So I like, that seems completely plausible that it's just I can't remember the term for it, but where they cast a wide net basically, and then they search the metadata, and from that they could easily just Tucker Carlson's name just happened to come up, right? So
Yeah.
it might not. I don't think it was a targeted thing.
But characterizing communications between a member of the media as something other than communications for media purposes is what they're doing, right?
No,
and he's getting out in front of this smear job that the deep state's running on him.
We don't know that he was contacting them in a journalist position. It might have been private contact.
It doesn't matter if you're that big of a person.
Well, it
Yeah.
would matter, I think.
Just because you're a journalist by profession doesn't mean anytime you make a phone call, it's for your journalism.
Yeah,
You
but
can't
what's
just
he?
hide
He's
behind
not a
that.
member of the
So,
government,
we don't
and
know.
he's got to create networks and
But
contacts
he has
in order to do
connections
journalism
Tucker
stuff. I don't have a
Carlson
problem with that either.
So they have to be careful that he
Are
doesn't
you
leak
are
information
you not
that he
are
may
you
have
not allowed to
access
talk to people in Iran just because you're an American citizen?
And
Not
maybe
about
during
government
wartime
secrets.
when we're fucking
He's
trying to
not in the
kill
government. He has no secrets.
He
Didn't
has
they get
connections
information?
with people who do.
Wait.
He has
the
friends
question-
and contacts that do.
So, Joe, because you have friends in the government, you're not allowed to talk to people in Iran, even though you're not.
No,
a
you
government
can,
employee.
but you
makes
should
no fucking
expect.
sense.
Listen. You're not listening.
No, you're not
You
listening.
should
You're
be
being a fucking
Yeah,
retard.
I heard
Yeah.
everything you
May I
said.
jump in?
I'm
May I
Well,
listening.
you didn't hear everything I said. You
I
started
did.
like spouting
Yes, I did.
retard bullshit. And when you start
Yes.
going,
You just don't like it. That's all.
he said stuff
to them and he's not allowed to talk to them.
He's a retard talk, but here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Yeah,
If you're a
Jesus,
smart
what do you-
person, they
what's up,
crucify
what?
out with
Wait.
stones.
Hold on, Kelly. Hold on.
Section.
Yeah, what's
you're
up?
You're the one fucking bugging out that this cannot possibly be a thing, right?
what?
Wait, can you ask that again?
I want
The
to ask.
fireball's getting in the way, homie. I don't know what that meant.
I want to ask the person the question. I want to ask the person to a question. I want to ask a question to the person who's
Sure.
like, no, this can't possibly be. That was you, right? We're everybody.
No. I'm of the position that I don't know one way or the other whether he's actually done it or not.
230. You do not.
Section 420. Section 420.
Okay, fucking sorry. I apologize. Shut up. I'm taking the role. Section 230.
Come on.
Everybody shut the fuck up. Section 230. You are the one who does not believe that Tucker Carlson is to be trusted, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, who the fuck
Jesus
is
said he
that?
doesn't like
Who the fuck
minorities.
did I lose in 5 seconds? What the fuck
Russ
happened?
said he doesn't like
That's not my
minorities.
position.
Russ
That's
said
not
he
my
didn't
position.
like people of different
I
skin
just want to
colors.
make sure we know. But whoever we lost, come back up. I wasn't doing a
That was
thing.
Anthony.
Oh, it's Anson, yeah.
So we're getting back.
Wait.
We're getting back to the
No, yeah,
question.
Anson, we need you. I need Anson.
I was about to give Anson some credit because Tucker has been extremely critical of the conflict
Okay.
in Iraq. So there is an argument to say that like going after him could be politically motivated. Like there is because
Yes.
Trump. Anybody who
Agreed.
speaks out against Trump, he fucking hates. So like there could be something to that, right?
Yes, yeah, that's
I
what
agree with Section though. It is kind of like I don't know one way or the other.
my question was: Is it possible? Is it possible that Tucker Carlson or someone like that knows exactly what the fuck is going on? Whatever it is, even if we don't know exactly what the fuck it is, that person knows exactly what the fuck it is, and they are protecting themselves in such a way that the information that we get is inaccurate.
Yes, I think because Tucker knows how, like, he's a media person. I think it's in his best interest to quote unquote get out ahead of it. So I think his narrative, the first narrative, it's the most important narrative, and it really doesn't matter what the fuck is said afterwards because I think that's why he probably made his statement and rushed to it. Yeah.
What would you do,
So then
Lutch?
the question is, how much do we trust Tucker? Do we trust Tucker that if he was legitimately used by Trump to be like, oh no, well, actually, Iran, they're not going to attack Iran, so everybody should meet in the same place, right? And then they blow Iran up. It seems to me like Tucker got fucked. Tucker was a bitch. Is Tucker a bitch or is Tucker not a bitch? Tucker seems to be Trump's bitch. I think right before my last stream. What day is it? It's when? No, it's not Wednesday. Oh wait,
Tuesday going into Wednesday.
Friday, I covered Piers Morgan and Tucker, and I went into that stream. You can watch me live on air. Change my mind. I went in, be like, "Oh, Tucker's our boy, right? Tucker knows what's good." We went in, and I was like, "Oh, Tucker's fucking full of shit." By the time I was done with that stream, let's keep it simple. Does anybody believe? Put your hand up if you believe, or say yes if you believe that Tucker was not used by Donald Trump in Iran. So we all agree.
He was not used by Donald
I don't know.
Trump.
Kelly. Okay,
I
fine.
don't know.
Yeah, I would say probably not, but yeah, I mean,
I don't think he was used by Donald Trump. I have my opinion is very clear.
Can I also say we only have Tucker's word on this? As far as I know, there's no government filing. I haven't seen any official thing from the government. So yeah,
the evidence is clear to me. The timeline went from Tucker. He has spoken many times with foreign governments. Okay, we're going into a big conflict. He knows his responsibility. These people that are in those positions, if they don't know, then they face the consequences. Tucker spoke to foreign governments. He was in the limelight.
Can you wrap what your answer?
Huh?
So Podesta's asking how it was used by Donald Trump. If you're familiar with that, if you can wrap that in. If not,
I said he wasn't used by Donald Trump. I said he.
Okay, real quick. I'm gonna throw it right back to you. So Podesta, the contention
I can
is.
answer him.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I'm drunk, so go ahead.
All right. So Podesta, the gist of it is, there's some speculation to say that Tucker was actually fed false information in the knowledge that he would be speaking with Iranian officials, which would then give them false information and actually make them a target after the fact. Because if Tucker's like, oh no, the U.S. isn't going to hit you, then they're not going to go into the deepest recesses of their bunkers, which means that they can be hit
They
by
weren't going to
the
bomb Iran, so everybody in Iran went together and then they bombed Iran. That's
the speculation.
That's okay. Everybody, we're going back to Kelly. Everybody go Kelly.
Now?
Yeah, no, yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I was singing Bomb Iran. But anyway, I was thinking, like, again, I don't know, like, what he just said was relevant to me because I did hear that part. Bomb Iran. But what he said was relevant because I did hear the potential of him being fed information because of his communication. So, like, fuck, if they trust him, because again, if it's true, they played Tucker Carlson, and I don't think Tucker Carlson's ignorant that if he was played on Iran's like television repeatedly, like while the internet was shut down, I don't think he's ignorant of that. So his moves should be played accordingly. And if you're talking to people, you're an ignorant fuck if you're telling them things that could give them strategic movement in a war. You're an idiot. You're a fucking retard. He must be stupid. Like, I love the dude. I've trusted so much of the stuff he said. This has made me go, what the fuck is happening? It seems, by the information I know, he's either a retard or a mole or both. I don't fucking know. He seems like a dumbass. But we'll see. Maybe he's like Candace Owens and he thinks the Earth's flat and that Mossad is all involved in killing Charlie Kirk and all the good shit.
Yeah, okay.
He might be a little mentally retarded, but I don't hold him against him because I'll give him a helmet for free if he needs it. I'm not against helping people that are mentally disabled.
Yeah, he
I
does
would
always
love
have
to help those who are in need.
Tucker Carlson does always have that
Heart.
face where it's like somebody farted, where he's like the who farted face. He's just like that a little bit of a dumb look. I don't know. You know it when you see it, right?
Yup.
Just everything you say to him, it's like he's hearing it for the first time. He just, like the expression on his face.
Oh shit!
That's the one thing I can't replicate. That fucking
I
laugh.
think you did.
Don't believe the reptilian. I do
Jim Bob does a perfect Tucker.
Dutch, I'm pretty sure you gotta clip
not
that
to give
thing
you
right on
reptilian,
your
but that is the one thing that I cannot replicate. Like,
No, you did. You just did.
Nah.
I'm pretty sure I would give that a 9.999.
I thought you were doing a monkey.
I couldn't do it in context.
I thought you were doing a monkey impression.
The Tucker Carlson laugh. No.
Well, I mean,
You
we
should listen
all
to Jim
think
Bob
that,
do it.
right? I mean,
Yes.
It's on the right path, but I don't think it's there yet. It's
I
pretty
know.
good.
Fuck you guys. That was 100%.
Not a
Rush.
9 out of 10. That
Put it
like
on your
he- generous.
Discord sounds. You gotta have that in there.
So
Yeah.
I actually I got to get going, but I do appreciate the conversation. So always appreciate it.
See you, Tessie.
always welcome, brother.
Yeah,
Always.
have a good night, guys. Later.
Much Charleston.
Wait. Before you. Okay. Oh,
Butch Carlson?
Oh, wait. Whoa. That's my spot. That's my spot.
Yeah, why am I those? What the hell?
Whoa. There we go. And then we put the chat back to normie. Fuck. I was gonna ask a fucking question. Oh, I had a good ass question. Wait, somebody said something. Hold on. What did Podesta said? Iran has been stockpiling weapons for 20 years, waiting for Israel, plus the USA to attack them. Tucker going over there recently is not going to have an impact. They already planned their targets. So this is close enough. So thank you, Podesta, for this. I do agree with what you are saying. The contention that people are having issue with is not that it's not about the issues between the U.S. and Iran. It is like specifically, it's almost cartoonish in the sense that the way that the U.S. carried out. I'm so drunk.
Hang in there.
You guys don't even know. Like, oh my god. If you guys knew who I was in college, you understood how fucking on point I am right now? Jesus Christ. Okay, so the way that the U.S. carried out our attacks on Iran, and we were able to take out all the, or a significant portion of the Iranian people in the strike. The idea was that strike was specifically effective because everybody was in the same fucking building, knives out style. The contention here is that those people would not have been in the same building if Tucker or Tucker's people or Tucker had not been like, hey guys, I know I've been talking to the president. They're not gonna bomb Iran.
Dude, I don't think anybody said that.
That is they were all in the same place because Tucker said they're not going to do that, and then they did that. That is what I understand. So before we move on, I'm actually Kelly, you don't know shit about Jack. I know Kelly.
Can I add on to that?
Section, please. You correct anything about that?
No, there's nothing to correct. I would just say I would add something on. The bunker that they actually blew him up in actually goes a lot deeper. And if he had known that an attack was coming in, he would have been deeper in the bunker. And like Lutch said, he wouldn't have had a bunch of other officials in the same bunker with him. They would have spread out and they would have all hidden deep underground so that they couldn't get hit. But specifically because they thought they weren't going to get hit, it absolutely did affect their choices. And they kept operating as usual. And that's why the bunker buster actually was able to penetrate deep enough to get them. So Podesta, no offense or anything, but I think you're being a bit naive about this.
Podesta, sorry guys. This is what you get on non-Monday, Wednesday, Friday. If you want some real shit, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Oh fuck. Oh, what is happening? I hit the thing. I hit the button. What is going on? Wait. Oh Jesus. This is so embarrassing. There we go. And you don't like the fucking bullshit when I'm drunk. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever you feel like it, right fucking now. So we are chilling with the boys, and Podesta said, I understand, but I don't think Iran leaders said, well, given info from Tucker Carlson, we're all good for today. Section.
Yeah, well, they don't speak English, so yeah, they wouldn't have said that.
Unless someone has specifics. And shout out to Abe Dinkins.
Yeah.
Section.
Well, we know that the bunker was deeper. We know it for a fact. And we know that if you knew that a missile was coming in, you would go to the deepest part of the bunker, which he wasn't in. And they've confirmed he's dead. So we know where he was found, which means that they were operating as if they thought that they were not going to get bombed. So it's not just speculation. I mean, you could speculate about the minor details, but that's about it. The rest is on point, or he wouldn't be dead right now.
Majestic goes on to say, so how does this conspiracy fit in with what Tucker is saying about the FBI investigating him? Is that supposed to be cover for Tucker so Iran doesn't know he's a double agent? It's speculation that knowledge is anything to do with Tucker. Section. I need you right now.
Okay, so yeah, the speculation on whether that's why they're not investigating him because of speculation. They're investigating because his information, his texts and his phone calls were picked up on the Iranian end. and we know for a fact that he was talking to people over there. We just don't. We personally haven't had a public announcement as to the specific details. So yeah, there is some speculating going on in both directions. Yeah, I'm trying to read everything that he said while he's answering too.
Okay, so we got the original.
It's not necessarily that he's a double agent, though.
Tucker's saying.
So
Iran doesn't know he's a double agent. It's speculation that knowledge is anything to do with Tucker. These two statements are separate.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's claiming that he's a double agent. The speculation, the original speculation, and again, speculation doesn't mean proven, but the speculation is that he may have been used by the government agencies, not even necessarily Trump directly, but someone in the government, to feed false information to the Iranians so that he could strike them.
Yeah, so it feels like because like I said, I covered Piers Morgan taking Tucker Carlson. We're just fucking doing this. If you're here, we're doing this. If not, you just fucking missed. We got maybe we got one one more. So all right. So it feels to me like the Tucker Carlson Piers Morgan interview was a benefit, a softball for Tucker to be like, well, you've got a lot of heat on you, so let's help you out. And it seemed like a lot of what that conversation was highlighting, hey, well, I'm just some guy who cares about America first, and I don't necessarily disagree that Tucker is that person. However, it's very clear that the name Tucker Carlson doesn't come from nowhere. And so I think the question that a lot of people have, maybe they don't have a better understanding than me, or maybe not. I'm not claiming to have the best understanding, but where Tucker's loyalties lie, that he's been very vocal about being America first, yet it does seem very likely that someone like Tucker, I'm not even saying that it's like anything personal about Tucker, but someone in the position of Tucker, it seems very reasonable that he would want to be in a position to take money from a foreign agency, whatever it is, to be a puppet because of the fact Podesta just came up real quick backstage, give me a peace sign and let me know you're you. And you don't have to cam up on. Yep, boom, 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 boom. You can cam down if you like. I'm gonna add you in 3, 2, 1. If you want to cam up, you're cammed up. All right. So why is that different than? Fuck. My bad. All right, Podesta. I'm gonna throw it to you. Podesta, go.
John, is that you?
No, Podesta, you give you were saying, let's restart. Why is Tucker being investigated? Podesta, say what you're saying. Give your whole front to back. What was yours? Yep.
Are you muted?
He's not muted.
Podesta, are you there? His mic might not be working.
Oh, Podesta!
If you're talking right now, we can't hear you.
These guys. Yes. Okay.
You there?
Okay. Go ahead.
Yep.
All right. I'm just trying. This is getting too confusing over text. So, I'm not a huge fan of Tucker. I like what he's been saying recently, so I'm not here to defend him. If he's a double agent, I couldn't care less. So I'm just trying to work out what is the theory. You're just saying. So I know that the FBI is looking into him, which sort of says that the administration isn't controlling him. Would suggest that to me.
Well, we're specifically talking about the.
I think my biggest point is I just don't think that Iran is making their decisions based on information from Tucker.
Let's start here, Podesta.
Not all of them.
Let's start here, Podesta. What do you think about Tucker and his connections to Iran? Do you think he is a double agent? Do you think it's a coincidence where Tucker and Iran?
I don't think they're any different from his connections to Russia, but I mean, it was a big question whether or not he was taking Russia before when he was glazing Russia.
Okay.
And now he's, but I don't know. I don't see him really glazing around. He just seems to be critical
Okay, so
of going
then
to war
what
with
is your
them.
biggest contention? What's your biggest contention coming up here? What do you think is going to be the most?
I was trying to work out what is this theory that's being thrown at him. That's all. I'm not even saying that
Well,
it's necessarily wrong.
I'll go because I feel like I have the least information. I'm the guy who I feel like, oh, Kelly Green, I'm coming in your face. Oh, there we go. Look at that fucking cutie. Like, no cutie. Okay.
I don't think Podesta appreciates you.
We'll go in order. We'll go in order. Me and Kelly, and then Section, and then Podesta. So my concern is that my Friday show was the Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson interview. Before I started that show, I was under the impression that Tucker was an America First. What would you say? America First motherfucker. Like, yes, he's a Fed. He's rich. He's not in the same class. But at the end of the day, I felt like Tucker Carlson exemplified what America First actually meant. That at different levels and different classes, you can be rich, you can be poor, you can be whatever. As long as you think that America should come first and Americans should come before any other person, that's America First. Then we watched that fucking interview. And he was like, well, I mean, what's wrong with hating all this country and that country and that country and that country and that country? And I'm speculating. I'm not speculating. Sorry, I apologize. Wrong word. I'm not speculating. I am paraphrasing. And he seemed to be a little bit outside the scope of what I felt like Tucker Carlson's lane was. And so me personally, from before that, I thought Tucker that's our America First guy. And then I realized, okay, that's not an America First guy. He clearly cares about America, but there's other things involved. That's as much as I know. I don't know anything more. There is more to be known. I just don't know it. So then we go to Kelly Green. The question is, how do you feel about Tucker Carlson and America First?
Fucking America First, baby. Peace through strength.
You think Tucker Carlson is 1,000% on top of that? Or do you think he's...
I don't know. Again, I'm on the fence because of what his communication has been. So I'm curious why he's such an irresponsible asshole. Again,
Okay,
I think at the very least, he's a dumb fuck who decided because he has power to continue communication where he should probably be like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't talk to these motherfuckers or say anything. Because I think we're in like a big conflict. And that's the biggest thing. I think it could either be intentional bad shit or it could be he did an Alex Jones and goes, I think the whole thing's a hoax. Blah, blah, blah. And then Remington sues him and then the parents sue it, or the parents sued them and Remington, whatever. I'm not getting into that.
Maybe bullshit and maybe he's got some shit. Fair enough. So let's go Section 230. Yeah. How do you feel about the connection between the ideology of America First and what Tucker Carlson is presenting to the world?
I would say that he's just another grifter. I think that anyone who takes foreign money, no matter where the foreign money comes from, whether it's Israel or Iran, they're obviously not American first. Because the moment someone starts giving you millions of dollars, you're compromised.
So you
I
don't think
probably.
Yeah.
Wait. So you, Section 230, you believe that
I don't.
he's getting money from...
Oh, it's known he is. And just like Ted Cruz gets his money from AIPAC, we know Tucker Carlson's getting it from Qatar.
Fair enough. All right,
it's
so
just a fact, so...
So, Podesta, given all that, you've heard what we've said, and the question being, Tucker Carlson is his relation to helping Iran. I'm purposely using that vaguely because I'm not trying to pin you down to, well, he's with this organization helping Iran. Tucker Carlson and helping Iran. That's what you think.
I don't think that Tucker Carlson is driven by any desire to help Iran. I think he is doing what he thinks is America First, but I'd also agree with Section 230 that when he was under Fox News, he was caught out for lying to people about stuff that he believed otherwise, so you can't 100% trust what he says. But I don't think if he's doing anything, he's doing it for money. He's not doing it because he has any desire to help Iran. I have never heard of him taking money from Iran, so I don't. Maybe if he is, then that's bad, but I haven't heard that one before. That seems to be a really recent accusation.
Can I ask you a question, Podesta?
Yeah,
we're open now.
If I told you that he is either purchased or is looking into purchasing real estate in the Middle East, do you think that receiving money from the Middle East and looking to own real estate there could influence his stance on things?
Is the Middle East Iran or the Middle East one of the other Gulf states?
Yeah. I can't remember if it's Qatar or Iran specifically. It's one of those.
Qatar and Iran are very different. So he'd probably, if he was buying real estate in Iran, that would be super sus, especially when you guys are doing war with a country that's just, that would be crazy. I wouldn't listen to a word he was saying if you found that he was buying real estate in Iran. That's for sure. But I've never heard that before. If that's true, then...
Well, like I said, I can't remember if it was Iran specifically, but it's definitely...
If it was Iran specifically, if it was anywhere else, I wouldn't give it any knowledge. I wouldn't care, because...
Well, you don't think that
rich people are buying all over the Middle East all the time. But if you were buying outside Iran, then you wouldn't be pro-Iran necessarily. All the countries around Iran aren't pro-Iran.
The regimes that operate within Iran also operate in those other countries. They all work together.
The governments
much bigger
are not with Iran, but the people are 50-50. But I think buying, like Trump does deals all over the Middle East as well, doesn't make him pro-Iran.
Does he own real estate there?
I think he owns a club in the Middle East. I'd have to check it out. He's got real estate. Most of his deals are real estate, so I assume that real estate is part of those deals.
Damn right.
I don't think that makes you pro-Iran. Iran is kind of
not
unique
just
over there at the moment.
like
Everybody's
house.
kind of working around
club.
Iran at the moment. That's why they've been bombing all the American bases around them, because nobody's actually allied with Iran. The people are. There's like Shiite Muslims all over the place.
Like, it would be suspicious if Ben Shapiro
the governments
bought a house
themselves
in
are not
Israel.
for them.
Iran keeps bombing everybody around them. I think they're confused because they have like all 80 of their backup people got killed. Like Khamenei got killed. Like fucking.
No, they're just hitting American bases and American interests.
Oh, Muhammad, please be upon
they're
him.
not confused.
Muhammad, peace be upon him. We had Khamenei killed in his backup.
We don't even know if that guy who got elected is alive yet.
We don't know if he is or not. That motherfucker got his leg blown off by the Navy report, but he might be fucked up. They keep trying to. This is a cardboard thing that they put
he
in
hasn't
him.
turned up yet, so there's a good chance he's either fucked up badly or he could even be dead.
I'd say bomb the fuck out of him. There's no fair. Khamenei said you should rape.
Well, you
the
can't though,
women's
because the
prisoners
entire
to
Middle
hell.
East lives off desalination plants. So
Gotta
if
stay
Iran wanted
crazy.
to, Iran can fuck up the entire Middle East in a second. There's no problem for them.
No, it is a problem. They're
Iran's the
fucking
only country there that
fucking
actually has
up.
enough water to survive.
The question.
Not if we hit their salination plants, they don't.
They got
You
67
hit one of them,
IQ.
but
They
Iran has
fucking
natural water from
dozens.
the mountains, whereas all the other states completely
All of these
survive off
questions come
desalination
back
plants.
down to sustainability, and I think that we are ignoring an aspect of how unsustainable any of these ideas are in the religious context. Maybe I'm coming a little bit of left field. I'm sorry, but that's my fucking thing.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. None of their ideals are good.
Any of these? No, Santa, you're not on the panel, but I will. You are more than welcome to join the panel. I will drop the link.
No, so
The thing. I think it's
hey,
panel.
Lutch, the ideals of the
Why are we beholden? Why are we, I've been look. I've been saying since the fucking beginning of this whole fucking shit. Look, Christians, you're cute. You're cute. It's adorable. You're like, oh, Amy, that's not what I'm not. No. It's cute. But listen
You
to
sound a
me.
little muted.
This jihadists are coming for this nation.
Hey, Lutch, it says in the Old Testament.
The secular people
What did he?
will come for you. Will be there. and stand before you, stand with you. When the Christians
Sure you want to go for a war against all
are
the Muslim
fighting
nations?
against the jihadists, you need to understand that we are the same. It doesn't matter that I don't believe in the same things as you. The way that we live
The
our
entire
lives.
world works on a balanced chaos.
What do you
Can't
think about
clean it
that?
up.
What do you guys think about that? I'm gonna fucking take the executive moves and just move the whole conversation to Western living and jihadism. Because clearly we are all at different levels of religious belief. But is anybody here in line with Sharia law?
No,
Fuck no.
completely
Yes.
Okay,
incompatible.
so then the question now, the only question that matters is how then do we combat Sharia law if and when those numbers supersede what we are? It has already happened in the UK. I think we are
So your
America.
plan is
UK has
that
been cucked. UK
Hold on.
if
has been
certain
Take 'em out.
people you don't like breed
Hold on,
faster than you do, then you
hold
should kill them.
on. I think
That's
we're
the,
good
that's
enough.
No,
the
pick 'em out.
dialogue.
Well, I
Pick
mean,
'em
the
out.
next list it says that the country
Funny that your mind is killing.
The reason that they're taking over the world is they're breeding faster than the
Hold on,
Christians. That's
Hold on,
all.
I'm gonna throw it to everybody.
It's just a numbers game.
I'm gonna throw it to everybody. So what I'm saying is, I think as Americans, despite what we believe and don't believe as faith, that if these fucking jihadis come and say Sharia law, that regardless of whether I believe the same thing as you believe it, we're gonna be like, hell no. My question to you. So I'm gonna switch Podesta and Kelly Green just for the question wise. We're gonna and in the honor of our Confluence, snake-wise, clockwise. How do the Western people, whether you are secular, whether you're atheist, whether you're a Christian, whether you are a moderate Muslim, Western is different than a jihadi. If you disagree, please tell me. But if you are different than a jihadi and you are in fact Western, Podesta, I'm going to you first. How do we fight the jihadis? I'm putting you on the spot. Go.
You don't. It's not a big problem. Where's the
Wow.
massive jihadis that are killing you every year?
Well,
What's the death rate of Americans each year? Put jihadis on that list
We've
and see
had
how
like
big a
6
problem it
different
is.
terrorists.
Hold on.
Yeah, and how many people die in America every year? That's like it's a 0.001% of your problems. These are the ones you're focusing on. Why don't you focus on the big problems?
Fair enough.
Actually,
How about we
give
focus
people
on all of
food
it?
and housing and decent living and a reason to like the culture. Worried about like 5 people killed a year.
Fair
When you're
enough.
getting-
Podesta says it's
just not a big enough problem.
overwhelming minority.
And what's
So
your
we want-
solutions is like go to war against Muslims? There's billions of them, and then they control most of the world economy with their oil. You're just going to
it's not about
completely
that.
turn over the
Hold on,
entire lifestyle of everybody to do it.
No.
Okay, anything?
Okay, that's my thing.
Anything else before we throw it to the other people?
That'll do for now.
All right, section 230. Same question.
Yeah.
How does the Western world fight against the jihadis? That Podesta thinks.
You can do my voice.
Well, leave it to an Australian to minimize it, even though they've also had terror attacks in their own country, and they don't have guns to defend themselves. So if it really does happen, they're screwed. For us, hold on, it's my turn.
Wait,
Hold on,
no
You
crosstalk.
talked on my
Yeah.
turn.
Hold on, no crosstalk. Section
and I got
230.
muted for it though. So what I would say is the American populace is more well armed than our military is, and we have a bigger military than Iran and jihadis by orders of magnitude. I think it's like 5x. So the gist of it is, if they won't leave when we tell them to leave, we'll make them leave, and whether that's through violence or not is totally up to them, I guess. But they're not going to take over our country. We've already seen pushback when they try and take over a town. They're not going to take over entire states and then the rest of the nation. It's just not happening.
Dang, fucking dang. Anything else before we throw it to Kelly Green?
Yeah. I got one more thing. Their entire system, Islam and especially Sharia law, subverts our constitution and the laws of our country. So there, even if you're not religious and you don't feel like this is some kind of religious war, you can still get on board because you want our nation's laws to be upheld, not another nation's laws. We are the United States of America, not the United States of Afghanistan or some shit like that. So we can all come together for that, at least.
Joey, Kelly Green, how does the Western world, and then we're going to throw it back to Podesta directly. I'm not even going to answer because you guys have said well enough. Kelly Green, how does the Western world deal with, let's say, Sharia law coming to America?
We abide by the Christian principles that we were founded
And
on.
understand, real quick, I don't know if you understand, but on the landscape stream, you're standing directly behind the logo, and on the vertical stream, you can't see the. There you go. Okay,
So we are based on Christian principles, and if we abide by them, whether or not you
That's
are an
your next.
atheist or whoever, if we abide by the principles our country was founded on, we will go against the force that is opposed to life, opposed to peace, opposed to proper treatment of women, children, and especially goats, I would mention. And if you follow the hadiths and the writings of them, and the people that truly follow it, it is a religion of violence. And I don't agree with it, and I don't agree with people who follow a pedophile who married a 6-year-old and consummated the marriage at 9. With all of those things, you abide by Christian principles, and like in Exodus it says, like we talked before, there's some things in Old Testament you take and some things you don't. But Exodus says that when they come for you, you wipe them the fuck out if they're going to fucking take you over. And they did it during piracy. We wiped out pirates, and they came after us. They colonized over 60 countries, and then they raped and pillaged. And Khomeini, the guy we just killed, he said rape the women that are prisoners so they go to hell before they die. So if those are the people we're against, yeah, hell yeah, abide by Christian principles, and let's go ahead and defend ourselves, because those are the things I'm against. I want peace, love, and care for the people around me, including children, goats, and women. So yeah, that's my piece.
Okay, so we're gonna go back. I want to go back. Wait.
Power, baby.
I want you to get it all out because I want Podesta to be able to address what he's saying uninterrupted. Podesta?
Okay, so I think all America really needs to do is concentrate on the immigration policy, because I don't think you have a huge enough population to worry about them enforcing Sharia law as long as you control your immigration. Don't let them become a high percentage of the populace. I don't think you need to throw people out. I don't need you to have to act against them. You obey your laws and kick people in jail if they break the laws, and then control your immigration so that the demographics stay a bit rational.
So would you agree? Oh, fuck. Oh, fucking hiccups. Would you agree that Enclave... would you agree that Enclave of Muslim people who are abiding by Sharia law within America, that is inherently a bad thing because of the fact that Sharia law is a bad thing?
I think you can just put in laws that make Sharia law illegal, and then you can just enforce those laws.
It shouldn't be illegal.
Why not? You shouldn't have theocracies.
Because we have freedom of speech.
You can't have a law that overrides your law. So the way those enclaves tend to work is that they all have Sharia law, but they have to obey your law first. If they're obeying your laws and they have extra rules themselves that don't affect you, what?
You can think and say that Sharia.
Well, if they don't obey your laws, they go to jail. You still have law enforcement there. Just stop enforcing your own laws.
But you're talking
Sharia
about
law sits under it. It's like a separate. It's mainly like a set of rules that affect how they like deal with their marriages and things.
Expression. We can have law. I am totally in favor of laws against whatever the fuck Sharia says, while also be strongly in favor of you as a Muslim, not you, but you, the general you, saying, I think we should stone women if they do adultery.
Yeah, but you got a law that says you can't stone people.
Do that, and
don't have to-
also that should not be the law.
Anything that you don't even have to think about Sharia. You make the laws that enforce the moral codes of your culture, and when they come in, whatever their Sharia law does, as long as it doesn't break your cultural laws, it's not doing anything bad to you.
Okay, so
If you see them doing something because it was an oversight that you never thought you had to
Okay.
make a law against it, then you make a law against it.
So what do you think is the biggest what do you think is the biggest conflict between your ideology that seems to bring this into rationality and American law? What is the biggest conflict that if we could get over that your ideology could fit with American law?
Damn, bro.
Whose ideology?
Hold your breath, Lutch.
I'm an
Hold your
atheist. I
breath.
don't have an ideology.
Hey, Lutch, hold your breath.
Because you're an atheist, this is what you do on the internet. I'm an atheist and I have an ideology.
You're the.
He's going.
Fuck you! You gotta hold your breath when you fucking. Just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you don't have an ideology.
I'm gonna clip you.
Doesn't mean you don't have a theistic ideology.
I'm not a Muslim. I'm not pushing for Sharia law. I agree. I don't want to live under Sharia law. I'm just saying we can do peaceful ways to make this work with democracy. We don't have to start killing people or kicking them out of the country if they're not doing anything wrong. Just because they've got a name on them.
What is the basis of your? What is the basis of your secular morality? Sounds like you sound. It seems like you.
Well, I was raised. So I don't have to follow back to first principles because I was raised Roman Catholic. So, and I quite liked most of everything that Jesus said. So I tend to just follow that. So I haven't traced all those back to like first principles because they feel good to me. So those are. You might say I'm still got Christian morality. I don't like anything in the Old Testament. I like Testaments. I like everything in the New Testament. Well, I don't know everything because I'm not a scholar, but basically, if I have to put it in a word, don't do what you want, but don't hurt anybody else. If what you want to do doesn't hurt anybody else, then I don't have a problem with it.
My question really is coming down. I just gotta hold my breath long enough. But we're
Chris, like you're trying to take a shit, Lutch.
Oh, here's the thing. We got Podesta. Here's what's going on. I don't have some absolute morality. Absolute morality like fucking believers.
Yeah, I'm the same.
They believe in some man. They believe in a skydiving, right? I don't believe in a skydiving. I know I'm fucking chill. So what I am forced to reckon with is natural law that stands true throughout consequences, not consequences, I'm trying so
Kelly,
hard.
we've been there before, huh? You know what he's going through.
I've been there.
Somebody talk.
Yeah.
Talk. Give me 30 seconds to hold my breath, and I'll be back.
Get it.
Fuck up here, you fucking.
Maybe somebody else should talk.
So,
You didn't
yeah, I'll
get the
talk.
push-up
I got
thing,
something.
Lutch.
I got
I
something.
saw your
So
push-ups
the
thing
thing
on
is,
there.
we've
If
actually
you get a super chat, I'll do push-ups for you, Lutch.
we've actually seen
Super chat
Sharia
me,
law
and this
being
motherfucker will do
attempted.
super chats, and I'll hold my breath.
They've actually caught them
Okay.
trying to hold Sharia law courts in Texas, and they've shut it down. So, like, they want it here in America. So it's not like if we
They do
just
want
ignore
it.
them, let them do
I
their
agree
thing.
that they want it, and I think they'll still be doing it even if you shut it down because they
should-
just do it amongst their own enclaves.
So even if we make a law, they're still not going to respect it because we already have laws that talk about not doing the things that they're doing. So we shouldn't have to make one specifically for Sharia law. And even if we did, they're not going to respect it. So the only other way is to do something about the people who don't respect the laws that you already have in place.
Well, I've got a few angles there. There's one, they should be obeying your laws, and
Should be, yes.
The,
We agree.
the problem is where one of your laws is the Sharia law
Yeah.
rather than the Sharia law itself. Say you allow them to do Sharia law, that's fine, but they can't. Their Sharia law can't override your laws, and that's when
No,
you
no,
catch them.
It does.
Because even if you pretend that they're not doing Sharia law, they're still doing it because it's part of the religion.
Yeah.
So-
Exactly. Which is why I said we have to get
What
them
you should
out.
really care about is if they're doing things that break your laws, not
It does.
defining
That's what I'm
what they do
saying.
as breaking your laws. But
Listen, there's no way to do Sharia law without violating our laws. It's impossible. You cannot uphold Sharia and follow American laws.
Okay.
You
what
can't do
laws?
that.
What American laws do
Go
they
back.
break when they're upholding Sharia law?
20 minutes? Ninja.
Well, for starters,
Here's-
there are
okay,
trials.
I'm back. That's all you gotta do. Flex your
can't hear you.
diaphragm for 30 seconds and your hiccups will be gone. Go.
We just have two panels here. What's one of the? What were you saying? There's one of the
Due
things that they do
process.
that would break your laws if they're
Very-
following Sharia law.
The question
Due
becomes,
process and fair and speedy trials. Do you think they have that in Sharia law?
It's not a law. What's a law that they would break if they did their law? If they just
Yeah,
followed Sharia law?
that
What's
is.
one of your laws they
Yeah,
break?
you're supposed to have fair and
That's not a
speedy
law.
trials.
That's
Yes,
sort of the way that you
It's a
conduct
legal
your
standard
trials.
that
Yeah,
everyone
but what's
has
a
the
law
right
like
to.
stealing or hurting people? An actual law that affects
Yeah,
you
how about,
personally. That
beheading-
they can do that would
beheading
affect you.
people? Are
What's a
you
law
allowed
they
to
can
assault?
break
I
that
wish
would
you
affect
guys
you?
could see where this joint was. So, okay, I'm
If
good.
you don't
We're
want
good.
the
We're
answer,
good.
then
We're
we'll
good.
keep
No, scaring doesn't work. You flex your diaphragm for 30 straight seconds. So, what we're talking about here is the notion that there's an objective standard that you can appeal to. Right, Podesta? Is there anything you disagree with that so far? There's an objective standard of morality that you can appeal to.
I don't necessarily believe in objective morality, but I think there's a lot of moralities that everybody agrees on, and people tend to call that objective because it's universally agreed on. So, if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I think there's certain things that are
but wait,
universally agreed on.
Okay, so let's dig into that before we go any further, because objective, objective does not mean most people agree on. Objective means it comes from a standard that is unchanging.
Sharia law,
Yeah, but the way people use the word
Hold on,
objective, when
hold
you
on.
take that into conversation, it ends up being, here's an example of something that everybody agrees
Right.
on, therefore it's
I'm not
objective.
asking about those conversations. I'm asking you, Podesta, do you
Well, for
believe?
me, if I'm just doing philosophically, then I don't think there's an objective morality because I don't believe in God, so there's nowhere for it to come from. So you tend to just work out what your goals are. Say we want a good,
Yeah,
happy
definitely messed up
society, and then
there.
everything that's good that helps society is a good thing, and everything that's bad that fucks up society is a
I
bad thing.
definitely heard somebody say that. I did not think it was going to be you. Okay, so you're technically an atheist.
Yeah, I told you that like 8 times, but you're pretty gone.
I
pretty
apologize
drunk.
for not remembering all your fucking pictures. I apologize. Cam up and then give me shit. Next, so okay.
I wasn't going to sound very long. I just wanted to have that quick conversation with Section. I got to get back to work.
So okay, yeah, go cook.
Otherwise, I would cam up and never stay longer.
Go ahead. No, I was Mr. Podesta. You go. Section 230. You're on the hot seat.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for the chat.
No, wait, what do you mean? You're putting Section 230 on the hot seat?
You just said I could go.
I mean,
Didn't he say I could go? Am I misreading? I said I
if
can't
you
stay for
gotta
too long. I'm
go,
still
and
working.
if you gotta go, you're good. I thought you were gonna put Section 230. If you gotta go, I appreciate you hanging out. I thought you were.
Yeah, I gotta go. I got a few more things to
Okay.
finish before the end of the day.
All right, well, thank you for
Yeah, it
hanging
was a good
out.
conversation.
Feel free to come back. So
Next
then,
time I'll come
so you have a good one, and I expect you to be back very soon, sir. Next
All
time
right,
I
see
drop
you,
that
Jesus.
link, you better be up here. Next time I drop that link, you better be up here. All right,
Okay.
you have a good night,
Yeah.
brother. Peace out. Okay, so now then we are back to the situation where I'm the non-believer and we have two believers. Even though Section 230, am I to fully understand that you are not somebody who is a Christian in the common sense? Like, you have is there a difference? Like, there's a thing, right? There's a caveat.
black.
So I would say I'm not in the Orthodox Church as of yet because there aren't any of them close enough to me that could make it viable. So I would say that I'm Orthodox adjacent. So I believe in it, but I'm not actually attending their churches yet.
Come to the Roman Catholic Church, bro. We got you.
Fair enough. Okay,
Come
so
on,
then
section.
that
Come on,
switches.
section dog. Come on, I got you.
Wait, but that switches the whole dynamic. And so now it's a 2v1. If I wasn't so fucking, if I didn't have such an ego, and I would be comfortable with you
You need
in
Fireball?
my channel, then I would fucking whatever. But it's my channel, so I'm gonna be the show. So okay. So then I would like to understand the difference between Kelly Green being a more traditional Catholic and Section 230. You said you're not Orthodox. Can you give me a frame of reference as someone who started in the Catholic Church? As you know, I do become a Methodist, but I do understand the Catholic Church as Kelly Green believes. Can you give me, as someone as an outsider, an understanding of what you believe in relevance to the Catholic Church?
He's an ally and I'm right.
Yeah, so what I would say is they're almost identical with minor discrepancies that was enough to make them split off into their own denomination because, you know, they wanted to do things a certain way. They wanted to uphold certain standards that the original Orthodox Church was like, no, thank you. And so they said, okay, well, then we're going to go over here and do our own thing. And the Orthodox said, yeah,
okay,
peace
so
out.
do you think there's any relevant question that that somebody who is not, I'm not deep into theology, if someone who is not deep into theology would be able to reasonably and distinctively differentiate your beliefs from standard Catholicism, or we're at a position of it's the non-believer and you guys.
I mean, honestly, the Pope hasn't been making me super happy
Even
either.
you guys don't
bro.
believe the same thing, which is closer? If you two are different and I'm the third thing, or you guys
Same.
are on the same page?
Yeah, I would say
Same,
Catholics and
but
Orthodox
different.
are super close compared to like your position. Like
Okay.
you're further away from both of us than we are from each other.
Same.
You both believe in the Trinity.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So I mean,
Same, but different.
But yeah, I don't know everything there is to know about
Same thing.
Orthodox, but I think
Okay.
one
Okay,
big difference
I got
is they don't have
So
a
I can
Pope.
just all of that was to just get me to a place where it's like, okay, I can treat you guys both as Christians and we can just have a conversation as Christians. So perfect. Even though I am an agnostic non-theist. So what is the if I was, and I am, but let's say I am somebody who is a non-believer but desperately wants to have an understanding and a belief and become somebody who is, in your perspective and in Jesus Christ's perspective, deserving of salvation. But I'm not there yet. What do you think, based on what both of you know about me personally? There might be a lot that you don't know, but we'll start what both of you know about me. What am I missing in terms of my faith that gets me from who I am now to somebody who is invited into heaven?
I'd pray more and dive into the catechism of the Catholic Church and understand it better to know why you don't want
But
it.
why would I pray to something that I don't believe in?
So do you have any desire for theism?
Yeah.
The best bet I can tell you is the history that I know, and I would ask you to maybe dive into the catechism of the Catholic Church, whether it's the Orthodox or the Roman Catholic Church, because I mean honestly, sometimes the Pope pisses me off, so I'm like on section 230 side to some extent. I'm still Roman Catholic, but I mean I would say prayer is ultimate.
But
Asking God for that answer is big.
I think that's a fair question, but that's assuming that I've never considered it. So what if it is the case that despite all of my non-belief, I have left open whatever caveat, whatever carve out there could be for whatever I know. But there's areas where I don't know what. I may be a god. What if I've always left that open, and I've been in a practice of opening that line of communication to whatever might be out there, and I've felt silent? How then am I to determine that either I'm doing it wrong, or I'm not saying the right thing, or that God is just a fucking dick who sees me literally praying to him despite the fact not believing, and he's like, well, you don't believe enough. How do I know where I'm at? I can agree, don't be a Satanist. I can agree with Dick Johnson, don't be a Satanist. Because you know, Kelly, you know, and I've done it. And like, well, I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. I have no embarrassment. Marty, you're like, okay, I gotta back my butt up.
One of those things is gonna be getting to the
right
point,
now.
like,
No. We're gonna pray right now. Some of you know. Look, I'll fucking pull up the fucking comments that
okay. You wanna pray right now? You wanna pray with me?
Yeah.
You wanna pray with me?
Well, right. I would like to lead. I would like to lead the prayer, and I would and then hope that maybe you guys could show me where I'm wrong. So first, I think the first step is probably putting out the joint. Putting out the joint is probably a good first step. Even though I would know, but so I am going to
just have your pure attention. Have your mind where you just wanted to be truthful. I mean, God will give you truth. It doesn't have to be deceptive or like a brainwash.
This is as real as this fucking gets. No, we're good.
No, it's like,
hey, that's what we got. This is as real as this fucking gets. This is as real as this fucking gets. I am an agnostic atheist. I do not believe that a God exists. I am open to the idea that a God exists, but I am not convinced, and nothing in my life has ever convinced me that is a possibility. I was born into the Catholic Church. I was baptized. I went through all of the sacraments. I was confirmed in the Methodist Church, and I would do anything to go back to the life where I know, I quote unquote know that there's a God above me. So take that for what you will. I can't convince anybody out in the world that I'm being real. But I think those of you who are here enough, y'all understand who I am and what I'm about. So here I go. This is what I do. This is me. Fuck you guys. I'm going full screen. You're here. I'm going to talk music too. Let's talk music. This isn't a game. This is real shit. All right. So, God, if you exist, I've been through the experience of understanding without really knowing that you were there, and that comfort of having you wrapped around my whole life was the most comfortable thing that I could have ever experienced. And I wish that I never would have thought even further, so that I could feel that even further. But unfortunately, I'm not even going there. Unfortunately, I have been a person where I've had a mind that has looked outside of what has been taught to me. And what I've looked at has brought me questions that are unanswered, and conflicts that don't make sense. And every single time, Lord, that I come to you to make sense of that, I hear silence. I have a lack of understanding. I genuinely believe if it is that you exist, and I believe you can exist. Oh, I wish you believe you exist. If it is that you exist, There's no question in my mind that you would be able to put this straight and find a way into my heart that would make me unable to question your love, your reality, your existence. I don't think that you would be able to fail at that. And yet, for the last, I was maybe 21, the first time I genuinely questioned you. For the last 15, 16 years, I just have not, I've not been sure. I've just been not, I've not, for the 20 plus years before that, I knew when I was wrapped in the blanket of your faith, of your love, of your path, I was there. And it was ripped away from me by the logic brought by my own mind. And I apologize if that is something that I did wrong. I apologize. I am willing to repent for whatever it did, whatever I did that brought me to this place. But I don't think that I can get past this place without a true understanding that you do, in fact, exist, that you do, in fact, love me, that you are, in fact, there, and that what other people claim you to be is something close to what you really are. I don't expect other people to know what you are. I don't expect myself to know what you are, but if you are, then there has to be something. And I am sorry that I spent so much time following the direct logic of my mind. If I've been going down the wrong road. And if that is the case, then God, please give me a sign that logic should fall to your grace. And I will do it in a moment, in a second, in a moment, in nothing. If you give me that sign, I will do that. But if not, I just have to go with who I am. And this is, I'm not giving you an ultimatum. I understand you are, if you exist, you are the ultimate anything. I understand that. I'm just laying out the reality of how I don't drive myself insane. And if we're being fucking honest, the way that I don't fucking end myself because I can't put 2 and 2 together, how I could not believe in you and you fucking exist. That's where I'm at. So hopefully either you stay silent because you don't exist, or you scream to me that Lutch, you have been so wrong. And if that is the case, there is no question that I will immediately drop everything. I will change everything about my existence to be in awe of you and to follow your path. If this is now half to God and half to you, I'm going to look into the camera. If this is not enough, then I am sorry. But I cannot follow that which I do not understand. If you would like me to understand, if you'd like me to know, if you'd like for me to have faith, then I need for you to give me a sign. I am just a lowly human that needs some type of something else. And if you cannot provide that for me, fair enough. I will spend my eternity in hell. But I desire a relationship with you, whether that heaven, whatever. I desire a relationship with you. And if my demands create a dynamic that's a no-go, then I will spend the rest of my life in hell. Amen. I don't know how to do better than that.
Hey,
I don't know how to do better than that. If that's not
get
enough, then fuck you and fuck everything that you fucking believe in. As real as I can fucking get, and every single fucking time I've done that, I've met with fucking silence.
Hey,
Fucking
I love you, bro.
silence.
Hey,
So tell me I'm a fucking bad person. Tell
Let
me
me
I'm a
get-
fucking heathen.
let me
Go
get your back. Let me get your back instead of saying anything about you being a bad person because you're a good person. Let me say, God, please bless Lutch in his path for you. Come together with us. And I'm going to say a prayer because I want you to come to Lutch and I want you to speak to him. And I pray that anybody listening, if they're on a path for you, that you speak to them. But by your grace and by your love and by the most peace that you could ever provide to anybody, that you show them that they can come to you and experience that. In whatever way, Lord, that you can provide to us tonight, if I'm to send a prayer out, that you can touch Lutch's heart. You can touch anybody's heart that's listening. And through your words and your guidance, not by my own strength, but by yours, and show them what they need to see. And following that, a lot of the time, I would say, I would pray the Our Father at least, and say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, and forgive those who trespass against us, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Gonna make me to be better.
Remember the power of the glory now and forever. Amen. I'm gonna finish the damn thing because I'm gonna pray for you and I'm gonna show you, bro. I love you and I want you to see the love and I want you to see things. I'm not saying this in a selfish way. If you don't get it, you don't get it. But the prayers I say in the morning are in a sequence, and those are one of the prayers that I say. And I hope that for some reason.
Do you believe that I was genuine when I did that?
I don't know. I don't care if you were genuine. I'm praying for you because I want it.
I'm asking your opinion. I know you don't know. You can't know.
Yeah, it felt genuine. It felt genuine because I want you there.
You've seen me enough. You believe that was genuine. You believe that I was genuine.
I want you to have peace, and I can see that within you.
Fair enough. Section. Do you believe I was genuine in what I just did?
Yeah, I do believe so. And I would like to add that I would ask God to help you to recognize the symbols that he sends to you, not just sending the symbols, but helping you to see them when they do arrive. But yeah, I think that you were being sincere.
So what happens? We are now into speculation, philosophy, fucking magical world. What happens if theoretically, because we're in 2026? Come here. I know you might. Oh, he's so fucking. What happens if I am that genuine for the next 50 straight years? Marty, just lay down. Marty, why? You chilling, bro? Just chill. What happens if I am that genuine for the next 50 years and say that every single day, and I get nothing that I can understand as an understanding of God?
Sure. Can I ask a clarifier real quick?
Sure.
In tandem with doing that, would you also be doing your best to stay away from sin and feeling bad about sin and having some kind of repentance of any sins that you may commit along the way?
Absolutely. I already live that way because I think that's the right way to live. Okay. Not because of God, but I think that's the right. And I only started to live. I think this was. I could feel myself getting defensive about that, and I apologize. Yeah. But the reason I get defensive about that is because I didn't think that way. I didn't think this way when I was when I was a Christian. It was only after the fact. It was only after the fact. It was only once I studied more philosophy and understood the diversions that you could take from Christianity as a moral structure. And I still believe, let's not forget that if we are forced to stay to stick with one ideology, I pick Christianity. That doesn't mean that my experience with these beliefs encompassed what it is that was irrelevant to my life. And the problem seems to be that so many Christians are fucking boring. You're good, boring people. Kelly, I know you fucking live some shit. Hey, we got Avery. Give me a minute, and I'll fucking bring you in. A shout out to Avery. You're on some shit. Whoa! What is this? Fucking get your camera working, motherfucker. What are we doing? You about to fuck up my shit. Point being, I understand. Are we good? Are you good?
He's almost there. I think.
Right. I'm putting my whole fucking channel on you, brother. So, okay. The idea being that again. There we go. Okay. And
my internet was fucking up. Sorry, guys. I got a fucking outage.
Welcome.
Hey, Avery.
I'm gonna land this plane. I'm gonna throw it to you. Actually, I'm gonna land this plane, throw it to Section 230, and then throw it to you. But yeah. What was the last thing you said, Section? I'm sorry.
Christian. You said Christians were boring.
What was the last thing you said?
Oh, I was asking about whether or not you intended to stay away from sin as much as you could and feel repentant for the things you commit.
So that was a decision that I made after Christianity was ever. I had sex in my church, in the bathroom of my church, because my girlfriend,
that happens quite a bit,
to go to that church also was like, hey, I want your dick. It was after I decided, I realized, oh, Christianity is like, there's more to life. There's more to this than just what Daddy God tells you. And I'm specifically, I'm saying Daddy God tells you this. It was after that I realized, oh, there's way more of a reason for me to care about what I'm doing. Because in that moment, when I fucking sat on the toilet seat that wasn't fully screwed in, and she fucked my dick, I didn't feel bad at all. I didn't feel bad even a little bit. But you know what? Now, as somebody who is not a Christian, but who understands the value of what a church, a building of what that church is, I regret that decision only after the fact. So yes, of course, I have a belief in not doing what you guys would call sin, but only because I understand what sin means in my version of my preferences morality. So Section 230, and then we're gonna throw it back. We're gonna bring Avery in.
Okay. And so I would like to also say, if you were to assume that everything the Christians are saying is correct and that Jesus is the path to salvation, if you were just assume that is in fact correct and have any sort of belief toward that, as long as you do the other things that you said that you would be doing, and you have the knowledge that the Christian faith believes that Jesus is the path to salvation, I think that based on the mercy of our Lord, you would still find salvation at the end. Even if you never received a sign along the way, your dedication to living your life the right way would still grant you mercy in the end. Because it's not just... because listen...
I would hope God works that way. I act in understanding as a person who grew up in Christianity. That is my basis for what is right and what is wrong, and I think that is the best basis.
Yeah, exactly. And so,
and that drives me, even though I don't believe that. Again, being facetious, I don't believe in Sky Daddy, but I still believe that you don't hurt other people because we are all, what God said we are, and go down the list. I believe all of those things. That's why I act the way that I act, even though I don't believe that there was a man who came back from the dead, even though I don't believe there's some being that's like, okay, I'm going to answer this prayer. And did you ask for healed cancer? No. Oh, then you're going to die. I don't believe that stuff. That doesn't mean that the principles are irrelevant. They're obviously true. They're obviously relevant.
Sure. And so what I would say is that our God is a merciful God. And as long as you're doing the best that you can, he's going to understand that human beings are fallible. We all make mistakes. We try and follow it as closely as we can. You do the best that you can and you say, I'm sorry for the shit that you get wrong. And as long as you're doing that, I do believe that you can still find salvation in God's mercy.
You'll find peace. You'll find more peace than you've ever had, and you will experience bad shit. As a human being, you're going to experience maybe the worst of the shit you've ever experienced. It's just the nature of life. Amongst that, you'll find through that, kind of like through the valley of darkness, I'll find peace, dog. Like that's one of those messages that you kind of have to mull around almost, because it is confusing. Because you're going to go through shit and you're going to go, where's the light? Where's the fucking answer? My dad went through it. Like almost, to a point for years of his life in the 60s, got no answer. And his answer is that he was brought through that because of God. And it's that peace through the chaos. But again, you got to find that. And if you think that you're gonna have to find that thing happens to you. It's hard to say. It's hard to say when you go, I watched my grandma die from a stroke and die in a hospital bed after not feeding her, and some horrible shit. And I still have faith through God through that. And some people might find that hard to understand when you see death and pain and decisions you have to make through that. And I still maintain that. So I'm not going to get deep into it. Those are examples that I've went through, and I still maintain peace. And I still maintain the peace through God that he has given me. And there's no other place you'll find it. Because if you rely on the world, you will fucking crumble to it. If you rely on the world and you go, this is what it is, it's going to fucking destroy the fuck out of you every time. I believe it inherently. And it's going to fucking break you down, dog. It's there to break you down. The world is going to.
If I could take a couple more seconds just to land.
Hold on. Let's bring Avery in. We'll go real quick before we bring Avery in. We got Jessica Johnson. I think Marty.
W. Sharia.
But we're in the forward thing. I will absolutely make sure he gets that treat. But fuck you, L. Sharia. So I'm gonna pull this back. I'm gonna wait until Marty's over here. But very, very, very much appreciated. Nick appreciates it. Thank you. But we're gonna let Avery go, and then we're gonna come back. Avery, the floor is yours, sir.
What are we arguing? Trying to argue the existence versus the non-existence of God? Is that what's going on?
No.
Essentially, but whatever you want to add. I was saying, I think that if there was a God, that he would have presented himself to me, and and I presented a prayer very similar to what I do on most days, trying to reach out to this power that, if it exists, and find nothing.
It's nothing but silence.
Right. So
nothing but silence.
So I don't really know. I think
God is an attempt, or the concept or idea of God, and not just through Christianity, but through all religions, is an attempt to understand what we don't understand. It's an attempt to find meaning, because when you look at life around you, there kind of is no fucking meaning. Really, it's just we're here, we're living our life, and that's it. Like I've been in your situation. I've fucking prayed. I've been on my fucking knees, bawling. Please fucking show me. Just show me that you exist. Anything in a way that I would understand. And all I got was silence. It's awesome. It's awesome that Section and Kelly that y'all have found. That y'all have found something that I guess I can't understand, but it's I don't believe there is a God. I just don't. I'm not going to rule out the possibility of one, but he, she, whatever the fuck it is, has not proven itself to exist to me. And like Lutch said, I want God to show itself to me. Fucking show me you exist, please. Please do.
It's like
Nothing
quite
ever
a cool-
fucking happens.
I mean, it's like
The
a cool
the
concept,
closest.
right? Like it's like fuck. Like if what people are saying, if there's this peace and all this shit, come on, bro, give me the shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No. Seriously, Kelly. Seriously. Like I'm 100% there. But like, it's like I haven't seen it. You know, my mom's a Christian. My dad's a Catholic. I have friends that are Christians, and it's. Oh, he just fucking fell flat. But you know, like it's just like I don't like. I mean, I went to church.
Second bottle. I feel like I may have finished it, but I feel like there's one.
You finished it. No, Lutch, you finished it. You should lay down, buddy. You should lay down, buddy. You should lay down, buddy, and chug a shitload of water, and you'll be just fine in the morning.
No, fuck you.
You'll be just fine in the morning. You should start drinking a shitload of water right now. You'll feel so much better in the morning. But you know, like section. I know. I've told this to you before, Kelly. I don't think I've told this to you. I went to church twice a fucking week, every day up until I was 14. Up until I was 14, right?
Twice a week church.
Yeah. So whenever I became a teenager, or like I got into middle school, they had youth group on Wednesdays. So it was specifically service for teenagers, right? And I stopped believing when I was 14, and I told my mom, I'm like, hey, I don't believe in this anymore. I don't want to go. Oh no, you're gonna go. So guess what I did? Do you know the band Bad Religion?
Yeah.
They were a 90s punk band, and I don't know if you know the insignia of the band, but that's the shirt that I wore to church, and that's how I had to get out of going to church.
They have
What's
like
up?
a pentagram or something on it.
No, it's not a pentagram. It's like, okay, so you know those. Okay, so it's a cross, and then with the circle and the line through it.
Okay.
That's the insignia of the band. So that was my kind of fuck you. You're not going to tell me what to do or how to live my life. Now going back to this, what Lutch has said is yes. I think the Bible's a good book. I think it preaches. It's a good way to live your life. You know what I mean? Don't harm another person. Be the best person you can be, and it teaches you life lessons that that if you understand it, right, you wouldn't have to learn on your own, so you can avoid having to learn those lessons, right, the hard way. Yeah. There it is, the shirt right there. Yep, that's what I wore to church. But anyways, but you know what I'm saying? I just don't believe in the supernatural aspect of it.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm not saying like. Yeah, we have freedom. We have freedom of religion in this country, and I support anyone's right to practice whatever the fucking religion is like you want, as long as you're not hurting anybody. You know, like as long as you're not sacrificing people, or it's not like in a cult like Scientology. I don't really give a shit. You know what I mean? If your religion, if you want to, you know, but like what I have a problem with though is when some people want to take away my right to freely practice that whatever religion I want or not. That's when I have a problem. You know,
well,
so
here's one that I believe is not like as much like freedom of thought limiting. Is that again, like you said, you enjoy at least a lot of the writings that the Christian.
Yeah, like Proverbs is my favorite book in the fucking Bible. It really is. It's a great fucking book.
Dude, the Bible is amazing. Like there's so many good things, and it has amazing things. And again, like you said. Regardless of your belief in like a monotheistic, omnipotent like God that is outside of our time and experience, you know, he's not a physical God. The Bible does hold a lot of things. It is like without commenting on like trying to get too metaphysical or like godlike with it. It's an interesting book because I think the biggest thing is that it does contradict a lot of human feelings. It's a very interesting concept to go like kind of like Jesus says, forgive those people because they don't know what they're doing. That is a concept, I think, outside of human behavior. It's far outside of it. It's far outside of, like, yeah, the idea of that. And I think that's attainable. I've felt in times of direct, bro, I've had guns pointed in my face. I've had weird experiences. And I don't have animosity. Like, sometimes I'll talk shit and I'll be like, yeah, go fucking kill them motherfuckers or something like
yeah.
But I don't really believe that. What I believe is to love people, and I don't wish death and horrible things upon the people around me. Now, I do believe in protecting yourself, and I do believe like Iran, blow them up type of shit if they come after you. But that's only
fuck around and find out. You have the right to self-defense.
I don't know, man. There's this thing with the Christian principles that seems to abide by something outside of human behavior, and again, kind of getting into the metaphysical part of like a signal that's like outside of what we obtain normally. Because my idea, when somebody's fucked me over in the past, dog, and they owe me a 20 sack, dog, from some fucking bud, I mean, I'm wanting to fucking knock the motherfucker out on the street. And, you know, honestly, again, I'm so far beside that, like, or aside from that, like, I don't want that. I may boil up inside. And because of some of the things that I've told myself to abide by, even when it wasn't what I wanted to, and in Christian principles, I have practiced that. And it seems to become part of that unconditional love thing. It's like, why would I? And it's not just a brainwash. It's not like brainwashing you. It's like I feel something out of it, and I've practiced some things that seems, and it's almost alchemical. It's almost, and again, they talk about magic, man. They talk about the base frequencies, the base equations of life. We're damn near alchemical. It warns against some alchemy and some like magic shit in the Bible. Bro, what we're doing, what Christianity is alchemical. It's a way of behaving. It's a way in an equation that is far outside, I think, of normal behavior that points to something. I mean, people can call it, say shit about it. Bro, our prosperous nation, based on Christian principles, I believe is firmly there for a reason. And you can call it whatever you want. Fuck, call it magic, dog. Call it some kind of equation that people abide by and they're brainwashed. Whatever it is, it's fucking sick. I fucking love it. And damn, if it's brainwashed, I'm fucking all for it. I don't know. I love these things.
Well, it's because you're brainwashed. No offense.
And I love it. You know what? Then whatever brainwashing is, I just call it fucking proper washing, dog, because it's washed me in the blood of Christ and probably took the scale from my eyes, so I'm not Saul instead of Paul, or I'm Paul.
This is the most sober I've ever seen you, by the way, bro. Congrats. I'm not being facetious. Oh, okay, shit, never mind. Fuck.
You know, I'm just thinking. I'm just there for the reason. Sometimes I'm not. I don't know. Sometimes I ask for it. Sometimes I don't. I don't know. It comes from somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I think people in general have an innate desire to be good. There are some people in this world that are just fucking evil. I think we can all agree on that. But the average person wants to be a good person. You know what I mean? I think that's hardwired into us.
Well, if we're not, then we oust those people. And again, even if we're not on the same Christian belief, if we want those same things, I think that's where it's at. Although, isn't that quite a concept that we're getting at something that is common? It's common in Christianity. It is outside of things. Like, again, not hurting people. Like I could say in a gang mentality, dude, I've been around people, and there's been times I ran down the road. It's almost like, get that motherfucker, dog. Like that kind of shit erupts in our soul, and we know it's not right. The gang mentality, this kind of fucking overwhelming like primality in our soul, is different from what we can decide on. We have a gift that is like, whatever you call it, it's a fucking gift, dog. We're fucking awesome. Human beings are fucking wild as shit. And I fucking love it. And it's different. It's spiritual. It's something, dude. It's alchemical. It's wizardry. It's magic, whatever you want to call it. I think
define alchemical. What the fuck?
Well, like, dude, everything we do from the sunlight God gave us, God spoke life.
Sounds like some astrology bullshit.
Did you know that when you're in the sun, that cholesterol converts to vitamin D? Did you know that sunlight, with quantum biology that they recently discovered?
It's because we evolved to live on this planet, though, just like everything else did.
Like I said, I'm not.
You ever heard of
God? I'm not trying to say this is all.
You ever heard of seasonal affective disorder? What do you think seasonal affective disorder is?
Well, I'm saying we have, again, I'm getting down to this shit is as much as you guys want it to be. Even something different. It's magical, bro.
The question was, what is seasonal affective?
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
Seasonal affective disorder, probably a lack of sunlight, a lack from your mitochondria spinning. Your mitochondria gets energy.
Of people who spend time inside, out of the sun throughout the winter and experience depressive symptoms because of a lack of vitamin D.
Well, you should probably have.
We need to fucking
red light. See my red light on me. You get a little red light. Get a little fucking some like 500 hertz somewhere around there on the frequency spectrum. Get a little red light in your eyes.
I need a little. Okay, here's what I'm gonna tell you. Okay, I think that you should understand that when I say shit like this, that you need to give me the space. All right, you need to give me the space to be able to say the type of shit that means that, I mean, I'm not perfect, okay?
I love you, bro. But I'm not perfect either.
Okay, that was as good as I can get without the fucking copyright. Yo, somebody drop me a $5. I'm either going to bed or we're getting fucking shit faced, and I would like to get shit faced.
Oh, I gotta go check my fucking.
This is my second stream. This is second stream. How old was this? How long was this? The other stream? The other stream was fucking 4 hours, 5 hours, and this one's 3 hours. Give me some fucking shit. Are you guys sure I finished the fireball? Are you sure I finished the fireball?
I'm not certain, but it looked like you did.
Because I have this one's empty. This one's empty. There should be another one right in my fucking. Okay. Just someone give me $5. Like, give me $5. I'm a pathetic addict, and I'm going to drink either way. Here's the thing. I'm going to drink either way. So we're going to have this conversation, and it's going to be fun, and it's going to happen either way. But just give me $5. Okay, sorry. Okay, anyway. So, is everybody gone? It seems like I'm the only one here right now. So, you are way too shit-faced. I am not shit-faced. No. That is what Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, that's what these days are for, sir. That's what these days are for. Because guess who is allowed to delete this stream as soon as it's over? This doesn't have to exist. Who did we lose?
We lost Avery.
Oh, hey, he'll be back.
Yeah, it might have been his internet.
Oh, food for you. Oh, remember 7 hours ago when I made these fucking burgers? Remember 7 hours ago when I made these burgers? These fucking bread is fucking hard now. I want.
You got the drunk burgers, dog.
Oh no!
Jesus, Lutch. That was a little. You need to turn that down to 720p, dog.
That was 11.
720p. That was horrible.
Fair, that was at 11, but like Clayton is a Clayton. I kind of felt like you should have already been a member, but Avery is still a member.
Hey, Lutch, you just swallow? I don't want to say that lie, but
okay, it was obviously a purposeful thing. You didn't understand. That was very purposefully being a fucking whatever. So first, yeah.
I think we need to pray now. Earlier was fine, but now is really big.
He's like fuck the sunflower seeds. There's
after all the cholesterol you gave him, you're gonna need to put him out in the sun. He needs to get some vitamin D from the.
Yeah, he don't even want it. He don't even want it.
Lutch,
he wants that fucking burger.
Lutch, I want you to review Dr. Jack.
Keep the party going. Read my fucking super chat.
That's another one.
I want
That's
you to
not
I
one.
want you to review Dr. Jack Cruz on the Danny Jones podcast when he talks about red light. You should look up some red light.
You're too quick, Morty. There you go.
Red
Shut up.
light, circadian rhythm, getting some grounding, some red light, scientific efficacy from a neurosurgeon. This guy has it. Like, I got my red light on right now. The red light's wonderful.
The red light. Yo.
Oh my god, my internet's not going to come back until 5. Are you fucking kidding me?
Internet's not gonna come back till 5. What does that even mean?
Till 5 in the morning.
Why?
Because there's an outage. They're probably working on it. They're upgrading the lines in my area. So like, I think they're upgrading the speeds and everything.
You're hotspot boy tonight, huh?
No, I'm not hotspot boy. I'm fucking cellular service data tonight, motherfucker.
You cellular service ass looking motherfucker.
I know, right?
Easy,
Like a big ass forehead looking ass motherfucker.
I should kick you guys all off of my
baby looking ass without the fucking beard. Come on, we got a dichotomy going on. You ain't got the beard, I ain't got the hair. Wait, your hair, you ain't got no hair either. What the fuck am I talking
Yeah,
about?
dude, it's in a man bun, jackass. My hair is longer than yours. My hair is longer than yours, buddy. I got a fucking man bun. Look at this shit. Look at that shit. I got a man bun, homeboy. My hair is longer than yours. My hair is longer than yours.
Half an inch looking ass.
I just got it slicked back, buddy.
Guys, Clayton is telling me that Speakeasy is alive right now. So between fucking Darth Premonition Teriak, Matthew Grimes, and Johnny Vito, I should say fuck all of you, so that I could be part of that panel.
Hey, call him a
Hey, Lutch, did you Lutch, did you see me? I joined Speakeasy's open panel after.
Let you in.
Oh my God, no. Lutch, did you see me after the Circa and Andrew Wilson debate? Did you see me fucking destroy that fucking liberal? It was on Speakeasy's open panel afterwards. It was fucking great. It was fucking gold. You should watch it. It was wonderful.
Okay, I'm not gonna start some drama, but like
start it.
No, I'm not starting some drama.
I got some drama with Andrew Wilson. I got some drama with that asshole.
That we could talk about because that's not doable. But this is non-drama.
Guy.
I am
what's up, Kelly?
watching.
No fuck.
No shame. Look, I fucking love you guys. Okay, you guys are my lifeblood. I could not exist without you.
But you're my favorite DEI podcaster ever.
Thank you. Hey, is that a joke? Whoa, is that a joke? I have my DEI certification.
I mean, you're Indian.
But here's the thing. I work a full-time job and stream like 20 plus hours a week. I am not like you. I do not have time to watch other people's live streams.
What, just because I don't have melanin?
That's not
You
shit.
can watch other people's live stream on your live stream. People do it all the time.
On anyone. I am just saying, no. I am not watching this stream or that stream. I may or may not catch clips afterwards. If it's a really good debate or something, I will catch it afterwards at 2.4x speed, maybe. X, Y, and
Because
Z.
you're fucking psychotic, but okay.
No, because I'm smarter than you can.
No, because you're psychotic. It's okay.
Do you really want to fucking play?
Only crazy people. Only crazy people watch shit at 2.5 speed. You're fucking crazy, Lutz.
You mean genius. Anyway.
Insane, but okay. We can agree to disagree on that.
Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to balance that right there. We're going to balance that right there while I make sure that my robe... Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus!
Oh, Jesus!
Oh, God.
You got yourself in the third person, you egotistical...
Point being... Oh, I'm stepping on my robe.
Yay.
Point being,
I'm sorry
but it is not reasonable to expect that people who spend hours streaming their life online are watching other people stream their life online.
Yes,
That's
they
not
are.
reasonable.
They
That's
are though. They are though, Lutch. That's the funny thing. It's the new meta.
I mean, maybe. Well, okay. Some people might.
A fictional
But-
character walking around with your
Okay.
robe.
So you want some
I
drama?
know, right?
You want some? Oh shit! You want some drama?
Oh yeah, I love drama.
I'm gonna.
Is it about Andrew Wilson? I hate that guy.
No, but I'm not
Aw.
gonna name names. Unfortunately, there's
I've heard that-
apparently I'm important enough that if I say somebody's name, that like it's a thing. So
That's funny.
I never thought I would be that cool in my fucking life, but apparently that's the case. But there was somebody who thought that I was watching them when I was not watching them, and there were stipulations to the people that creator was giving to watchers. And then I showed up on a panel and we got, sorry, buddy. I didn't see you there. We got Chinese Gordon. Welcome. Sorry, I'm in the middle of the story.
Hey, how you doing?
You don't look Chinese.
There we go. I was waiting for it. I was waiting. Jesus, man. It took forever.
I was getting my
Chinese to me. I feel like it's a ruse.
I was getting my drink that nobody's gonna know until they pay me. But
Fucking hell, man.
I already paid you.
There's a panel, dude. That's why we're still here. The only reason we're still here is because of Avery.
The only reason we're still
Everybody
here
else
is
pay him.
because
Pay more money. Give Lutch more money.
So all I wanted to say was before we bring the new guy in, all I wanted to say was somebody thought that I was impeding on their panel show.
It's because they're a little bitch.
When
It happens. It happens.
Guy who also does what that person does, and maybe I'm not as popular, but you don't get to tell me rules about any of the fucking anything. Okay, all right.
As long as you're not breaking YouTube TOS or any like fucking plagiarism laws or copyright laws, fuck them. They can kiss your ass.
Absolutely.
Right, everybody shut the fuck up. Chinese Gordon, the floor is yours, sir. If anybody doesn't know you, I don't know you.
I have no idea who you are.
You are.
Yeah, so I'm.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, my name on social media is Chinese Gordon. If you find me on X, it's actually unacceptable Chinese Gordon. And the reason why I actually do that, the reason why I say Chinese Gordon is because of the British war hero for the back in the 1800s, which his name was.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, shit.
You're good. Sorry, I kicked you out. You're good. Keep going.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So back in the 1800s, there, the Chinese, like this war hero that I'm talking about, his name is Charles George Gordon. He started off in Crimea, Russia, when he was 19 years old, and then he had a flourishing military career. He ended up in Hong Kong, China, and he ended up commanding 5,000 Chinese troops in China, and then from there he went on to Sudan, to Khartoum, Sudan. So that's where I'll leave it right now. I don't want to. Yeah.
Anything specific to add to the conversation that we've been having?
What's the topic that you guys are talking about right now?
We're just talking shit right now. If you don't have anything, that's totally fine.
We're talking about Kelly's big ass forehead.
We've went through theological arguments. We've talked
we've been
about
all
God.
over.
We've
I don't
talked
know.
about existence. We've talked about creators. You know, you're probably
like a main topic or anything like that. Like, I wanna try to.
Okay, so a two-part
Make Lutch a Christian. Make Lutch a Christian now. Go.
Hold on, two-part question. Two-part question, Gordon.
Go ahead. Yeah.
describe yourself religiously, and how do you describe yourself politically?
So religiously, it's kind of a complicated situation where I respect Christianity, but I don't completely align with it. I like to follow my own directive in life, basically, kind of thing. And then the other thing there, what was that there?
Well, politically and religiously, kind of how do you align? Like, are you like just kind of generalities? Like, how do you feel about religion? Are you a Christian, agnostic, atheist?
I honestly, I definitely
Dude,
feel
yeah.
like I definitely feel like I'm Christian, but I have a very, very hard time following religion 100%. I don't want to fall into that category where I feel like I'm sinning for everything. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I mean,
um,
shouldn't be a total like
so
clash.
this is where I've had these conversations with a lot of people on these live streams, and I've been open about it. I've been fucking flat out open, and I'd be like, you know, I lean really close to Andrew Wilson, obviously, like, you know, he's a major influence to me and all that. Not only him.
It's an occult.
No,
It is.
it's not an occult.
I don't know enough.
It's
about
okay.
No.
That's fine. That's fine. You'll figure it out eventually, like I have.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, no.
Let's.
I honestly don't believe that.
Let's.
I believe that we do good.
Let's dig into that separate from Andrew Wilson. So I would assume that if you're invoking Andrew Wilson, you're a Christian, right? Yeah, I would. Are you Orthodox?
No, like to be
think
honest,
he's non-denominational.
when you speak about Orthodox, Protestant, on-denominational, like all those type of terms and stuff like that, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
I literally have no idea what you're talking about.
Different branches of Christianity.
Yes.
So then how would you explain, like, if somebody had no idea about religion at all, and they were like, yo, I just discovered this idea of religion. What do you believe about religion?
What do I believe about religion? Like, it's
believe in God.
Yeah, honestly, bare minimum, and like I'm a skeptic. I'm a skeptic is basically what you could say.
What do you think about Christianity in general? Like, again, the kind of discussion we were having earlier, and something I mentioned, and something that I kind of continually go on is that I'm Catholic, I'm Christian, but originally what I believe is that Christianity formed into Catholicism, like, originally. So, like, when you get Christianity, it branched off into Protestantism. It branched off into so you have Judaism.
Kelly, you don't think that, like, Catholicism is just like Roman paganism?
The way that you're explaining things to me, put it this way: the way that you're explaining things to me is gibberish. It is literal gibberish.
Yeah,
I have no idea what you're talking about. When you're talking about, like, the Christian language, Catholic language, I don't know what you're saying.
So you didn't grow up with
particular, brother.
Kelly. So Gordon, you didn't grow up with religion?
Never.
Interesting.
Never.
So
we were actually in my hometown, my military hometown. We were actually against it. You want to know? You want to know why? You want to know why?
Please.
The reason why was the constraint. The constraint of the religion. We did not want it to be held back. We are Albertan. In my hometown, of Alberta, Canada, we do not want to be held back. We don't want to be held back by religion. We don't want to be held back by anything that can hold us back in any sense.
So
do
what
you
do you
understand that?
just kind of what exactly do you feel like is being held back by religion? Because I'm a non-believer, so I don't subscribe to any of these things. But what do you when you say you seem rather passionate about being
Yes.
what do you feel like is being held back or held down?
What I believe in, what I understand from religion is that there's certain constraints. You're abided by behaving in a certain manner. You know what I mean? And here, us in Alberta, we do not want to be held back by religion, any kind of cause, especially Islam. Like Islam is a huge no.
It's oppressive as fuck.
Agreed.
It's very
Like if I can guarantee you guys, if you guys try to introduce Islam into Alberta, we are gonna fight back harder than you can ever imagine.
Hey, go Alberta! I'm all for that. Yeah, I'm with you guys on that.
But
Hey,
wouldn't that mean you also don't respect any laws, don't have morals, and don't have ethics? Because all of those are constraint systems too.
well, don't go so general. Don't go so general on him. I would say, hey, would you?
Single question.
Well, hey, Gordon, do you believe in like you obviously believe in certain principles in life? Like you probably don't
Yes.
believe in just unjust killing and things like that. So do you believe that like religion doesn't subscribe the proper like belief systems? You don't want to do that. You guys, do you have any
Here in Alberta, we do respect the religions, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, the major one is Christianity. Like Christianity is kind of a it's a no-go. It's like it's there, and we know it, and we know that we respect Christianity.
What does Christianity represent anything you're opposed to? Does it have any oppression that you guys say, hey, Christianity says this, we don't really like that because it does this to us?
What are the actual constraints?
Yeah, is there a big? I'm just kind of curious because again, I'm Catholic. I grew up Roman Catholic, so and I abide by so, and I believe in the peace and the love and the freedom it gives. I believe in free will and I believe in other things, but I also believe in protecting like children, protecting people that can't care for themselves. I believe in peace.
I believe basically in speaking the way that Andrew Wilson does, where he uses profanity in certain ways to kind of pique people's interest in everything and all that, right? You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about?
So
when people start using the fuck word and they say fuck, I don't give a shit, you know, stuff like that. I'm gonna fucking drink beer. I'm gonna smoke cigarettes. I don't give a shit what you fucking think.
You want some weed, bro? I got some. No, actually, it's tobacco.
So he brings on. So I mean, again, he brings that. It's kind of like I almost want to compare it. Let's get real general with like Alan Watts that talks about like the Buddhist that's like real peaceful and he's chilling. He still smokes a cigarette and he's like, he talks about life and philosophy, or I don't know. You're saying like you like things that go outside the grain, but again, you maintain peace, right? Like you like
absolutely
other people and protecting human beings. Like you believe in the sanctity of life. How do you feel about like let's go into this since you don't believe in the religious part of it and the control? What do you believe about abortion, killing unborn children?
Definitely on the side of no abortion. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. I'm totally against abortion. I think it's fucking horrible. Yep.
What about gay? What about like homosexual? Like
homosexuality? I don't like it. I'm not. Okay, well, put it this way, like I've been around homosexual men and stuff like that or whatever, and it's like I've kind of accepted it. And it's like, if you want to do that, go ahead or whatever. Don't fucking direct it around me, or I'm gonna fucking fuck you up, kind of thing.
Yeah. Like don't
Basically, it is easy as that.
Would
It's
you?
like
Would you?
you
Would you?
can
Wait,
you can go and have your gay
Gordon.
fucking sex
Wait,
life kind of thing.
Gordon, would you? Would you?
Don't fucking direct towards me or my kids.
Gordon,
Thank you. Thank you. Common sense.
Hold on,
Sure
hold on.
words have never been fucking spoken.
Whoa. Gordon, would you react the same way to a woman who you are not interested in, who is asking you to hook up or whatever?
Rephrase that again. Rephrase that.
like a woman that's
yeah,
like-
you kind of confused me there.
Would you want to hook up with a slut?
I can handle a sentence. You can shut the fuck up, Kelly. Thank you very much.
I love you, bro. Love you too.
So you were talking about a gay guy.
Yeah.
And you're saying you don't necessarily have an issue with the fact that they're gay, but keep it the fuck away from you, right?
Yeah.
Do you have that same energy for ugly chicks who you don't want to fuck? Or is there a different energy for ugly chicks you don't want to fuck and dudes that you don't want to fuck?
I don't know what you're getting at there. Like, I was kind of honestly though, like what I was. Listen to me for a sec there. Like what I thought you were gonna try to get at is like women that are gay, like lesbians and stuff like that. If you were gonna ask me if like what lesbians are all right, and I'd be like, yeah, fine, whatever, I don't care. I'm a snizzlicker too. Like, you know what I mean?
That's not what I'm asking you.
Yeah. That's where I'm kind of confused right now, or whatever, because it's like,
okay, I'm happy.
What are you asking me? Like,
happy to explain.
I'm trying to take a fucking piss right now.
Well, that's all right. I've pissed on stream many a time. We agree that if you and I are both straight men, so if a dude, somebody of the sex that we are not attracted to tries to come and fuck us, we're like, hey, fuck you, right? I don't want to deal with some dude trying to fuck me because I'm a straight dude. Just like you, straight dude, you don't want a dude trying to fuck you, right?
Yeah.
Nope.
Do you have that same energy for an ugly chick that you don't want to fuck?
Okay, yeah.
The Canadian's coming out now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. A dude that you don't want to fuck, a dude that you don't want to fuck versus a chick that you don't want to fuck.
Is it the same energy?
Versus a chick that I don't want to fuck?
Yeah, is it the same energy?
Yeah, well, honestly, I gotta be fully honest. I would be a lot more respectful. Like if there was a woman that was like, you know, moving up on me and stuff like that, and I was like, no, and I was being respectful and on stuff like that, I like honestly, I'd be a lot more respectful. I'd be like, no, absolutely not, sorry. But if I was a dude, I'd be like, fuck you, you fucking cocksucker, you fucking. And I'd be freaking out or whatever kind of thing.
Can you explain why? I'm not disagreeing. I'm just asking if can you explain why?
Give me a sec here. I just got to go to the garage here.
Hey, I'll answer. There's a grenade. Even if she's ugly, she's fat.
Going on to the garage.
More likely.
I think you bring up an interesting point. So while you're hold on, Kelly, go on. While you're doing that, if can I invoke my I'm trying to not be obvious.
Sorry.
But I'm trying to invoke my friend here who's on the panel that may be able to talk about this that I don't want to out.
Go ahead.
Yep. Can I ask you?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't give a fuck.
Avery, what
I don't give a fuck. Go ahead.
I don't know what the fuck you're about. I forgot that you were a fucking faggot.
Now you really gotta nuke the stream. Now you really gotta nuke that fucking stream, bro.
Don't nuke the stream. Just fucking save it and make some money off it.
Get money for this anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but
Save
I'm not
and make some money
completely.
off it.
I love it. Oh, hold on.
Everybody stop. The point of that was to ask how, because I've never been somebody who's been attracted to dudes, and I get the.
I like men and women. I love it how everyone just thinks I'm fucking gay. I like both, man. Like fuck.
You are gay. You like men and women.
I like pussy and dicks. Like shit.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
I like pussy, and that's it.
Well, good for you.
I'm drunk, and I'm trying to be respectful, and I'm not good at either thing. So
you established that, but
what I'm trying to say before I throw it to Avery, you're bi, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Avery's bi. So
my tagline is the base cigarette. Okay. What do they call cigarettes in Europe?
Of any type of attraction to a guy, the closest I've ever gotten to that was there was this banging chick that I used to work with at a restaurant that her and her cousin, we tried to fuck with one of my friend that we worked there, and it was weird. And then he was in my bed, and his leg touched my leg, and I wasn't about it. Anyway,
what the fuck?
Yeah, his leg. We were about to double team this bitch, and I was down, but his leg.
And you DP'd her. You DP'd her.
So my question is, because it seems like there is a direct antithesis to there being a guy involved, which fair enough. Again, I'm not shaming anybody. I'm just curious. I'm just coming from curiosity. But the level of I lost it. The level of this the chick. I lost it.
Hey, I got you.
I don't know.
Here's the deal.
I'm pretty drunk too, bro. I'm pretty drunk too, bro.
I'm the only person that's not drunk on the fucking.
I'm pretty fucking drunk too.
I love you, bro. You know, in no circumstance would I ever have relations with you.
That's fine. I don't care.
I might get drunk and jump on a grenade of a chick. That's where my sexuality is. She might be this homunculus.
Kelly, I apologize. Gordon, do you remember the last thing that you said?
I'm never drunk enough to jump on you. So the straight man sits in that realm.
Gordon, do you remember the last thing that you said?
What's that? Huh? Go ahead. Yeah.
Remember the last thing that you said?
Me?
No,
Gordon, not you, Kelly.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, do you remember the last thing that you said?
No, not really. I'm kind of behind here.
No, I think he said. Hold on. I think he said. Hold on. I think he said it would be kind of the same, like with an ugly chick, but he would let her down a lot more easier than if it was a man, right? I think if that's what we're going at.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said. Absolutely.
Right. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So I wanted to make the distinction between straight men making the difference between I won't fuck an ugly chick and I won't fuck a dude. I want to. I'm not gonna fuck a dude. I'm not gonna fuck a dude. That being said, I would like to explore the intellectual reasons as to why, as straight men, we've decided no, we're not, and maybe Avery, who's like, hey, fucking bring on the dicks, is gonna suck a dick, fuck a dick, do whatever, dick, whatever it is. All right, we're accepting, but we fucking get to it. So why? Let's go to Kelly first. Kelly, why would you not entertain the notion that potentially you could be happy with some man-on-man activity? It might be very simple. This isn't a deep question.
Yeah, I'd be very unhappy. It's scary. That's wild. I would jump on a 450-pound, like, humunculus bitch prior to ever subjecting myself
to gay. Real quick, this is too gay. You can't handle it.
Human beings get that way. I love people, bro.
No gay.
You're not gonna find me in that situation. She could have like some fucking like. You might smell her from 5 feet away. I'm jumping on her.
God!
How do you know that you don't want to be in that situation? I am very clear that I don't want to.
No, I think that's an inherent value in human beings. What they want.
All right, calm your tits.
Hey, hold on, Lutch. I have a very simple answer to this. It's because they're not. It's because y'all aren't sexually attracted to men. Y'all don't see men like that in the same way that you see women. It's very simple. It's very simple.
My question is, how did you come to that conclusion? I came to that conclusion because I was trying to fuck a girl with another dude, and my leg touched another dude's leg, and I was like, "What?"
And you don't come to that conclusion. That's just how you are, Lutch.
My question to Kelly and Gordon is, how do you know that maybe it was a much more simple thing that maybe you played sports when you were in high school and you saw another dude you saw his dick and you're like, challenging anybody.
What are you trying to say?
This is why Section 230 can't fucking handle this shit. Oh my God. We don't talk about
Give me a sec. I'm smoking some weed.
We're Christians. We don't
No. You're smoking tobacco. Remember, YouTube only allows tobacco.
Yeah, grinding stuff.
Tobacco. Yeah, there you go.
We're already fucking. I'm pretty sure the ad sense is already gone. So I can send in the super chats. Yep, both streams are caught already. So if
I spent $8. Someone else better spend another $8.
Avery's done his work. Avery's done his work. This is Avery's work. If anybody else wants to fucking go in. But how do you, if you are that gay that you can't fucking talk about why you don't like dicks, then that's pretty fucking gay. Avery, I feel like you can agree. I feel like you were in a unique position.
I think it's because people are just uncomfortable with talking about it generally. Like,
not
I mean,
me. I'm not uncomfortable with it. Like fucking.
Oh well. I think that a lot of people like in society. Well, hold on. Like society has kind of normalized it. You know what I mean? But there are those people.
I disagree.
I agree.
Yeah, I know. I disagree.
Well, I agree with that statement.
Way too long. You can't tell me anything else.
It's a lot more mainstream than you can fucking believe, dude.
No, I know. They've normalized it. Like being gay now is okay. No one really gives a shit. Just like you said, what's your name, Gordon? Like, keep it away from children, and obviously don't harass someone if they're not gay. You know what I mean? Like that's all it really is.
And if I make it very apparent that I'm not gay myself, then don't move up on me. Basically,
yeah. I mean, that's fair.
Do you think that gayness, being gay, is associated with sexuality directly? Because some people try to say it's not, but I would say it's kind of directly. Not to say like I'm not trying to like fucking get down on people. I'm just saying like it's a sexual. It seems like to be directed sexually, like it's directly on who you're sexually attracted to. So
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Children, I don't teach children about, like you said, keep it away from children. And I agree with that because I don't teach children how to fornicate.
The base cigarette, I just got it. So I completely agree. And like obviously, children, that's like an entirely different conversation. But like,
sexualization, children.
Enough.
Bad shit.
But despite being a fucking short, puny, not fucking macho dude, I don't feel uncomfortable talking about gayness. Like that's not something that makes me uncomfortable because I'm very confident in the fact that I don't want to fuck dudes.
Well, don't kiss me if you don't love me, Lutch. Don't fucking kiss me if you
It's
don't
not
love me.
difficult for me.
Dudes can like no. Put it this way. Dudes can want to fuck me, but they gotta understand. They gotta realize that I don't want to fuck you. Right? Like you could be attracted to me if you want. Like that's fine.
This is more about you two. This is more about you and you being able to fucking talk about your sexuality.
You quit pointing at me because your stream doesn't put this on that way. Because you keep pointing at me, Matt. You might be pointing at Avery.
Both of you. So I'm gonna go.
I'm on the left-hand bottom corner or not.
I'm gonna go to Kelly first because I know you better. I
was
feel
wondering if I was on the left-hand bottom corner or not. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You ready?
Am I on the left-hand bottom corner of the screen? I don't know.
No, you got some shit to talk. Go talk your shit, and then we'll have it.
I just said I love you guys. You're all awesome.
I don't know what the fuck you think this channel is. I don't know what the fuck you think this channel is.
Well, I just said I love you, and I'm glad to be here.
Great, I appreciate it. So now, can we have the conversation?
Yeah. What
Peace.
Do you think that because
Peace.
You out, brother?
Next.
You said peace.
Yeah, if you don't want to be here, like if you don't want to have the conversation and stuff like that, like no, bottom left guy there, like yeah, just.
I appreciate that. But I'm giving Kelly shit. I know Kelly well, so Kelly, I understand that especially from a Christian perspective, the gayness, the man on man, that's uncomfortable for the context. Maybe not even you personally. But if you are intellectually honest, you should be able to talk about this in an intellectual perspective. Oh fuck! You don't want to fuck dudes? No, dude. I fucking understand you're not a gay dude. That's not anything about what this is about. So that being said, do you understand why there is a maybe overabundance, and maybe you might say it, but there's an overrepresentation of gayness, the LGBT, the Skittles community, as they call it, in specifically the Catholic, like generally the Christian community, but specifically the Catholic community.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna go next, but Kelly,
like you said, is there something about? Because I was trying to contain what you said in the Catholic community about it being like...
No, I'm not gay, bro. I'm not gay, bro. I don't like dicks, bro. I don't like dicks, bro.
Homosexuality.
The question is, well, how do you feel about the inclusion of the LGBT community? I'm simplifying this out. How do you feel about the inclusion of the LGBT community in specifically the Catholic Church? I'll put it that way for you.
When it's put that way, I would make it coherent with saying, how do you feel about people who commit other sins? We can insert any sin here, anything that's not congruent with Christianity. How do you feel about them being inserted in the church?
Yeah.
Now, we accept, if anybody, I saw somebody on Facebook in Springfield here, they said, I want to find a church that accepts immigrants, homosexuals. They named a number of things, and they all align with sin. Now, I am a sinner. I have committed many sins. I'm not perfect. I'm probably fucking committing bad sins, and I probably should not be committing them. Now, I try to strive for better. Now, we accept people that are sinning, but the doctrine of the church is clear. What you do to not sin is certain pathways, such as you're not a homosexual, you don't steal, you don't fornicate outside of marriage, and I've fucked chicks
and
outside.
You don't suck dick.
I'm a sinner, but
no sucking dick. Please.
Let's go to Gordon. Let's go to Gordon then. So the question then, how do you respond to the notion?
Yeah, so basically it's kind of a simple concept, really. Like me myself, I'm not religious. I'm not that type of person. And I'm following my own kind of way, right? You know what I mean? And basically what I've kind of learned from this is, live your own life kind of thing. There's too much misinformation and disinformation going on, whatever you want to call it, with what's going on with homosexuality. You know what I mean? Like,
when you say live your own life, Gordon, that sounds disingenuous. Then anybody can live their own life. Then you say the things that you say, anybody can do the opposite. If you don't have something to stand on, what are you going to stand on, dog? You're saying it's about you're running from oppression when you're running from things that could protect you from the oppression.
No oppression, absolutely not, man.
When you say anybody can live their own life, but then you say I don't want to oppress by these ideals, these same deals, people are living their life by oppressing these ideals on you. So what do you say to that, dog? It sounds like you have a foundation of sand on what you believe in, because if you don't grasp onto something, dog, you're going to be lost. I'm telling you, if you hold on to this thing that nothing matters, then you're out to the wind, dog. You're going to be with the ocean. It's going to carry you in high tide, and it's going to be riptide, and you'll be out in the ocean. You don't know where the fuck you are. But what you keep saying, I've listened a couple times. I think it's kind of cool, but I think you don't have anything to stand on, dog. Like, you keep saying all these things, and you're pointing at good things, and I want you in the same realm, but these things are dangerous, I think. When you say you can do whatever you want, but then you say I'm opposed to this, you haven't stood on anything, and I'm afraid that you're going to be taken by bad ideology. And I don't want that, but I don't understand where you're coming from, because what people have put you in the position of is not believing anything, and I think that might be more dangerous. You need to maybe look into some of the ideals that are in front of you and maybe pick something. But whatever it is, I'm not going to push it. I would say it'd be Christianity. It'd be the Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, or something of that sort. But man, they're going to take you, dog.
Here, let me talk for a sec there. Let me talk for a sec. Can I talk? Can I talk for a sec? Let me talk for a sec. Let me talk.
Kelly, you good?
Okay. So why is it that I can't have like my own perspective? Basically, that's kind of what I want to do with my own religion and what I've experienced so far with Christianity. That's what I align with. I want to be able to experience my own reality without constraints. Do you understand? You guys understand that?
I feel that, bro.
I do not want any restraints. I want to experience the full effect. And what I believe with Christianity, it holds you back in certain aspects. I do not want to be held back one bit. I want the full effect.
I feel that. I feel that, bro, for sure. Absolutely.
So then I want to throw it, if I can. I would like to throw it, Avery, you there? Because I would like to, because I'm not a Christian. I'm not somebody who believes in this, in the faith. I do
That's
think
where I align with you, dude. That's where I align with you,
right,
because
so
I'm not on any certain path or anything like that. It is an undetermined path that I'm on.
and
My path is it's not divided by certain constraints and stuff like that with Christianity and religion and all that. It is literally, my life is determined by consequence. Whatever the fuck happens.
And so I agree. I agree that there is a level of difference that we can see. Like the three of us, every night. But between the three of us, I don't think any of us are trolling for dick. It seems like that's not the way we live. But like,
not me, man.
The fact that other people are driven that way seems to be something that is not in the same way. But if you think about what is Think about the first girl. Maybe you were in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, whatever it was. The first girl that you're like, oh, I got a crush on her.
First grade, man. First grade.
There you go. Did you choose?
First grade for me.
What was her name? First name.
Oh, I don't remember the name, but I definitely remember.
Okay, so
sneaking off.
You can see her face.
First grade, I snuck off of the girl there, and
you can see her face in your mind, right?
What's that?
You can see her face in your mind, right?
Yeah, I remember the memories. I don't remember the name or anything like that, but I do remember in first grade I snuck off of the girl and went over to her house and everything and fucking took her pants off.
So my question is, did you choose that was the girl that you were going to be into, or did you?
Pretty much, yeah. Like it was.
Did you?
Yeah. Like I knew exactly what I was doing at that time. It was
just to be clear, you had the option of that girl in first grade or other girls in your first grade class, and you decide none of those. I'm gonna go with this one. That's the order.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, man. I went for it, and yeah. I was very, very young, man. Like I really like all I can say, like what I can say is that, you know, I really enjoy women, and ever since a very, very young age, man, at a very young age, I learned to respect and really cherish women, and I still do.
Fair enough, but again, I just honestly don't really believe you, in the sense that, like, were you what? Okay, so what age did you feel? If you're saying at such a young age,
yeah,
that you looked at a bunch of girls and you decided on this girl specifically, how did you become the type of person who could differentiate girl A from girl B from girl C?
At a very, very young age, do it. I'm telling you, like under the age of 5, I knew right away the chemistry that I had with a girl, and it's like I know I'm a boy, obviously, like, you know, in my own capacity and all that, and I see a girl, and you know, stuff happens and stuff like that, and
you understand my my skepticism, right?
Yeah.
So it seems infinitely more likely that you just became attracted to this girl, and that was just the girl that you were attracted to, and because you're a straight dude, that throughout your life there were other girls that you were attracted to. It doesn't seem likely that. So what age were you with this first girl? What age was that first girl?
The girl, the first time?
First girl.
Yeah. And I will tell you, I'll be honest with you, completely honest. Like, probably about 5 or 6 years old.
Avery, I need you here, brother. This is leading to something. But I need Avery. I need you here, brother. Go ahead, and Gordon.
I'm dead serious.
My fucking vape. Sorry, go ahead, Gordon.
What's that?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't know what the fuck my vape is, but I'll find it. Because my question is, if you're in first grade, how do you determine that your attraction to this girl isn't just an instinctual attraction to this girl versus you're in first grade and you have the pick of the litter of all these different girls. You're muted. We can't hear you, Avery. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Because all the other girls in that grade at that time were cheering the other girl on.
But
That's why, dude.
But my point is, all of that could have led you to instinctually be attracted to that girl, in the sense that it pulls you back from a choice. I don't believe that it is a choice who we become attracted to. I think when you are attracted to someone, that is an inherent thing. And so if you are straight, inherently, you're going to be attracted to girls of whatever type is your type. If you're bi, you're going to be attracted to girls of a certain type and guys of a certain type. If you're,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So
exactly, I was saying that Gordon is saying that he was attracted to a girl very young, and I'm questioning how is it that at such a young age you are able to determine that you are making the type of choice that, okay, I'm going to go with this girl versus, ooh, my 11-year-old instincts are pulling me towards this girl. And those are very different lines. Those are very different areas of living. Because if you're 20, if you're 25, if you're 30, then you and you're, I will assume, I'm not bi, but Avery, back me up. If you're bi, and you say, okay, there's this girl who's really put together, and I'm kind of into her, but not really. But there's this dude that he's kind of a mess, but oh, he's so fucking sexy, even though I'm a dude. Like I that I can understand. But if you're 11 years old and you're into a girl because of whatever reasons, I don't feel that it is. I'm just hearing that. I'm not speaking to your experience specifically. I'm just talking about hearing that. I'm questioning, how do you know that it wasn't just not a coincidence, but just a way that things played out, that what you were attracted to happens to be something that falls into femininity, females, all of those things. And so I don't fully understand how it could be different, because I'm not bi. So Avery, if you were there, I would like to throw it to you. If you could fill out saying,
Avery,
if I can feel out what?
If you can kind of
don't ask him. He's trying to fill up on it.
No, not that. There's a lot of people talking. I can't fucking understand.
I'm trying to say, if you're 6 years old and if you're a 6-year-old boy and you're attracted to a girl, how are you sure at that point that you're a straight guy versus?
I mean, when I was six, hold on. When I was 6, I knew 6 or 7. That's when I knew I like dudes and like boys and girls. Like,
okay, fair enough.
Like I knew that.
Fair enough.
That's I don't know. I think it's where I hate it how people are like, oh no, you have to have been sexually abused or something had to happen to you or you had to be coerced into. Hold on. It's you had to be coerced into thinking this certain way, when that's just fucking retarded. Like, it just is. Okay, sure, some people maybe, some people you can make that argument, but
maybe the ninja likes dicks. Just it can be that simple.
If you beat your kid, sometimes it changes their behavior. They just beat the shit out. No, I'm just kidding. That's horrible joke.
I want the conversation I'm trying to have. The conversation I'm trying to have is the Christianity aspect of, I'm Christian, therefore I'm straight. Like, you may be Christian and straight. I also was Christian and straight. Now I'm not Christian and straight. But I think the conversation of sexuality gets so...
I think it's because whoever wrote that part in the Bible just didn't like gay dudes. Well, that's all it was.
Jesus. Hey, Jesus. How do you find women? How do you, go about, to find a person?
Me specifically, or are you asking about?
Yeah, I'm asking you specifically.
I mean, I'm
Because I
a
don't know what to do anymore, man. Like,
yeah, I don't identify with the MGTOW community, but I'm not out on the dating market. I don't go on dating apps. I'm totally fine saying I haven't had sex in years, and I'm totally fine with not having sex for years more.
See,
I
it
don't
goes
know
down to
what
the bottom, though.
remember.
People don't want to introduce.
I don't agree with the
Hold on,
I definitely don't agree with that.
remember in the as recently as the 2010s, you'd be immediate, oh, I haven't had sex in a week. Oh my god, I don't know.
Unhealthy.
Yeah, that's degenerate shit.
It's because the dating market sucks. It's because the dating market sucks.
It sucks, but you gotta work it though. You gotta
That's
work it.
degeneracy.
You have to put the work in.
For the entirety of human history, getting laid before you were married on a regular basis was just not a thing. And like, hey, I was in a long-term relationship in high school. I was in a long-term relationship in college. I got my box up in college. I did my thing. I probably have had more sex than the average.
I love sex. I love sex.
So, who doesn't?
I love sex,
I
man.
probably had more sex than the average person because I've spent so much time in relationships, but I have a way lower body count because A, I have respect for myself. B, I don't really have an interest in fucking a bitch. I didn't realize he was saying that. Kelly Green! I have enough respect in myself that I don't really give a fuck about fucking bitches just to fuck bitches. And I do care.
Yeah, exactly.
About finding someone to marry and be a wife. So I'm not at all.
Are you gonna be a wife, Lutch? Is that what you just said? Finding someone to marry and be a wife? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, yeah, it is a fucking joke. But I'm totally fucking confident. I am not okay, maybe not totally confident. I am not insecure at all by saying that my body count is in single digits. I don't have.
Oh, mine is too.
I didn't. Yeah, well, but yeah.
Mine is definitely not. I don't want to tell you what mine is.
What a whore!
Oh fuck!
But that's
you fucking degenerate. You fucking degenerate.
Oh fuck! You guys don't want to know.
I'm not out here. Trust me, bro. Trust me. I had the fucking king suite in a frat house. I literally, there was a girl.
What is the most amount of money you paid for a hotel room?
I turned away from her.
What is the most amount of money you paid for a hotel room? What is the most amount of money you paid for a hotel room?
A normal amount, because I've never paid for a hotel room to fuck a girl.
Me, myself, 280. 280.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
280. King size bed, fucking huge TV, massive fucking hot tub. Like it was right in the downtown of my city here in Edmonton.
But my point in all of this, where I want to drill down to, is that I'm not a gay guy. I'm not bi. I'm not gay. I have no interest in dudes. Like I said, there was a girl that was a little whore that I used to work with, and me and dude, we were down to double team her, but my fucking leg touched his leg, and I was out.
Really? It was that bad? Where you guys touch each other's legs and you're like, ew.
I don't like
pussy. Pussy.
I'm sorry.
Not gay.
I'm sorry that I don't like dude leg hair on my leg. If that's what you like, that's totally fine. But I fucked her before that. Okay? So fucking her versus fucking her while also having my leg on another dude's leg, I'll take A over B every single time. But if you happen to be gay, or if you are bi, that is nothing that I look down upon, and I'm actually interested in the same way. Earlier on this, I mean, it wasn't exactly this stream, but I've been streaming since fucking, what time is it? It's 3:30 in the morning. Oh my god, it's 3:30 in the morning, bro. I've been streaming since fucking.
I could do my own streaming if I wanted to, but I
You
don't.
could, but you're not. So what I was talking about is black people fucking what it was like with Daytona Beach and all that shit. And hey, in the same way, I'm interested to talk about why are black people fucking up Houston and Daytona Beach? Why
Houston's a shithole.
people interested in dick and also vagina? I am interested in both of those questions.
Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing with that. A lot of people don't understand this. I've been to county a couple of times, right? And so yeah, they're gay as fuck. They're gay as fuck. They just don't talk about it. That's just how it is.
I believe that.
They're gay as fuck. They just don't talk about
I'm
it.
not even remotely gay, but I'm respectful.
They're quote unquote gay for the stay. It's not gay if you stop 2 weeks before you get out. Yeah, you're a fucking fuck. Hold on, I have almost said.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate
You're
it.
a fucking bundle of sticks, bitch. You just don't want to admit it. Like that's all it is. Like, and see, here's the thing though, and y'all are probably gonna disagree with me. Everyone fucking disagrees with me. My gaydar is pretty fucking good. I genuinely think that 30% of the human population goes both ways. It is just yes.
Are you fucking serious?
People just closet. People are just closeted. People are just closeted.
You really honestly believe that shit?
People are just closeted, yes. And they don't want to talk about it because they're ashamed of it.
Gordon, Chinese Gordon, how tall are you?
I'm 6'1".
Okay, so you're tall. You're a tall person, right? So you probably never really. I mean, you maybe depending on the other aspects of your life, maybe you've been fucking picking up like a motherfucker, or you've never really had trouble.
I have, back in the day.
I'm going to assume you've never had trouble getting attention from women.
Definitely not, man. No.
Okay. I am
5'4". I'm 5'1".
I am. So we are short ass fucking dudes. But like other dudes, like I don't have other dudes. I don't want other dudes. So don't fucking. It's not the same thing. All right. You can get other dudes because you care about other dudes. I don't want other dudes. I want other.
I don't want other dudes neither. I'm not.
Avery does. I'm just saying.
I don't like dudes.
Not you, Gordon. Not you. He's talking about me. Calm down. Calm down. No one's calling you a bundle of sticks. Relax.
I'm not a fag, man.
No, we can't. You can't say that on TOS. You can't say that.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Okay.
You got to say bundle of sticks. Okay. Bundle of sticks. That's the code word.
Serious? That's what you gotta say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, YouTube has the but
you gotta shorten it better than that.
So, yeah, I hear you. But exactly. So like, there's a lot of
6. Can we say 6? Can we not 6? Something like this.
Sticks, call them sticks. Whatever.
6, 7. No, I'm just kidding.
My point is, there is not a shortage. I'll ask you then. I don't want to assume. Avery, is there a shortage of dudes who are interested in your body type?
I mean, I would say no, but then again, when I was in college, like I was really good at picking the ones out that didn't know they were gay yet or didn't know they liked dudes yet. So that kind of helped.
So my point stands that if you're a short dude and you're bi, there's other dudes that don't give a fuck how tall you are if you're going to
hold on
and not say shit about it.
Hold on, Lutch. There's also a generation discrepancy with this too. Like Gen Z is like really okay with people being gay. They don't care, and they're also kind of the most gayest generation.
Yeah,
so
that's kind of pedophile for me. They're
how is that Gen Z? I'm Gen Z.
You're talking about Gen Z.
Yeah. I'm Gen Z. I'm 27 years old. I'm 27.
Well, yeah, that's kind of weird.
Gen Z is 27.
Yeah.
Gen Z is from 98, I think, all the way up until 2000 something.
That's kind of gross.
How is that gross? Those are people in my generation.
You're like a child.
I'm not a child. I'm 27.
You literally
fucking
are. You
asshole.
sound like a child.
Wait, Gordon, how old are you?
Like, what the fuck?
Hold on, Gordon, how old are you?
41.
So I'm 36. We're 5 years apart. You
Okay.
gotta understand that 27 is a grown man.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to necessarily say, "Oh, I want to be with a 27-year-old girl." Fair enough, but
I
you would.
have. I
Okay,
have.
okay, there you go.
Recently, actually,
why are you-
not too long ago,
Why-
there I actually hooked up.
Why am I a
with
fucking pedophile for
23-year-old,
talking
and it
about
was
that? Like, what the
amazing,
PDF.
bro.
PDF. Why is he a PDF then?
Seriously.
Why is
Oh.
he a PDF then?
Oh.
What the fuck?
If you've done the same shit, then why is he a PDF? Just because it's dudes.
Okay, go ahead. No. Explain that again there.
It's just
You called me a PDF. Why did you call me a PDF? Like, what the fuck, dude?
You, Gordon,
It's
and
fucking baseless.
Gross to think about dudes and dude shit. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So again, taking a step back, I think there is a clear understanding that there is a threshold of, let's say, 25 to, I'm 36, so 25 to 40. That's like my exactly. That's like my preferred range.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
like, obviously I'm the lower end. But the point is, it's not the type of situation where you're getting to choose. Oh, well, there's 7 27-year-olds and there's 5 28-year-olds. Like, that's not the landscape that we're fucking dealing with.
Yeah.
You see, Gordon?
Yeah.
Okay, so what?
Gordon, the only like the thing that I was comparing it with is that different generate. Nah, dude, like you just called me a fucking PDF file for no fucking reason. I'm kind of pissed at that, dude.
No,
the only thing
I
that I'm saying,
apologize. I do
well,
apologize.
thank you for
I
the
apologize.
apology. But what I'm saying is that like my generation is more accepting of it and is more open with it versus Gen X and the fucking millennials, like y'all two are millennials. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, so there obviously is a bigger market for me in terms of dating.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Exactly.
So, anyways, let's continue.
Yeah, I know. It's just very different.
Let's continue, shall we?
Did you have something else?
No. Go ahead.
I mean, I think that's the bottom line. I think that's the bottom line. Like, we have to understand what the dating market is, and understanding what the dating market is allows us as men, whether you're straight, gay, or otherwise, to understand what is available to you and what you can expect.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, a lot of dudes are like on this MGTOW shit, like, oh, men going their own way. I think that's fucking gay. I think that's gay as shit. Like, gayer than Avery sucking dick. I think that's gay.
Hey,
Like,
man, hey, you want to know the irony behind that? Women say I eat great pussy. Dudes say I give great head. I'm good at both. I'm good at fucking both.
Proud of you, brother. I'm proud of you. That being said, I mean, genuinely proud of you. I would imagine it's probably not easy to suck a dick. I haven't thought much about it.
Never done it.
Never done it. Never tried.
Never will.
Never thought about it, but hey.
Never thought about it.
That's what you're into.
No.
And the bottom line, I think, is
Usually when I'm down between a woman's legs and all that, is, you know, it's all I kind of care about. And
don't knock it till you try it, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Your reactions are funny as fuck.
It's like, you know what I mean? Well, you know, seriously, like, come on. Fuck, man.
I'm fucking with y'all, dude. Calm down.
Like, seriously, like, The first time I went down on a girl was when I was like fucking 14. And 14 or whatever. And yeah, we got to 15, 16. And I got to be honest with you guys. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it on live here right now. I don't give a shit. I don't care. And I'll flat out say that, when I was, 14, 15, I thought I had sex, but some other people believed that it wasn't.
How does that work?
I want, if I can get personal with you guys there.
Sure.
I'll get a little bit of personal with you. I need to know your guys' perspective on this because I've got a lot of mixed reactions. When I was 14, I entered I penetrated her by like half for probably fucking 3 pumps. Is that sex?
So you had a 3-pump chump. Is that what you're saying?
Penetrated by half.
Penetration is sex.
Well, and
Yeah,
no, and
yeah.
I didn't even come. I didn't come.
You still fucked her.
You still
Yes. And she told me to stop, and I did.
Good. You did the right thing.
There you go.
I pumped 3 times, and she told me to stop, and I was like done, and I stopped, and I fucking pulled out right away because
Yeah.
What you should do.
That's the right thing to do.
That's how to have sex and not grape.
And not go to fucking prison. Like that's it. Yeah, you did the right thing, buddy. You still fucked her. Congrats.
So here's what.
Well, and so you actually consider that having sex because she didn't believe that was sex.
No, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, no, yeah, that was sex, buddy.
And that's what pissed me off. That's what made me very mad is because she was like later on afterwards, she was like, yeah, no, that wasn't sex. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? What do you mean that wasn't?
That's
I'm like, what?
That's what they call a self. What's the word? I'm drunk, sorry, but she's trying to fucking make it in her own mind. No, anyway, I'm sex with me. I'm pumped 3 times. Did you penetrate the bitch? You had sex. Did you stop when she asked you to stop? Then you didn't rape her. Beautiful. That's the way to do it.
And we were together for like a long, long time before that. Like before, having sex and everything and all that, we were, just hanging out and enjoying each other's time. And like I'm telling you guys, like I don't want you guys to get freaked out by what I've experienced in my life, but I can tell you that I've always been interested in women from a very, very young age, and I don't want to be discriminated for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's something that's kind of been ingrained in me for a long time. Like,
yeah,
you're not being discriminated against because you're straight,
I respect
buddy.
women. I really do, man. I respect
That's not, you're not
women
being discriminated against that. You're good.
It wasn't clearly defined when we were young as to what you were and weren't supposed to do, and especially when we look at movies and media and stuff. There was a lot of conflicting ideas with reality and what was cool or what was in movies. So I wouldn't beat yourself up about that. I think
dude, you're good.
That's totally good as long as you're not actively trying to. I'll put it the other way. As long as you're actively trying to go along with what your partner's, whether it's 3 pumps or 3 months, if you're going along with what your partner wants, then you're doing the right thing. That's simple. So
Yeah.
I think we're about it. I'm gonna shut down the panel. I do want to hop on to Speak Easy before I go to bed, and I'm already at 4.5 hours. So I don't know how long I'm gonna last over there, but
Yeah, I'll
I'm
probably
gonna
jump
crash. I
on
gotta get up in
Speakeasy.
fucking 5.5 hours.
oh, fuck you guys and shit. I make my own schedule. So we'll go to Avery first. Turn your camera on, and I'm gonna give you the floor.
I'm laying down.
I
I'm
don't
laying
give a-
down. I do.
I'm not giving you the floor. Tell the people what you want. I'm not giving you the floor if you don't fucking care.
What? The
Tell
floor
the
for
people
what?
you want to tell them before you get kicked the fuck off.
Come on, bro. You can do it.
Hi. What the fuck? I don't know. Tell them what.
Come on, dude. Come on. Snap.
All right. Well,
snap. There we go. Snap. That's exactly what I like. What I want to say. Yeah.
Stay in the chat and watch me on fucking Speakeasy. Or are you gonna fucking gay out like a gay?
No, I'm gonna gay out like a gay and go the fuck to sleep, bitch.
on,
Fuck
man.
you.
You can do this shit.
I'm tired as hell, dude.
Bye.
Laters.
The kick from studio and ban from studio are so close together. Tell the people what you want. Any last words for the people?
For the people. I don't know. Yeah.
This motherfucker.
Okay, there we go.
Chinese
Yeah,
bro. Brother.
Okay.
If people
So
don't
are you gonna jump over to Speakeasy?
Wait. If people don't know, who are you? What do you do? Avery is indeed a legend and one of a kind. If people don't know, Gordon, who you are, what do you do, and where can people find you, sir? The floor is yours.
Okay, so I don't do that much live streaming, but especially on X, I love X. You can find me on X as Unacceptable Chinese Gordon, and on a YouTube as Clayton Grant Gordon. Both names on X, YouTube, Twitch. I've got other channels as well too, and so if you guys want to check me out there, that's awesome. That'd be great. Thanks.
Word up. Thank you for hanging out, brother. Always I feel welcome whenever I drop the link. Please hit that. Come on through. Thank you. So very much for everything that you added to the show, and we will see you next time, brother. Peace out. All right. I am drunk. I want to fucking, is it real? But not as real as me as a Chinaman. Am I even speaking straight enough to be on a panel right now? I feel like I'm not. But who gives a shit? This motherfucker called me out on some fucking fruitcake shit. We already said fat on this stream, right? He called me out on some bullshit as if I fucking followed him around on a random fucking Tuesday when I was just doing my shit, and his whole fucking chat got mad at me. So we about to go fucking run some shit. You know what I mean? This is about reputation. Let's go. What are they talking about? Why can't I hear anything?
Where's the person who grews it right?
I could even give you that because there is bigger channels that could probably get away with shit that I won't get away with. But that doesn't mean they don't have the right to do this. And that's where, like, that's my argument is that, yes, I agree with you that there's some shit that's bullshit the way they go about it. But it's their right. And who am I to take away their right?
Right. So, and just like to steel man what you just said, because I think I understand you. So, like, it's fucked up how they do it, but they still have a right because they're a private company. That's it, right?
Yep. Exactly.
Okay. All right. I understand what you're saying. I still disagree because you don't have a right to mass manipulate people for a political agenda. I'm sorry. We're going to take it back to the ice cream parlor. We're going to take it back to the ice cream parlor with the vanilla. Oh, I'm not doing the ice cream parlor. The ice cream parlor has nothing to do with a social media company.
It's a physical example of the same thing. Trust me, right?
So yes is a 2x. I'm trying to gather what they're talking about. I backed it up like fucking a few minutes. Ugh. But this is about Brian Shapiro.
It's free speech, right? So you're in the ice cream parlor.
He's halfway at his donut goal.
And it's like you have vanilla.
You want to fucking donate some fucking shit on my name.
And the woman wants vanilla, but you're like, nah, bitch, you got purple hair. Get the fuck out of my store. Like that business is more like I'm not interfering with her right to express herself. She can express herself, but I can also express my right to choose who I cater my services to. You can't force me to sell something to someone. That's fucked up.
All right, so let's check out live.
They should have brought weed.
Isn't it kind of
Wait. So let me make sure I'm understanding his analogy here. So he's swap meet, and the guy brought the wrong bread, and they told him to get the fuck out, right?
Well, he just brought bread. Everyone else brought like carrots and vegetables, whatever.
He brought a food that the swap meet vendor did not want to sell.
That's for you to decide. That's for you to decide. Is there anybody?
Just like
are
YouTube,
you
if they see content that they don't want to sell?
Is there anybody here?
Right?
Am I just
You don't have to participate.
Okay.
Off?
Okay, I think I'm starting to understand. And from what I understand, I still call bullshit because you can't lay out rules and then partially enforce them because you are arbitrarily.
Let's fucking do it.
No, you can't.
One sec. What if my rule is that one sec.
Why should I respect?
Put my name, Lutch. That's me.
Runner, I'm like, I can't have peanuts at this event in case there's kids with allergies.
What's going on?
So then they dismiss that vendor. Now I know it sounds shitty, but it's like, hey, you know what? That peanut vendor had rights, and it's not fair to the peanut vendor that they can't sell at this huge meet where they're going to have a chance to make a lot of money. But at the same time, if the owners or the people holding the meet assess that the risk is greater for them to have the peanut vendor there with the risk of allergies, then they have to dismiss them off. They don't want
to prevent. My question to that is that was that rule stipulated right before, like there's advertisement, hey, the swap meet come here. Was the rule stipulated then, or was it? Or hold on, was the rule stipulated then when the advertisement came out for the promotion, or was that rule happen to appear out of thin air at the moment when that vendor showed up for that event to distribute their product?
Even in here, I'll give you the best case scenario for your argument. Let's say they just made it up right there on the fly because somebody brought it to their attention that they said because of allergy.
One sec. Lutz, you got an echo on your thing there. If you could, I don't know if you need to put a headphone in or whatever you need to do there. But yeah,
I heard what you said. My response to that is that then why you punish the vendor for management failure? I mean, think of it this way. Like in this analogy, in this particular, just hold on.
I'm going to make you agree with me in this one.
Look, and I have the really easy answer because Mangoes, you know what? You're right. It's like, hey, why punish that vendor? Because it makes more sense to punish the vendor being you to dismiss you from the meet versus what the cost would incur if a kid dies from an allergy.
Here's my counter and speakeasy.
Mangoes.
Yeah.
Say I own YouTube. Right? Technically, these trans the youth advocates aren't breaking any TOS rules, but I'm gonna kick them the fuck off. Them motherfuckers aren't speaking one word on YouTube under Speakeasy's ownership. You have a problem with that?
Trans of the youth?
Yeah, the ones that are advocating that youth should be allowed to transition. Under YouTube, under Speakeasy's YouTube ownership, even though they're not breaking TOS, I'm kicking those motherfuckers off.
Even though it's not breaking TOS, you're kicking them off.
Yep.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Why?
Because you're just now you're just gerrymandering the rules because your feelings are hurt.
That's not
It's
gerrymandering.
based off of feelings.
Speaks right to do it because he owns the channel.
Hold on, just a second.
It's just like
You
when
just laid out as very specific that I violated my own TOS by going kicking off people who didn't violate TOS.
Yes.
That's arbitrary. And going off the other guys about the peanut allergy, the reason why I rebuttal against that is because, first off, peanut allergy is a very common allergen that people have. So if it's really that's where I'm coming from.
I don't want to get away from this. I want you to tell me why it's wrong to enforce my own rules in my own company that I want. That's what I'm confused about. You keep saying gerrymandering the TOS. I just don't want them on my platform. I think what they are saying is poison to society, and that's good enough for me. Why do I have to worry about what you think I should have on my platform?
Because, okay, so you do remember in the question that you said that and you said this in the question, even though they didn't break they didn't break TOS, right?
Yeah, I just don't want them on my platform. Yeah, it's simply
that's
a personal worldview. I'm against that and don't want them.
Yeah, well, they didn't break TOS. That's wrong because now it's about your feelings, not about objective fact. Who gets to police the police if they don't know how to stick with their own rules that they're supposed to enforce?
Wait, why does
that's very dangerous? You understand how pernicious that idea is, right? If I own something and I get to break the own rules I enforce on everybody else, you're actually bringing in tyranny. That is a form of tyranny.
Wait, that would involve government.
No, well, tyranny, dictatorship, tyrant, all the same thing. I can start using tyrant then. It's a form of a tyrannical metric. If I have no rules I can go by, then I can do whatever the fuck I want. So why have rules in the first place?
So
that's basically what you're saying.
No,
I'm what it boils down to.
Someone who owns the company, someone who makes the rules for the company can't break the rules. They made them. They are the rules. If I say I don't want somebody with blue laces allowed in my fucking platform, matter of fact, if I see anybody wearing a blue shirt on my YouTube, I'm gonna kick them off just because I don't like blue. Why is that even like? How are we allowed to dictate? Why does your rights, or any, not you specifically, just like any creator's rights, why do any of our rights trump the owners of YouTube? I don't get it.
Blue shirt, man.
Well, that's a misnomer.
But then, so what I would ask you, Mangoes, is what I would ask you, Mangoes, is if I understand you're fighting for the rights of the trans kids that would want to be on Speak's channels, but what about the rights of Speak to be able to hold that platform and who he gets to choose to be on it? What about his rights?
You guys are forgetting the most important detail of the question, even though they didn't violate TOS.
Right, but I can have my own rules that are additional rules to my company that I just have.
Yeah, what about
this big long list of things I don't want?
So you got? Wait, are you saying? I'm sorry. I think who is it?
Mango.
I can't read in the bottom corner. Are you saying that? So Speakeasy is not allowed to say, okay, if you have blue hair, I don't want you on my platform. He's not allowed to do that.
Well, yeah. Well, what? Just to like, so you get a recap here. What I had said is, if I own YouTube, and then I have my TOS violations written out, but I also there's no rule in there about specifically promoting transition for the youth. But I decide I don't like this, so I tell my moderators, take that shit off my platform. He's saying I shouldn't be able to do that because they didn't break any of the rules there in the TOS. But as a private company owner, I'm saying anyone that owns their own private company should be able to fucking do whatever they want, ban whoever they want, fire whoever they want. There shouldn't be this weird dictating what private company owners can do with their shit. Doesn't even make sense.
Indian Jesus.
Argument against
I want to say too, the society is going to respond in a way that is adequate to these things. And for what I'm saying is, like, if you had a shop in New York that said no blacks allowed, let him see how much fucking business he's gonna get. That shop will be shut down in weeks. Let him fucking fail. Why are we saying, oh no, you can't do that? Let him do it. Let him do it so he can go bankrupt and be a bomb like he deserves to be. Like, I don't know why we're living in this world where we want to dictate what people are allowed to do with their own private companies. It's stupid.
Yeah, and like a perfect example, for example, is Bud Light. Remember they done the whole tease thing, and then the bitch came out and she was like, "We're done with it." Like, basically their consumer base. We're moving on from our consumer base. And then literally within a week, it was like, and the home of the brave, with a fucking stallion run across the thing and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, they will change as soon as they it goes against like the consumer base of making money. The free market will make the swap. They don't give two fucks. You know what I mean? But the thing is that like a lot of it though is that they have it's like the silent majority. You know what I mean? Or like that's not a good way of describing it. It's like this thing of like the loud minority is basically convincing you that like the average kind of like citizen or the free market can't like see what's going on. You know what I mean?
All right.
I just have to point out too the craziness. I didn't even think of this earlier. We were talking about Section 230, and that's his name is Section 230. That's
what
hilarious.
the fuck?
That's awesome.
It's a
But
sign.
go ahead. Sorry, you were gonna say something there.
No, yeah. I'll try to make it quick. I'll state my position, what I'm saying, and counter what you're saying, Speakeasy, about the black man owning the business in New York. And Indian Jesus, I'll go ahead, let you, interject so you can have your thoughts. So like I'm going to start off with Speakeasy, like that whole analogy of what he's saying about about the business owner in New York banning black people. That's not the correct, like, that's a misleading analogy for this particular case because it's illegal under United States law through the Civil Rights Action Civil Rights Act of 1964. So that right there cancels out his example. He's saying that breaking federal law is okay just because it's a private business. Well, you just said it.
No. That part, you're right to critique that. That's fair because that part was a ought. Right, I was saying we ought to let no blacks allowed in there.
Okay.
Like, do you think?
All right, I'll let you.
There's like white. There's not white people that'll say what? No blacks allowed. Fuck this guy. Like, there's
not
okay. Fair enough. Right.
I was saying for an ought for that part. That was just like an ought I added on to like this like extension of reach that the government is doing of like trying to control what you're allowed to do, like the gay couple who wanted Christians to make gay cakes for them.
Yeah,
fuck you. Like, why?
No,
why?
that one.
Why?
No.
Fuck you. Nobody should have to make your cake. Go make your dick cake somewhere else.
Right.
Actually, now hold on. Wait. Actually, I agree with Speakeasy on that one because it's not a mass social media company. That's different. I agree with you, Speakeasy, and I'll give you. I'll be on. Okay, it's fine. When you mean an ought, hold on, Terry. When you mean an ought, you mean like a hypothetical to display of how you are consistent of what your belief is. Okay, I understand that now. I mixed that up. My apologies. Okay. Indian Jesus, my position is in this whole argument is that when you have a social media company like YouTube, X, Facebook, they should not have the ability or the right or power to selectively censor people that selectively censor people on an arbitrary basis. Okay, you look at 2020 during the COVID, people on the right were being censored heavily. When you do that, you actually effectively manipulate one side of the political spectrum, thinking that the other side is that evil because look all the punishment that they're going through because they're being censored for saying things that could be looked as harmful, medical misinformation, malinformation, racist, bigotry, and all this stuff. I'm saying that when you have a social media company have the power to influence the minds of people during an election cycle, they should not have the power. Hold on. No. Just no. You're just going to have to wait until I'm about to land the plane. Okay. What I'm saying is that a social media company like YouTube and Facebook should not do that and be able to manipulate a bunch of people like that.
So you're for compelled speech, then?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because if we have to force YouTube to host all the voices, that means we're compelling YouTube, because free speech also includes the right not to host speech. That's
the whole thing is about me being anti-free speech. Your anti-free speech is because you're willing to let people get censored. There you go. You're just as guilty as I am. That's the classical projection.
No, Mango,
you're anti-free speech more than I am.
It's what entails from your position. Listen. If free speech isn't just I can speak, it's also I cannot be forced to platform a speech I reject. Do you agree? That is what free speech means.
A private okay. I want to understand the question. You're saying that it's equal both ways,
free
right?
Speech doesn't only include that you can speak. It means you cannot be forced to speak or platform a speak, right?
And you can incite violence, right? I mean,
no.
Well, it all. Okay. In this particular case, you're referring to the private company, right?
Well, the owners of the company, right? So, like, forcing the owners of YouTube to host any content. Not we don't even have to say all. If to force them to host any content is compelled speech.
Well,
that would be exactly what it is.
Well, I think I can split the difference though, because Speakeasy, you're talking about something that let's just say YouTube is hosting a video that they wouldn't really like on their platform, but it doesn't specifically break TOS. They because of the fact that they've established what their TOS is, even if they don't like it, as long as it follows their TOS, there's no justification for them to bring it down. It's the TOS. If they break TOS, that is the justification to bring it down. And so the middle ground there is if you can say something that
and you broke it a long time
you are
ago.
able to say it within TOS, there's no justification for YouTube to take down what you say.
The justification is I own the business.
So you're saying, Jesus, that the Alphabet company, the owners of YouTube, well, if they didn't like Speak's video right now, they couldn't take it down?
Well, I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, like obviously, if you own a private company like YouTube, and they just decide whatever, like there's no law saying that they couldn't just take down this stream, my stream, whatever stream, because they feel like it, because they're a private company. But I think if we're talking about the fairness of the market, and that if they were doing that regularly, and there was another
wait, I reject that premise right there. Lutch, we do not have a right to an audience. YouTube has made, they own the algorithm they've created, the audience they've gathered. We don't have a right to that. We have a right to speak. We have a right to create, but we don't have a right to be hosted, to be amplified, to be distributed on someone else's platform.
Fair enough.
We don't
I
have
agree with that.
right.
I agree with that. So are you saying that if somebody was not breaking TOS but made a YouTube video that disagreed with what the CEO of YouTube thought, that just because they're a private company, they would be able to take it down?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, and so the reason I disagree with that is because that goes against the notion of what YouTube is. And so if they are presenting, hey, this is a platform, here are our rules. As long as you don't break our rules, then this is what you're allowed to post. It doesn't matter what I, as the CEO, agree with. It matters. Here are our rules. If you're not breaking our
what you
rules,
guys are not grasping is you're only taking one isolated business in the whole market. We're talking about the free market. If you believe that free speech is such a valuable thing, it should stand on its own merit that people will recognize. Because if that happened, all they have to do is just make a video on Rumble, and the Rumble CEO is going to make sure that is front page of Rumble that his competitor is doing tyrannical shit. This is why Rumble is the best product. That's how the free market works, baby.
You never stream without telling me you never stream. Come on. You think that you can just automatically do the same thing on YouTube and just put it on Rumble? The same thing?
Wait, Lutch, are you saying that the written out TOS on YouTube is the source of the right?
I'm saying it should be. Whether it is or not, it should be. Why? Because that's they are establishing, here are the rules of whether we agree with you or not. These are the terms of you using our service. That's what TOS is.
No. Ownership.
Would you be able to talk like this right now?
Like YouTube, ownership requires things like judgment calls, case by case decisions. Like
that's private.
There's a lot. Ownership is not this thing that you can just write down every single fucking rule.
I totally agree.
Outside of this, right?
I totally agree. But are you saying that it would be justified? First of all, justified by YouTube and also accepted by the YouTube audience that you just post?
I don't care about.
You're making comparisons. You're trying to bridge the gap between the audience and the numbers.
I felt like that was relevant. Why is that not relevant? Because I think I thought that was part of the conversation. Why is
no? What's accepted and what is their right to do is way big difference.
I'm actually demonstrating it right now.
A lot of people don't accept gay marriage, but they still have the right to do it under the U.S. law. So acceptance doesn't matter about their rights.
No,
I don't care about what YouTube's audience would accept. I know that YouTube's allowed this under their right of ownership.
I'm not talking about the audience. I'm talking about YouTube specifically. And we'll bring it.
The audience, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so we'll bring it
what they're allowed to do, and they don't have to have the rules written out ahead of time.
But again, we'll bring it back. I'm bring it down to the CEO of YouTube. Let's say the CEO of YouTube is super Kamala Harris, whatever, and they that person decides, I don't want. It's a private company, so I don't want any pro-Trump content on my platform at all. Are you saying there that you would be like, all right, okay, if no,
if Neil Mohan wanted to take all,
wait,
that's not a hypothetical. That's not a hypothetical. That's not a hypothetical. Because you can look at the YouTube.
Let him finish.
So the first part is that the YouTube CEO doesn't like it, and the second part is that it falls within the terms of service. You're saying if both of those things are met, the YouTube CEO doesn't like it, but it does fall within. It has not broken any terms of service. That is legitimately taken down just because it's a private company.
Yep.
Okay. I think that's
now where you can disagree is if the public opinion has a different
let's
thought.
Let them I want to hear the disagreement. That's what I want to hear, because like I said, if not, then you are for compelled speech and you can't break away from that entailment.
I don't think that's
you're saying that we have to force YouTube to host anything at all.
We're not. No, they're the ones that decide the TOS, dude. They're the ones that. Right. So once they decide,
that doesn't mean anything.
So they're not compelled to do anything. They can make the TOS whatever they want. It's a private company. So they're saying, okay, here's what we.
The TOS can say you are not allowed to use the word "it." If you use the word "it," you're getting taken down.
Fine, but that's not in the TOS, is it? So what I was saying is,
it doesn't have to be though. That's the thing. You're conflating.
We're agreeing.
You understand what you're doing, right?
We're agreeing. If it says you can't use the word "it" in the TOS, then whether they like the word "it" or not, if you use the word "it," they could take down your stream. I'm not arguing.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so we're agreeing so far. What I'm saying is
discretion is a part of ownership.
Right. What I'm saying is they do not say that you can't say the word "it." So even if they don't like the word "it," because of the fact that it's not in their TOS, then you not following their TOS, or excuse me, you following their TOS, despite not what their personal opinions are, should not be justification for them.
I know where you're going with this.
Lich.
Yes.
So
Lich.
how is this different? How is this
What if it
different than
was
the guy?
any other
Or how is this different than the guy who went into the Smoothie King with a MAGA shirt and was?
Yeah, no shit.
Real quick, let me start shooting.
It's just
Jesus,
coke,
is it
dude.
illegal?
It's
One sec,
just coke.
Jesus. One sec. Is it illegal to be a hypocrite?
No.
Like what you're saying
Exactly.
is that would be unfair. Yeah, that's all you're saying is it would be unfair. That doesn't make it illegitimate. They're still allowed to do it. It sucks, sure.
No,
I would hate
it's
it.
dangerous.
If you
It's not
were
because-
on this side, Lutch,
No, look.
if you were on the right,
is that all we're talking
being
about?
on
Where
YouTube
private
on the
companies want to
right,
do?
you are not fighting to win over here on YouTube. You're fighting to not lose because they're constantly trying to shut down the right. The people that own YouTube are woke as fuck, dog.
Okay, but
What do you
I thought we were
mean?
talking about compelled speech. If
That would be compelled speech.
Not.
If you said YouTube's not allowed to do that, it would be compelled speech.
Not if
The
YouTube
government
makes
stepped
a
in
code.
and
If
said
YouTube says you can say X, Y, and Z, even though I don't like X, Y, and even though I believe A, B, and C. If you say X, Y, and Z, that's not compelling them to say anything. They're the ones that said you can say X, Y, and Z.
Okay,
Yeah,
Lex,
but if you're telling
Lex.
them they can't ban those people,
I'm not.
that's the compelled
I'm not.
speech.
I'm not.
Okay,
I'm going
so
by
then
what
it's
you're
fine
saying.
for them to
already
ban them,
is.
right?
I'm saying if
So it's
somebody's
fine to-
all, I'm saying if somebody's following what the TOS
You
already
just
is.
said that was not justified. Now you're saying it is?
I'm saying
Lex.
Is it legitimate? Are they allowed to do it?
they are allowed to do it. What I'm
Okay.
saying is
Is
if
there
that's not
anything wrong
already
with
in the TOS, then they are not allowed to then change their minds about what the TOS is.
That's
on
where
a
you're
whim.
wrong.
Okay,
That's
Lex.
where
Let me
you're wrong,
let me
Not
present
individually,
a hypothetical.
it's the TOS for everybody.
Lex, hear me out. Hear me
you
out.
don't have to. That's where you're not like. I
Here.
don't know where you're getting this idea that if it's not a pre-written rule, they're not allowed to enforce
I think
it.
I got.
Those pre-written rules come from them. Part of ownership is case-by-case decisions, dude.
Okay, so we're
Speak.
really splitting.
me-
Okay, fair. I'm just trying
Let
to
me throw
I'm just trying to understand. So we're really splitting hairs on whether they're allowed to be super shitty and say that because I don't like this.
I'm not.
No,
There's
no,
no
here.
splitting hairs here.
I'm just trying to understand.
Listen, Lutch,
Fine,
if they want to say
I'm just trying to
today
understand it.
women aren't allowed on YouTube, they can fucking do it. If they want to say black people can't stream on YouTube, they can fucking do it.
Okay, so
They
my-
own the fucking
No, they
thing.
can't.
I understand
It's
that.
illegal.
Can I ask
It's
a
all
question?
made up.
So can I ask a question?
It's it's a
muted?
stupid hypothetical because it's illegal.
Oh, how
No,
they
I
gonna
got a
do that?
hypothetical for you. Can I
How you
present my
gonna stop them?
hypothetical?
What are you gonna enforce? Tell me what you're gonna enforce. Huh? They just start banning all the black people. What are you gonna do?
You're just saying shit because you're just flustered right now.
No, look, here, I got a great hypothetical
Bro,
for you.
He's
Jesus.
flustered. Bro, Jesus literally has nothing to say, and then
I
you're kind
have
of saying
plenty to
you're
say.
just
If you
throwing
want me to
like
fucking say
fucking
it,
spaghetti,
you
bro.
want to shut up? I
Hey.
can fucking give you the point. If you,
My
if
mic's
YouTube-
been on this whole fucking time. I don't know what the fuck you're
I'm just trying to present one hypothetical.
Yeah, no, basically what you guys are trying to say is that it's like, oh, like they like you should not be allowed to fart in the elevators.
What it has to do with the price and tea in China, Terry?
No, look.
not my point.
Can I present a
Yeah,
hypothetical?
no,
Because-
look, just
because
what
you
you're saying,
guys are
like
just much
this.
more
One sec.
compelled speech than what you're
I'll
doing.
steal man.
That
I'll steal man your
just
arguments.
projection.
I'll steal man your arguments.
It
Basically,
doesn't
what
matter if
Lutch
you
is
still
doing
made
right
an
now.
argument. You're just not going to understand
Yeah,
that the private
what
company
Lutch
should
is
have more
doing-
power than private citizens.
That's why I'm stealing man and to
like
prove I
some
understand
big-
it.
If there's some like big burly white guy in a bar and he starts like just walking around, I hate N-words. I hate N-words. I mean, that bar shouldn't kick him out. 'cause
That's hate speech, dumbass. That's
No, look.
different from actually saying a critique of a building.
You live in America,
Please tell me not
That's
serious.
not hate
Oh,
speech and
God
racial
damn it.
talk is not protected in the First Amendment.
There's no
You're just misleading the audience by trying to throw these hypotheticals out when it comes to sexism and racism. You're
Hey,
misleading
can I-
the audience. That's disingenuous. Stop that.
Mangoes.
Stop that.
Mangoes and
Stop
jelly.
that. You're being disingenuous with that.
Can I lay out what I think
one
is
at a time. let Lutch get out what he thinks he's got going on here. But hate speech was the wildest shit I ever just heard coming out of an American mouth.
Fucking American, man. An American.
So okay,
That's hate speech.
Let's take this outside of content and stuff.
Well, he keeps bringing up sexism and racism, like he was talking about, like if YouTube were to ban women and black people.
That's not trying to play on.
This is ridiculous.
So
that's what I was trying.
I can't believe that he's willing to go that fucking far to trying to prove a point that's not even relevant.
How dare you doing the Greta Thunberg now, man? Goes, how dare you? I can't believe you would go thus far.
You guys let me know.
It is most unparliamentary of you, sir.
Look, and I have a hypothetical. Just let me know when you guys are ready to hear it.
Lord.
All right.
So did I, but I mean, we're lining up.
Go ahead, Lutch, but make sure you don't do any hate speech because Mangoes might go off the rocker then.
Okay. Hey, everybody listening?
Well, you guys will say, see, here, you guys talk both sides of your mouth right now because I know you guys say before that you can't use hate
open your
speech
mouth without
freedom of
opening both
speech.
sides of your mouth. You take cunt. What are you talking about?
Well, no, you guys are talking both sides of your mouth, okay? Because I know you guys say that hate speech and
when you open your mouth, you're opening both sides of your mouth.
No. Oh well.
Yeah.
Facts are facts.
Guys,
Facts don't care about your feelings.
hypothetical that has no hate speech.
I got some facts for you. So, okay, so let's take it outside of the content sphere. So let's say we're in a bar, right? You own the bar, and you make a rule that no blacks are allowed in the bar. Like,
We hear you speak.
I think that's kind of fucked
I
up.
thought we were on your panel
Remember,
too.
You're allowed to make that rule.
Lutch, I'm talking. All right, thank you. Mangoes, I would like you to back up what you just said, that we're all talking out of both sides of our mouth, and we would all say we're against hate speech. I just want to hear that. Anyone up here that would say that you're not allowed to do
Did
hate
I
speech in
overtalk
America?
him?
I've never
I don't think I
anyone up
overtalked
here say that.
anybody.
Yep. You guys said it before. I know for a fact that you guys said before that if you can't go around saying the N-word because that's a race, that's a like the hard R. That's not protected under the First Amendment. I've heard you guys say that. So now you're trying to use a hypothetical, something that you've used and said that you're against to try to prove a point. That's why I said you guys are talking both sides of your fucking mouths.
So
Mangoes, let me clear that
Sorry.
up. Let me clear that up real quick. If I say I don't want to be around people that use that language, is not saying I think it should be against the law, right? I don't think people should be locked up for using.
No, say that again. You're cutting out.
I'm saying if
Hold
I'm
on.
against that language,
Say that again. You were cutting out.
Am I good now?
You're clear for me.
Okay, so
Yeah. Go ahead and go for it.
If I say I'm against that language, as in like I don't want to be around people who talk like that and shit, that's not saying I think it should be against the law. I think they should be allowed to talk however the fuck they want to talk. But I'm just not going to associate with those kind of people because I think they're pieces of shit. That's two different things, right? I can think someone's a piece of shit and think they have every right to be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but you're the one who keeps bringing up if someone wants to be racist or someone wants to be sexist, it's just like that hypothetical. No one, even the law, would step in because it is illegal. It is, well, at least here in America. I don't know what it's like in Canada, and that's just because I don't know Canada law that well. But I don't know. I would assume that they would because you don't affirm someone's pronouns, they'll fucking throw you in jail real quick, I guess. You know, correct me if I'm wrong about that speak.
Coming
But
from me, or maybe even Terriac, because we're not always. I am an American citizen, but I'm not always in the country. But I'm sure Lutch could tell you right now about if hate speech is against free speech, because I don't think that's the case.
I live in America. I can tell you no.
Well, that's a form of hate speech, though. I mean, well, anyways, go on, Darth. You've been waiting for a long time. Hold on. To be fair, Darth has been waiting a long time.
Don't worry, Mangoes. There's no shame.
I love you too, KG motherfucker.
Go ahead, Lutch. Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to take this outside of the content of the sphere because I think it's much easier if we talk about like just owning a bar. If you have a bar, it is totally fair as a private business to say, I don't want black people in my bar. It's fucked up from some people's opinion, but whatever. You're allowed as a private business to say, I don't want black people in my bar. Does anybody disagree before I go on?
No, it's called
No.
freedom.
Okay, great. So we all agree that if you own a bar, you can say, I don't want black people in here. But if you own that bar and you say, I don't want black people in here, as long as you're white, you can have 7 beers. And if you have 7 beers, then you have to leave. That is also a rule that bar can make. Does anybody disagree before I continue?
Nope.
So if somebody is white and has 7 beers, but if somebody is white but they have 8 beers, then whether or not they are drunk, whether or not there's any other expectation, we all agree that bar can kick that person out because they broke the rules of the terms of service of the bar of 7 beers.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we have a white person who has 5 beers, there may be reason for that person to be kicked out of the bar. But simply being a white person that has 5 beers in a bar that allows white people to have up to 7 beers, I'm not saying that they don't have the justification to do that because they are still a private bar, but we are still establishing that they're not following their own terms of service.
Yeah, they're being hypocrites, but they can still do it.
Indeed, but around
Correct.
here-
One sec. Correct. You agree? Correct.
Yeah. Is that
Alhamdulillah, we got the Habibi. You agree with easy. Basically agree with easy. So now fuckface mangoes.
So
back to your defense.
That was the whole argument whether private business can make their own
we're
rules.
finally on the exact same word on the exact same page. Let's just sit back, put your feet up, and enjoy the roast of mangoes.
I thought you guys would be
Fuckface.
deeper than private businesses can make their own rules, but okay, yeah, private businesses can make their own rules.
Dumbass.
Go ahead, mangoes.
My bad. I thought you guys were
Keep
smarter
digging
than
your
that.
hole, mangoes.
Okay, my
Look,
bad.
do you need a better hypothetical? Because I got one for you, and it applies to social media.
You know what?
I didn't understand how low level the
I think what's
conversation was,
missing here, though, is we already agreed on that part. What's missing is if they don't have a sign that says you're not allowed to go there in sweatpants, but they decide to kick you out because of your sweatpants, are they allowed to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so just like with you,
There you go. Then you agree with easy.
don't have to have their terms of service. It doesn't have to be posted in their rules that if they don't want you on there.
Wait, okay. So who's
that's what I've
against
been
that?
saying this whole time. I could own YouTube, have no rule that says you're not allowed to advocate for youth transition, and still ban anyone advocating for youth transition, even though I don't have that rule up.
Okay, my apologies. I did not understand we are at that surface level. So who's disagreeing with the fact that private businesses
Mangoes.
do private things?
Here we got someone
Mangoes,
back here. Let me
the
do
stage is yours.
a voice check here. Keith, welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Welcome. Did you have something you wanted to add in?
Knocking? Is this the knocking thing?
I feel like people are confusing the right to association versus the publisher versus curator.
I don't hear anything.
You don't hear that?
Yeah, he said he was thinking people were confusing
Hello?
the right to association to the right to the publisher.
Yeah. Oh, Mangoes, maybe you're just not hearing nothing. Is your sound going out, Mangoes? Yeah, I think Mangoes has got a disconnection.
Basically, like you can have a right to a public. You can have a public establishment that you can control who enters into that establishment. But once you reach a certain level to where you're essentially the public square, how do you basically distinguish what content you can allow and disallow, as long as it's not illegal?
Yeah, so I've heard this one before with they're basically
I
the
thought-
new public square. Actually,
I
think
thought
it's,
that they were
JS
arguing
makes this argument a lot
about
with,
whether or
because of how
not that
big they
was
are and, how
legitimate,
much
like whether or
reach
not
they
that was
have and all
fair.
of this, but the problem
Obviously,
is
it's
they
illegal.
they still don't fit those things, right? Because
What a
like
stupid
you still have to
discussion.
go through like just to be able to post. You have
Maybe
to like
go
create
deeper.
the account. They have to do
Let's
all
see.
this confirmation, all of this, right? So like it's not something you just show up to and do, right? So being widely used and like the maybe cultural importance of YouTube doesn't like transform that private property into a like public speech or a public square with like the public speech obligations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that, but like, so what would be the same for when the founders created the amendment? What would be the current day public square? Because you can't just go. If you would just go to your local community's corner and spout whatever you want to do, of course that's
could.
constitutionally, protected. But we're all technologically connected at this point. So, what is the current day public square at this point, and how do you make that distinction?
Would it not be religious institutions?
Institutions.
Like you can't go into a church and just start saying F this, F that, F G. You know, it's like that's a protected.
But that's because it's already a protected. That has nothing to do with public.
I have a good one.
Protected class.
So if I own like a bar and then somebody comes in and shits on the floor, and I'm like, never in a million years I thought that I would have to make a rule that like somebody would I would have to say nobody shit on my floor, but I never made that rule, but somebody did it anyways. Like, are they allowed to shit in my floor of my business?
That's a good point. No, but we're a little bit past that now, Jack. That's another really good point. But just to what you were saying there, Keith, like there's the public square of today. So like you would have like some of these public university spaces that like you see a lot of this discourse going on, right? I'm sure you have public parks in your area. The thing with public squares, right? You can't have it so loosely defined. A public square has to involve like
literally
it's like government owned or controlled.
For FaceTime,
it has to be open.
I'm
to the
literally
public, and it has to be
just
like
here
bound by
for
the U.S.
FaceTime.
First Amendment for at all
This is
times. So like, this
retarded.
is why you'd have things like
thought I had an interesting
your
conversation.
streets. This is why like protests happen, right?
But
These
apparently
are the
not.
new public squares, right? There's your town halls when they have where the meetings you can go and speak at. Like there is
Yes, I'm purposely covering my mouth when I talk
public
to you
squares.
guys.
I think the difference with like a social media platform is that it's a private company. Without that government owned part, you can't consider it a private square or a public square. Sorry.
But where did the internet originate from? It's all publicly owned, publicly
Al Gore,
funded.
of course.
It was Al Gore created the internet, right? Exactly. But it's all DARPA, it's all government created and funded, publicly funded. It's essentially a commodity that is appropriated to everyone and is available to everyone. It's almost a I don't know how you would call it, like a public usage kind of a thing. So at that point, it is publicly funded, publicly available, and it's all should be entitled by the First Amendment. So it kind of, I feel like it almost
It started as like 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 some type of, it was like a
who
government
owns the internet? I mean,
project,
you want to make that
right?
argument?
Who owns music?
Like
what's
remember
connecting
it
you
was
to the internet right now?
There's 110. Oh fuck.
The internet itself.
Well, not even just to say, just
Because
like
then
it started
if
as
we're talking about
currently as
that's still public, right?
subsidized.
Are we good?
You can make your own website.
Good.
Well, no, but just mean
Good,
all of
good,
the
good.
internet is subsidized through Microsoft, Amazon, Elon Musk. Like all the underlying infrastructure is subsidized by the American taxpayer. It's all just silicon. There's not some proprietary thing that's created. It's just, you know what I'm saying. It's not like it's the internet trademarked by company.
So if YouTube fails, you think that like who takes the hit? The owner, right? The one who put all the
Of course
capital. Yeah, so like that's why they make the rules, right? Not us. That's like this is what I'm saying is like the internet itself. Okay, we could have some
I'm not even
some like
sure.
talks of like
I'm
what we
not
should
even
be
sure
allowed,
what the
what should be
argument
allowed on
is.
the internet. Like I talk a lot how like TikTok shouldn't be allowed. Why we allowing an app that was used to fucking spy on people over here?
Agreed.
But that's that's a whole nother conversation.
But again,
anyways, but like we could have a conversation about what should be
reads a
allowed
EULA?
on the internet in general, but like a private company, right? To say what they should be allowed to do with their own rules, that's where we're getting into the compelled speech. We're going to start compelling YouTube, the owners of YouTube, of what they're allowed to platform or not.
Yeah. Like, let's just say YouTube is a Christian, founded website, right? And then even if you meet all the terms of service and all that, somebody posts a video, a step-by-step DIY guide to abort your kid from home. Does YouTube reserve the right to take that video down? Even though that video is totally fine, doesn't impede any of the terms of service.
I think I'm this is where I'm confused because I think yes,
Just answer.
obviously they have the right to do that, but in terms unless you have a monopoly, which you could argue that YouTube does, that's so detrimental to business that you're setting rules and not following them. That like that's a different conversation. Like
why are they doing
it's
so
a very
well then?
basic point. Yes, private companies can make private decisions, but secondarily, if private companies are just making willy-nilly decisions, then private companies are not going to do well. Now we have a position where YouTube is so high in the industry, but there's also Twitch and everything else. At what point are people going to be like, okay, well, YouTube said these are the rules, but they don't follow their own rules, so I'm going to go to Rumble, I'm going to go to Kick, I'm going to go to whatever. That's really
where
what I thought this conversation was.
That's where I'm heading. We're like monopolization of the platform. Like what do you do when once BlackRock and Blackstone owns everything and all communication avenues are owned by companies? All communication is censored at that point.
Yeah,
you'd have to go to a different media streaming site. Are you saying that they're going to own everything? If they own all of them, then I guess you don't really get to watch much, huh? Unless they make a government supplied, media streaming service.
And of course, shout out to Rule OB2 debate.
I guess I feel that
Lutz, you're muted. I don't know
comes
what you're trying
with
to
a
say.
drink for the Overlord.
I think Lutz is talking and he's on mute.
Yeah, I just feel like all the proprietary technology and everything was funded by the American people. They have an inherent right to that communication avenue, and they shouldn't be blocked as long as it's not illegal speech or anything. I agree companies have terms of service that people have to abide by, but who's reading EULAs? Nobody's reading a EULA and going down and reading every little intricate, oh, if I do this and don't do that, it's excessive.
So again, I think that comes back to the monopoly conversation. Do we believe that YouTube has enough of a monopoly that they can enforce rules just on their whim outside of their TOS that is going to be consistent enough that the users, whether it's the streamers or the viewers, they're going to accept that. And I think, yeah, there is an argument that, like, Twitch, if you look at like Hassan, they do what they want to do. Like,
what do you mean by accept that?
It was, so to use the Hassan example, like, he just the other day was calling for some, ending of people that's definitely not allowed by Twitch TOS, and there was just no punishment. So I agree with you guys; they are allowed to do that. I thought the argument was whether or not they should be doing that in the long term, health of their company. And I think, obviously, yes, in a short term, they're allowed to say, well, we like Hassan and we sang him happy birthday. So if he says you should, whatever to a Republican politician, then he's allowed to say that because we're a private company and we say, like, yeah, obviously that's what private companies are for.
Well, if you're asking for like a moral argument of should they be doing that, this is different than like a legal one and what your right is as a private company owner. All right, these are different conversations.
Well, that's why I feel like Section 230 should, like, that's where it steps in. Is Section 230 was supposed to say, like, once you start to curate content, you are now liable for that.
So who's liable?
The platform at that point. Once you start curating content, you become a publisher. Once you become a publisher, you're liable for all content produced and transferred over your communication lines.
So Twitch is responsible for what Hassan's
But they're
saying?
not a publisher. That's the thing.
So can we back up a
Yeah,
little
it's not a publication. It's not like you're,
The
New York
creator is
Times
who
and-
gets, like, what Section 230 does is make sure that the creator is the one who's liable if they like if I came on here and posted like murder videos, YouTube can't be sued for that. They're not responsible for what I post.
Unless they allowed it to be published and allowed it to continue to be, unless they had knowing, conscious knowledge that that was published on their site and allowed it to stay on, then they are now a publisher. But if they were to take it down because this went against their terms of service or
I wouldn't make them a publisher.
No, that's not making them a publisher.
That's not
They're not
true.
saying YouTube endorses this video that this psychopath put out. They don't do that.
Things
they give
get
them a
past the
platform to
algorithms
speak.
all the time. People, the moderators can't always catch everything, so that's why this is a protection for that. So that if something gets spread out like crazy, YouTube's not liable for this.
Yeah, look at that. The Momo stuff happening on kids' YouTube.
Yeah, if it's like sparingly kind of a thing, but I'm saying if it's like a common occurrence kind of a deal.
So a genuine
I'm
question.
sure they would start investigating it more if it was a common occurrence, and I'm sure they would treat those cases likely, and that would be resulting in them more than likely banning each of those.
Can I make a little bit of a reaching argument? I mean, it's definitely going to be reaching, but just hear me out. Before the internet, and I said that wrong. The internet, motherfuckers saw this shit with their eyes and whatnot. So, like,
why ain't you offer free speech?
It's just there's so much more information. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying this is a super huge gray area, and like, you can go back in any part of history where anybody witnessed them with their eyeballs before the fucking internet was a thing. Like it just feels like a weird argument.
Okay.
I'm kind of confused what you're saying there.
I guess I don't. What does the common person have to appeal to technologically if every medium is owned by every big corporation? I mean, YouTube is owned by Google. I mean, like, what are we doing here? Monopolization is like out the door. Of course, it's a monopoly.
It's not
Well, by
immediately.
alphabet
What do you
now.
I
mean?
don't even know.
Rumble,
I don't
Twitch. There's
even
people that
know.
literally
I
won't
agree.
even
There's
go on
little
What the
YouTube.
fuck
alcoves
are
that
we
are like
doing?
X,
still
It's
like
there's
5 in the
Instagram, there's
morning.
tons of
barely.
different social media
It's
platforms.
5 in the morning.
Yeah, TikTok, your
But do you remember like
Snapchat.
early 2000s internet and like compare
Mm-hmm.
now till then and just say and even like
Well, yeah, it was more
like
wild west, but it
well,
was because like now YouTube has advertisers. So what will happen is like advertisers will say if you guys are gonna be keeping this shit on your platform, then we're not gonna be paying you millions of dollars every month. And then YouTube goes, oh, okay, I'll take that off because I want millions of dollars in every month because that's the whole point of a company is to
I have a
create
client.
money.
It's 4:30.
So yes, of course.
And this
That's
is
going to
how we
happen, and
should
it's going to
approach.
look like
That might be an issue.
It's going to look like there's like this like bias, moderation going on. It is bias. It's wherever the money goes, dude. And like as a private company owner, we can't tell private company owners they're not allowed to do what makes them more money just because we want to be allowed. Well, we don't have a right to an audience, bro. You can go outside. You asked what avenue do we have, Keith? You can go outside to your local park, start talking to people in real life.
I agree. You have a I guess you're making an argument for you have a right to speech, but not a right to reach.
Right.
You don't have the right. Yes. So I definitely get that aspect. But you ever seen the movie The Network?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what happens when basically everything becomes amalgamation of corporations, where there is no space for this freedom? Like, what do you do at that point? Where and I get that freedom of reach like argument because you don't have the right to have everyone's attention. I get that, but it's the ability to reach everybody's attention is
the way to do it
I
is
guess
you
the
play
argument.
the game very strategically. This is like Andrew's the one who said this one time, and I like it hit me in a way that I was like, that's exactly what's happening. He said like when you're on the right on YouTube, you're not fighting to win because like YouTube's the owners are all very left. They want to put the left shit up front in the algorithm. You're fighting not to lose, right? You're fighting to make sure that you're able to get enough out that they're not gonna just ban you because of what you're saying. Like that's the whole that's the power you have is to play the game strategically.
Uphill
Right?
battle.
I wouldn't care if people wanted to come up here and say F slurs and call me all types of N-word or whatever they wanted to. I wouldn't care about this. It exposes people for who they are, and I would like more freedom of what we're allowed to say up here. But YouTube won't. So we play the game strategically. We say shit around we go around the terms, right, of what we're saying. It's the same thing, right? Like it sucks. I get what you're saying. It sucks when these big corporations are controlling what gets out there. But that's why I always tell people like there's a lot of power in your local community starting here because that's how it spreads, right? Like if you go out to your local people and bring these messages out there, like it ends up being impossible to be ignored because like it's in real life they know you too.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks. I get what you're saying about like, but that's the difference. The unfair doesn't make it illegitimate. And like under the First Amendment rules, a private company is not compelled to platform any type of speech, any type of views, any of this, right? Same with like a restaurant doesn't have to sell any certain types of foods, any of this, right?
Agreed. I'm there with you. I mean,
and I think it actually hurts people like YouTube. Like, there's a lot of big people who probably bring in a lot of money for YouTube and a lot of people to YouTube that said, okay, fuck it, we'll go to Rumble. And then now they're making a bunch of money for Rumble. So, like, they will take hits. And if they go enough the wrong way, there's going to be more people like Mangoes, like what you're saying, where a lot of people get together and say, fuck it, we're all leaving here, like it happens. But the problem with that is then you create a vacuum for the voices you don't really think should be spreading the shit they're saying out there to go and spread it. It's a double-edged sword with the internet, man. It's a toxic thing. It's both. First off, if it wasn't for the internet, I would have never met my wife, right? But if it wasn't for the internet, there wouldn't be a lot of young girls leaving high school going into OnlyFans being whores. So like, it's a double-edged sword, you know.
Fair point. Fair point.
Definitely, I agree with you. I just, even from even in my like local community, like trying to do like local speech and all this and that, even in my own little township here, they're already like, they just enacted 2 weeks ago limits on the amount of time you can speak. It used to be you could get up, do whatever, somebody could feed off of somebody else's speech. The new liberal board, now there's a 3-minute limit, and you can only speak once during every topic. So I'm just,
Yeah,
I
like,
hate
see,
to be,
that shit,
I'm
I
not
can
trying to
see
be a
an
black
issue with
pillar.
that.
I'm not trying to be that, but like, I'm pessimistic that we've already lost the culture war over the past 30
Can
years.
I give
But
a tiny bit of
all
pushback
the
on that?
institutions are controlled, you know.
No,
Have you ever heard?
You're right.
Have
So,
you ever
like,
heard the
they
truth?
control the levers of these are the parameters that we can operate within. Like, and granted, like the past 6 to 8 years, there's been definite pushback and there's been some yardage moved, but it's an ongoing situation where it almost feels insurmountable because of all the alcoves that they control. And like, that's the thing, like, I love Rumble and I love that there's that access, but I mean, BlackRock and Blackstone, I mean, there's some big companies, they have a lot of money, they have a lot of money to, if they're around, that
Yeah.
kind of stuff,
Thank goodness Trump put them laws in to keep businesses like that from purchasing up land and residential homes instead, just corporational
Oh,
homes.
phew. They should not be able to own any houses. They
Yeah.
shouldn't.
Trump put that
Any
law into place
foreign control of property should not be allowed. Immigration
because
should be slowed. There's so many things that should be happening, but we're operating this thing in Iran now. I mean, we're looking foreign as opposed to domestic, and what do we do?
well, you got to remember they're playing the long game though.
What do we
Trump's got
do?
what,
going
3
against
years
China.
to try to?
Can they
Yeah,
answer?
I
What do
mean,
we
we're-
do?
yeah.
That was the question. You asked the question.
No,
what do
that's
we
one of the things that I definitely like. I like a lot of what Trump's been moving towards. A lot of the things he's passed. A lot of the things he's trying to pass.
We'll give him this last
He's
question.
doing a lot of the things he said
See
he
if
was
there's
going to
anything
do.
there.
That part though, with the
Probably not,
Iran
though.
war, right? This is something that I push back heavy against. Right? I don't care that like it doesn't say that he's like now he's the worst president or anything like that. I still think he's the best president we've had. Problem is, this is something like I'm heavily against because this doesn't lead to us just bombing them from the air and leaving. That doesn't happen. There's no fucking chance that happens, right? This leads to us sending men in there to die, and that's not cool for
And
another
like-
country.
Hold on.
And like
That's
10
why they were
hours
being
of-
It's clear that they had some like
interrupt
imminent
easy.
fucking threat against us that we needed to fix. This wasn't what happened.
Give me a
Another country said
minute.
we're going to go do this, and
Hold
we
on.
had to act to save the people that are close by that would get killed. This is ridiculous.
You think they're
Can I give a counter 1 sec?
Forced into war. It's
Can I give a counter though? Easy.
Yeah, yeah.
Hypothetically, what
no
if
reason to
right,
proactively
the-
start
and one sec, Keith.
confrontation.
Like,
a good question.
hypothetically,
Especially
if-
for
Yeah,
no new
one
wars.
sec, Keith.
Hold on. Let Terry say.
I'm sorry.
Hypothetically, if the outcome from this war is that within, I'll say, let's say 2-3 months, or no, I won't even say that. Like, basically, America never has to put an American, like, they don't have to send in any of the troops, and there are no boots on ground. And the outcome of this, what's taking place right now, is that America is able to solve its debt,
Yeah, I don't care
wipe
about
out
this.
basically $40 trillion of debt. Would it be worth it then?
Well, okay, so yeah, there's a lot of added in stuff here. So it's,
but
if we never had to send in boots on the ground and we eliminated the debt of America,
Yep.
well, yeah, that this would
Yeah.
be like one of the most like ultimate chess moves of American.
It would make Trump the
history,
greatest
or
president.
world's
Yeah.
history, probably.
One caveat though.
But the
no
whole thing
American
is,
Aren't you
dude.
supposed to make America
and
great?
5 a.m. here, guys. I'm gonna head out.
if that's
Thank
what
you for
happens.
letting me
Okay,
up.
'cause I don't
Hold on.
Dude,
What do
like,
we-
real quick,
what do we
just
need?
let me just put in perspective, right? Like you already seen how much the Strait of Hormuz can affect the oil prices,
thank you.
right? Trump was already talking about the big.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my fuck! And there was 100 people watching. There was 100 people watching that. So like, I've got to fucking make FaceTime, especially when there was drama. If you know about the drama, then you know about the drama. If you don't know about the drama, I'm not gonna fucking. If you don't know about the drama, I'm not gonna go into it. But like, it's 5 a.m. I went in there, and I thought they were arguing over whether or not these platforms should be applying their TOS differently. And then it turns into, well, they could do whatever they want. Yeah. No shit. Was somebody arguing against that? Was somebody arguing against the notion that private companies can do whatever they want? And I tried to bring up the notion that, like, yeah, okay, fine. If you have a monopoly, then you can be hypocritical, but a free market dictates that hypocritical companies don't make fucking money. If that's not the conversation, what were they talking about? I don't know. Well, this stream has been going for 5.5 hours, and I think I did like 4.5 hours before that. So I might very well fucking take tomorrow off with all that, even though I didn't fucking make jack shit tonight. And what do we do? 5, 10 Canadian money, 15, 17 bucks plus whatever the fuck that is. And Avery signed up his memory. I don't know. I might take tomorrow off. I don't know. That was so fucking gay. That was so fucking gay. Like I want to be able to see other people who are further along and have a higher profile embody that. And I don't want to be looking at people who have a higher profile and be like, oh, that sucks. That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm trying to do. But at what point am I allowed to fucking have opinions? Am I allowed to have an opinion? Or no? Because I feel like if you guys were watching, then you had more fun 3 hours ago when I was doing what I was doing versus the last hour where I was sitting around waiting to try to figure out what the fuck they were talking about, to realize they were talking about private companies can do whatever the fuck they want. No shit. I don't know. I'm drunk. I'm going to bed. I hopefully will see you guys tomorrow. But I also have a client, so I don't want to cancel. But if I do, I'm not gonna feel bad about it. So I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Who's left? Who's left? Fucking 3 of you. The real ones. The real ones. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate you. You're the only ones I got. You're the only ones I got. So thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I will do my best to be back 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. But if I'm not, don't hate me. Just don't hate me. All right? I am doing my best. And this is draining the fucking life out of me. It is 5 in the fucking morning. Until next time, guys, thank you so very, very much. You know that I love you guys to the end of the earth. If I had the energy to do this 24/7, I would. I just don't. So I give you everything that I have. Thank you, guys. Until next time, Morty's under the covers. But, you know, he's a fucking gangster. I'm fucking drunk. I'm the bugger. Until next time, we are out of here. Peace. Oh, shit. I clicked the button, but I wasn't on the button. Let's try that again. Peace. Nope. Third time's a charm. Peace.